Hinted, a sweet small town, second chance romantic comedy. Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 1, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices.
Chapter 1, Rowan's Point of View. Present Day. Moonlit Lake, MN. Box of veggies held tight under one arm. I took a swig of water from my bottle, then set it on the porch railing to knock on Tilly's door.
Rowan needs a wife.
Water sprayed out of my mouth. What? They were talking about me? I set the veggies down and pressed my ear to the warm wooden door and wiped my face with the back of my hand. Tilly's words made my chest tighten. What in the world? Even though it might be true, she had no business talking about it like I was the next community project for her ladies' book club or something. Hopefully, that wasn't the case. Everyone knew that club thrived on love stories, but not those found in books. Though I wouldn't put it past Tilly to cook up something like that. I definitely did not want or need help from those busybodies, which was precisely why I didn't tell anyone that I'd joined an online dating site for farm folks only. Farmers meeting other farmers, or people wanting to date farmers. I hadn't realized we were such a hot commodity that we needed our own dedicated site, but apparently so. My best friend Nash would say they wanted to exclude us and our smelly clothes from the regular dating pool. I scraped manure from the bottom of my boots on the boot scraper, conveniently located next to Tilly's door, and sighed. Yeah, it could be the latter. I leaned against the wall next to the door, and my gaze floated across the backyard and Tilly's gardens. Spring bulbs and flowers were blooming, but most things were either still dormant or just starting to poke through the soil. Leaves were emerging on the trees. This was my favorite time of year, a hopeful time. And maybe there could be hope for my bleak personal life, too. Tilly Devine was more like a grandma than a neighbor to me and had been one of the most influential people in my life. I brought her fresh produce, eggs, and cheese at least once a week, depending on what I had available. Visiting her was usually the highlight of my week, which didn't say much about my social calendar. But who was she talking to? About me? Should I interrupt? Keep listening? My mom's voice carried through the screen door.
I know, Tilly. He's 34 already and still very single. Rob and I had 5 kids by the time I was his age. I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever get any grandchildren.
Here we go. The grandchildren thing again. I was tempted to drop Tilly's box of veggies right there on the porch and leave. One of Tilly's workers was weed whipping her yard near the building where I stood. The buzzing noise made it so I couldn't make out everything that was said. One part I caught stopped me cold.
Tell him about a special clause in the trust, before he runs out of time.
My jaw tightened, my teeth clenched. What was Mom talking about? Tilly gasped.
Honey, that's horrible.
Oh, I know,
That blasted weed whipper buzzed right next to the step, drowning out what Mom was saying.
If he doesn't marry by the time he's 35, it goes to the next in line.
You mean he'd have to marry right away or lose everything?
Yep, wouldn't that?
Buzzes. Ugh, wasn't that guy done yet? And doesn't he realize I can't eavesdrop with all his noise? Thankfully, the worker moved on to the flower gardens, and I brought my ear to the door to listen in again.
Willowbrook Farm means everything to Rowan. He'd never let it slip away from him. What a dreadful thought.
Understatement of the century. This was way beyond dreadful. My body felt numb and heavy, and my breathing ceased for longer than is likely good for a living human being. My heart thundered in my neck and my face felt hot. Anger, betrayal, disbelief, all pulsed through my veins. It took a couple minutes for me to calm down enough to walk in the door, and every ounce of my control to hold in all I was thinking and feeling. Yes, I wanted marriage, kids, the whole shebang. But on my terms and in my own time, I envisioned having a family on the farm like my parents did, but I didn't want to be pressured into it. I understood better than most that not everyone was cut out for farm life. And since I wasn't looking for a love match, but a partner to work with me on the farm, This dating site suited my needs to a T. In fact, I'd already been matched with several good candidates. My perfect partner could be just a swipe away. Imagining Mom and Tilly's reaction to finding out that I'd beaten them at their own game gave me a perverse satisfaction. Even if there was a trust clause, which I wasn't sure I believed, I definitely didn't want my mom or Tilly matchmaking for me. No way. They meddled in my life on a daily basis. I wasn't about to let them try to find me a wife. "Hey, Tilly, I brought you some goodies." I placed the box of food on her table. Then, using my best poker face, I greeted my mom. "Mom, I didn't realize you'd be here."
Tilly needed a little extra help restocking her inventory of herbal products, so I offered to help out.
Mom tried to play it off like nothing was amiss. She barely looked at me and was focusing solely on her task. Mom stood next to Tilly at the counter, pulling leaves off the stems for Tilly to grind. My mother was a natural beauty, with her long curly hair tied back at the nape of her neck. Never one to care about makeup or how she looked. She was all about comfort and practicality. Her honey blonde hair was streaked with silver, but she looked as beautiful as ever. Tilly ground herbs with her mortar and pestle. She was a tiny sprite of a woman, with her white hair cut straight across just below her chin. Her face lit up when she saw me.
Rowan, what a sweetheart you are. One of these days, some lucky woman is going to snatch you up, and what a wonderful husband you'll be, just like your dad.
I bristled, fighting hard not to react. Mom's brow lifted and her head cocked as she waited for my response. I schooled my emotions and pretended I hadn't heard a thing. "I don't know about that, Tilly. The farm keeps me plenty busy." Tilly clucked and shook her head in dismay.
Oh, I'm sure it does, but the farm won't keep you warm at night. You need a good woman by your side.
Subtle Tilly. Real subtle. I had to admit, a restlessness and a yearning had been building inside me. It would be nice to have someone to share my life with. But I would make that decision myself, not have it forced upon me. Good thing I'd already had my own plan in the works. It was true, dating hadn't been a priority for a long time. Too many other things to deal with every day. Working the land all day, I was dead tired come nightfall. Besides that, nobody in our small town interested me in the least. Finding a potential life partner seemed like a monumental task. Who had time for all that? Meeting someone on a dating site had proved to be much more efficient. Tilly wiped her hands on a cloth, tapped her finger against her lips, and pointed to me.
I was thinking about this just this morning while I was drawing my oracle cards for the day.
Even though I didn't completely buy into all of Tilly's mystical ways, I was curious to see if her cards could help make sense of this madness. "Oh, yeah? And what did the all-knowing oracle say? I hope it was good. If not, maybe you could reshuffle to find me a better future." She tossed her kitchen towel at me. I caught it before it landed in my face.
It's not nice to tease an old lady, Rowan. Don't you know that?
Mom laughed and continued her prep work. "But you're not old, Tilly. You're ageless, and you have the energy of someone a quarter your age. I don't believe the normal rules of human physiology apply to you. I'm not even sure you're human. Maybe you're fey and immortal." She laughed, her voice jingling like bells.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Imagine all the adventures I'd have and all the matches I could make.
She winked at me, and I restrained my eye roll. The last thing I needed was Tilly messing with my love life. My mom was bad enough. I needed to distract her in hopes she'd forget about my life. "Adventures. What adventures would you go on if your fabulous self lived forever, Tilly?" Tilly was a hoot. Nobody really knew how old she was because she wouldn't tell, but Mom suspected she was in her 80s, maybe even 90s. You couldn't tell by looking at her, though, and I never knew what she'd be doing or what would come out of her mouth when I visited. Never a dull moment with Tilly.
I'll have to give that some thought.
She looked upward for inspiration, a wistful expression adorning her face.
I've always imagined it'd be fun to skydive or hang glide over a tropical island like Hawaii or Bali, where I could enjoy the view of the mountains, rainforests, and ocean below me. That would be heavenly.
The blissful look in her eyes made me wish I could grant her wish. But she'd be booking a flight with the smallest encouragement. I opened my mouth to tell her how dangerous something like that would be for someone her age.
Another thing I'd like to try.
Tilly's face lit up like the sun.
I saw a video on TikTok of a woman doing the most beautiful aerial yoga routine hanging from silk scarves, and I thought that would be glorious. Don't you agree? Maybe I'll do that. Can you imagine me spinning around in the air with colorful scarves whirling all around me?
Her eyes sparkled with delight as she twirled around the room with her arms out wide. Then she stopped, and her extended finger caught another idea.
Oh, and I've also seen them do some of the most spectacular dances spinning around a pole.
I coughed at the thought of Tilly pole dancing and rubbed my eyes to delete the image now seared into my brain. Tilly turned to my mom.
Honey, we should find a class to learn how to do that. Do you think one of your girls would know? Maybe we could make it a girls' night out.
She clapped her hands. Mom laughed, shaking her head.
I'm not sure I'm up for that. My luck, I'd fall and break a hip, and you'd have to carry me off the stage.
Nonsense. You're almost 60 years old. About time for you to let loose.
I had 6 babies, Tilly. I know how to let loose just fine, but with my feet firmly planted on the ground, thank you.
Okay. Time to change the subject. I put my arm around Tilly and gave her a gentle squeeze. Don't you always say life is an adventure, Tilly? It's all in how you live it.
Yes, you're quite right. When you're in the energy of love and joy, even the most mundane tasks can feel like an adventure. A lot of that depends on who you're with, which brings me back to finding someone for you to share your life with, someone who brings joy and love to your life.
She smiled warmly and patted my cheek.
I'm so glad you came by today. Aren't you curious about what the cards said?
I'm curious. If he doesn't want to know, you can tell me.
Hush, honey. This is Rowan's reading, not yours.
Tilly scolded, waving her off. Even though it was nearly impossible to dissuade Tilly once she set her mind on something, I had to try. I'm not sure, Tilly. Isn't it better to live in the moment with surprise and wonder about what might happen?
The cards won't predict your future. They'll just give you hints about your direction. Seems to me like you could use a little direction. Wouldn't you agree?
The need to do something, to make a change in my life, had been growing stronger lately. My parents talked about retiring and traveling the world, leaving me in charge of the farm. I didn't want to do this alone. I wanted a partner to share the load. Besides that, I was lonely. I had no intention of remaining a bachelor my entire life, and this was a family farm, meant for a family. It was my responsibility to keep it that way. Which was why I prayed my online dating idea panned out. But was it the right decision? Was I on the right track? If there really was some crazy trust clause involved, that raised the stakes even more. If it was true, why hadn't they said anything to me? The urge to ask about this warred with my need to process and handle this in my own time, without anyone else interfering. I would do my duty to protect the farm, but I'd do it in my own way. This was my decision, and I didn't want everyone else in my life weighing in on it. The plight of being a part of a big family in a small town. Everyone had opinions, wanted or otherwise. The mental turmoil was already wearing on me. I groaned. Fine, what does the mighty oracle say about my life?
Come over here and I'll show you.
Tilly grabbed my arm and led me to a table on the other side of the room. It displayed a lit candle and an assortment of crystals surrounding 3 cards lying face up in a row. The first one read, "Make a decision." The second said, "Heal the past." And the last one said, "Seed the future."
So what comes to mind when you see these cards?
Tilly clutched her hands to her chest, her brows almost disappearing into her hairline in expectation. I studied the card a little longer. These messages could mean a lot of different things.
Right. But what do they mean to you?
The words that came to my mind as soon as she said that was the decision to get married. I definitely wasn't going to admit that to her or my mom, especially not after what I'd overheard. So I shrugged. I don't know, Tilly. What do you think it means?
It seems to be hinting that it's time for you to settle down, let go of the pain that's kept you stuck, and plant seeds for the future you want.
Whoa! Her interpretation sucked the air right out of my chest. My mouth opened, but I lacked the words for a response.
Or maybe the seeds of the future were planted in the past.
She patted me on the chest.
Just follow your heart and you'll figure it out. You have a big heart, my boy, and a lot of love to give. Don't give up too easily.
What do you mean?
That's all I'm going to say. I probably already said too much. Your path is what you choose it to be. I pray you'll choose one filled with love and joy, because that's what life's all about. You deserve love, you know.
I frowned at the cards. We don't always get what we want or what we deserve, though, do we?
I said this to your mom years ago, and the same is true now. When we give up hope, we give up on life. Do you remember, honey?
My mom nodded.
Yes, it was right after I met Rob and didn't think I was good enough for him.
Tilly looked me square in the eye.
Don't let your past disappointments determine your future, Rowan. They don't deserve to drive your bus, so don't give them the keys.
Her words slammed into me like a brick to the chest. Regrets about my past and fears about my future collided. I stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining my balance and composure. I tried my best to hide my emotions, which wasn't easy around these two. Time to make a quick exit. Tilly scurried off to the kitchen.
Here, take some fresh muffins I made this morning.
I can never turn down your baked goods. I picked a muffin from the basket and lifted it in salute. Thanks, Tilly. This will be gone before I'm out of your yard.
Then take a couple more, I have plenty.
I leaned over and kissed her wrinkled cheek. This is all I need, Tilly. You don't want me to get fat, do you?
As if that were possible. You work so hard you'll burn it off in 15 minutes.
Have a good day, Tilly. Bye, Mom. I'll see you soon. I slipped out the door before Tilly fed me more. Or worse, gave me more advice. The thing about her advice was that it was so on point, it made me uncomfortable. Needless to say, I couldn't take any more today. My mind was spinning as it was. A clause in the trust? About marriage? It seemed impossible. No one had said a thing to me about it. Anger crackled along my veins. I should confront my mom. No, I should talk to my dad. I shoved my trembling hands through my hair. I didn't have time for any of that. I was almost 35, and apparently if I didn't find a wife, I couldn't have the farm. Marriage. I had to push all other feelings aside and focus on that. The farm was my entire life. I'd do whatever it took to keep it safe. Years ago, I gave up on romantic ideas, knowing love was not part of my plan. The only person I ever considered a future with was long gone and never coming back. No, love was not in the cards for me, no matter what Tilly said. The risk was too high. But if marriage didn't have to be about love, but about common interests, about the farm, then I was all for it. As I explained on my dating profile, the woman I was looking for needed to be someone who loved the farm and would be as invested in it as I was. Someone who would make a good partner and share the load with me. I gazed out over the land I loved so much. A woman with curly red hair blazing in the sunlight was herding the goats through the gate and into the next field for them to graze. She lifted a hand to wave at me. I drove the cart over to talk to her through the fence. Hey, Becky, how's everything going?
I'm about finished here. If only I could get the Golden Girls over there to give it up and join the others.
She gestured toward the few stragglers who seemed content to stay where they were, uninterested in moving to the other pasture like the rest of the herd.
Apparently, they don't think the grass is greener on the other side.
A low chuckle tumbled out of me. You'll talk 'em into it. I have no doubt. Becky Hayter and I had met on Farm Folks Only and had gone on one date. We had a good conversation over dinner from a taco truck in the park. She seemed nice enough, but the connection I'd hoped for just wasn't there. I told her so too. No point in wasting her time or letting her hope for more. We shook hands, wished each other well, and moved on. To my surprise, she showed up at the farm a few weeks later as our new farmhand. My dad had hired her without knowing we'd gone out. A bit strange and awkward, but it was fine. After all, it had only been on one date. No big deal. Becky had a pleasant personality and was a hard worker. I appreciated that. She also had a way with goats that seemed almost magical.
Do you still need help harvesting lettuce and asparagus for the community boxes?
She asked, her hand shielding her eyes from the sun as she looked up at me. Yeah, I was headed over there now and could definitely use the help.
I'll be there in a few.
She smiled sweetly before returning to the stubborn goats.
And if you're nice to me, I'll even put on my Texas two-step playlist. I know how much you love that.
I shook my head and groaned. I'd rather listen to the chipmunks than that garbage.
Really? I can arrange that.
She winked at me and hustled off toward the goats. It's too bad things hadn't worked out for me and Becky. She would have been a great candidate for wife and life partner. Even though I wasn't looking for a love match, I wanted more than a marriage of convenience. I needed someone who could help me move on and forget about the future I had once dreamed of. My stomach rumbled. Hey, maybe if my potential bride was a good cook, I wouldn't care so much about those old dreams. Everyone knew gooey homemade brownies could solve any problem. Note to self, add excellent cook to my wish list.
Chapter 2. Elle's point of view. New York City, NY. Horns honked and people yelled, pushing and shoving along the sidewalk. A typical day in New York City, but not for me. Yeah, I might have been wallowing in a little self-pity as I stumbled along the sidewalk, being jostled and bumped around like I wasn't even there. I numbly waited at an intersection for the light to change. A taxi sped by, hitting a puddle just right, and splashed dirty water all over my front. Gah! I gasped. My arms were full, carrying all the belongings I'd cleared out of my desk. I couldn't even wipe my face. I turned to commiserate with the others standing near me, as if I were back in Moonlit Lake. But this was not my hometown. This was New York City. Not only was I the only one who got splashed, New Yorkers knew to stand back, and on a normal day, I would have too. But they just walked around me and my soggy box like I was a piece of trash nobody wanted to step on. Almost to the subway, I waited in the crowd trying to funnel into the stairway. But when the crowd flowed forward, I couldn't. I must have stepped in something gooey. I dragged my foot, trying to scrape it off as I walked, but the wad of gum just spread the entire sole of my shoe. My favorite Jimmy Choos? Ruined. I hobbled the rest of the way with my shoe sticking and picking up bits of city grime and debris along the way. At this rate, my shoe would probably be an inch taller by the time I got home. Just a couple blocks from my apartment, a flock of pigeons flew over. I felt a warm splat on my head. Seriously? Are you freaking kidding me? I shouted at the heavens. What do you want from me? All these years in the city, and thousands of pigeons everywhere, I'd never been pooped on, or even witnessed anyone else getting hit, for that matter. One of the great mysteries of this city. Today, the city seemed to have it out for me. I'd have looked up to see if there was a black cloud over my head, but I was afraid of being bombed by another pigeon, and with my luck it would hit me in the eye this time. Kicking the door of my apartment closed with my foot, I set the box filled with the contents of my desk on the table. The tears I held back all the way home on the subway finally released in a torrent. What a rotten day. For 5 years, I had worked my way through the ranks to become a junior designer. My designs were finally going to appear in the upcoming line. I expected a promotion would come soon. But no. After all those 80-hour weeks I put in, how did they reward me? By giving me the boot. And not the tall, black Christian Louboutin boots I'd been coveting either. Fired. Ugh. I poured myself a glass of wine and pulled up an employment site on my computer to try to figure out my next step. My vision blurred, and my throat felt so thick I struggled to swallow, which was further aggravated by the stomach acid burning a path from my clenching gut. Hopefully the wine would help wash it all away. Let's see what jobs are out there, shall we? I scrolled through job listings. Dog food taste tester. Really? That's a job? I hope that doesn't mean what I think it means. Tasting dog food? Gross. No thank you. I continued to scan through the posts. There had to be something better than that. Shoe salesperson. That's something I'd be qualified to do, and shoes are one of my passions. Bet I'd get an employee discount. My hope popped like a balloon when I saw it was to sell Crocs. Maybe not. Nothing against them, but not exactly the high fashion I was hoping for. I read the next one. Pizza mascot. Must be willing to wear a costume and perform on the street to attract customers. OMG. I'd always felt sorry for the poor soul having to dress as a piece of pizza while dancing and singing the jingle in front of the pepperoni Pete's. I'm not that desperate. Yet. My phone rang, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. My wine glass bobbled, and I caught it just before it spilled onto my keyboard. It never failed to amaze me how my best friend always knew when I needed her. I swore it was her superpower. We had been friends for a long time, but we hadn't lived in the same town for 14 years. Gina was still my most reliable support system. Hey, Gina. I took a swig of my wine.
Don't sound so excited. You act like I'm the Grim Reaper.
It's been that kind of day. A call from the Grim Reaper wouldn't be all that surprising, or even unwelcome.
What happened?
I groaned and closed my eyes, wishing I could erase the memory of the past 24 hours from my mind. Not much. If you don't count that a taxi splashed me with disgusting street water, I ruined my favorite shoe, got pooped on by a pigeon, and fired from the job I've devoted every waking second to for how many years now? I closed my laptop and moved to the couch, swirling the wine in my glass. Gina gasped, and her volume raised, causing me to move the phone away from my ear.
What? How could they fire you? You were the model employee. You work harder than anyone.
It depends whose version you hear. My version is that Pierce, my supervisor, put moves on me that I didn't reciprocate and threatened to report. So he got rid of me.
How he went about it was much more humiliating and has effectively ruined my career.
The traumatic events of earlier in the day flashed through my mind. I was rushing to deliver a cart of coffees from the corner shop. Everyone dashed around frantically trying to get everything in order for our highest profile show of the year. Designers and assistants were checking and adjusting the models' outfits. It was a strange time to be sent out for coffee, especially when I should have been helping with the show prep, but Pierce insisted. I moved as quickly as I could, trying not to spill. There were a million other things I needed to get done, and this show, more than any other, needed to be perfect. My mind wandered to the next items on my to-do list. Next thing I knew, I tripped over something and went flying forward, launching the coffee cart right into the group of models. I screamed, reaching out in front of me as if I could will it all back or stop time, before I hit the ground and the whole place erupted. It was no use, though. I lifted my head to see the cart plow into the group of women, and like a bowling ball hitting a strike, they went flying. Coffee, cups, clothes, legs, arms, all landing in a heap on the floor, reminding me of a giant game of pickup sticks. And of course, Pierce appeared right next to me, fired me on the spot. The show was ruined, and it was all my fault. I still didn't understand how it happened. I wasn't a klutz. Not normally, anyway. I shook my head as if to shake all that from my brain, which didn't work. I still felt like the biggest failure. Pain radiated through my chest and nausea through my belly. Sorry, Gina, but I don't want to relive all that right now. It's still too fresh, and I just want to shove all that horridness into a box, seal it up tight, and mail it to Siberia or launch it into outer space. Would that be considered toxic waste?
Probably. That man is definitely toxic. Ship him to Siberia.
I smiled as I imagined wrapping packing tape around Pyres, head to toe like a mummy, slapping a label on his butt, and stuffing him in the blue mail receptacle on the corner.
You should still report him. That's sexual harassment. He should be the one fired.
In a perfect world, yeah. Can we talk about something else? This is giving me a headache. Setting my glass on the coffee table, I leaned my elbows on my knees and sank my fingers into my hair. Oh, pigeon poop. Oh my gosh, Gina, I still have poop in my hair. Give me a minute to clean this up. Putting Gina on speaker, I carried the phone into the bathroom, wadded up toilet paper, and began wiping the poo out of my hair. It didn't work well, but was the best I could do until I showered.
You really have had a crappy day. Literally.
I wrapped a towel around my head to cover anything I might have missed until I could thoroughly wash my hair, multiple times. Then I returned to the couch and flopped onto my back. My forearm covered my eyes as I released a groan surely heard in every other apartment in the building. I don't know what to do, Gina. I don't think I can go through this again, starting at the bottom of another company. I sniffled and wiped my face with the back of my hand. When I came to New York to break into the fashion industry, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I thought after all this hard work, all these endless hours, I'd have something to show for it. Now I'm exactly where I started. Only now I'm also broke, frustrated, alone, and really freaking tired. What am I going to do? Gina was silent for a moment and then spoke softly.
Maybe it's time for you to come home.
I'll feel like such a failure, coming home and moving back in with my mom when I'm 32 years old.
You haven't been home in years. Call it a vacation if it makes you feel better. Just take some time here to rest, re-energize, and figure out what you really want to do.
I sniffled into the phone. When you put it that way, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. I definitely need to get out of the city. If I stay here looking for a new job, I'll lose my mind, not to mention my dignity. A flash of the dancing pizza costume flashed through my mind, and I cringed. It already seems like the walls are closing in on me, and I've only been home for 5 minutes, and I still have poop in my hair.
Well, I'm not going to let you wallow another minute. Book your flight right now, text me the details, and I'll be there to pick you up.
I tried to think of an excuse, but my mind was blank. Oh, all right, you win. I'll do it. But the thought of telling people what a failure I am makes me sick to my stomach. I'm looking forward to seeing you, though. She squealed so loud and long I had to pull the phone away from my ear.
We can stay up late painting our nails and watching movies just like we used to. Only this time, it'll involve copious amounts of alcohol.
Don't forget chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. I'm in crisis, remember?
Way ahead of you, sister. My freezer is already fully stocked. Don't you know me at all?
You're the best, that's for sure. What would I do without you? I picked up my wine glass and moved back to the table.
Lucky for you, you'll never have to find out. So get your butt moving and book your flight. Quick, before you talk yourself out of it. And I swear, I'll text you every 10 minutes until you send me your flight information. Don't make me be that girl. You know how I get...
I opened my laptop back up to begin a new search. Yeah. You're so annoying sometimes, I typed while squeezing the phone between my ear and shoulder. I'm doing it right now. Now leave me alone so I can get this done.
See you soon, Ellaroo.
Later, Ginorina. A few minutes later, my flight was booked. I glanced around my studio apartment, mentally cataloging all I needed to accomplish before leaving in 2 days. My table was littered with clothing designs and fabric swatches. My latest dress creation hung half done on a mannequin in the corner, held together with straight pins. So much to get done. First on the list was taking a shower and washing my hair. After that, I needed to find someone to sublet my apartment. There was so much packing and cleaning to do to get the place ready for someone else. Even though I would be hard-pressed to get everything done in the next couple days, my spirits lifted having decided to move forward. There was something comforting about going home. What will you do once you're home? That nagging voice in my head, which sounded too much like my mother, needed to back off. I preferred to listen to the calmer, gentler side of me, which reminded me of wise old Tilly from back home. One step at a time. First, go home. Then, figure out the rest of your life. I took a couple of deep breaths and started making a list. Lists always made me feel better.
Chapter 3. Rowan. Never let your mind wander while watering the goats. The trough had overflowed, my boots were soaked, and I still hadn't figured out what to do about what I'd learned from my visit to Tilly that morning. I moved to the next trough and watched the water level rise. I was the responsible one, an overthinker. It usually took me a while to make a decision, but once I did, I rarely changed my mind. I never acted impulsively. Taking this next step had been on my mind for a while already. Trust or no trust? It was time for me to step up. Whack! Something hit me in the head, causing me to flinch, then flex my muscles, ready to fight whoever it was. I heard the low rumble of laughter behind me, and I turned and sprayed my assailant with water.
Hey, that's enough. I come in peace.
My best friend, Nash Porter, held his hands up in surrender. The water rolled off his jacket, but his jeans got a little wet. I returned the hose to the trough to finish filling it. Nash shook his leg to try to air out his jeans. When that didn't work, he gave up and leaned against the barn with his arms across his chest.
What's going on? I was calling your name, but you were off in another world.
Sorry, I have a lot on my mind. What are you up to?
Oh, no, you don't. You're gonna have to give me more than that after you doused me with water. What were you thinking about that had you so distracted?
I turned the water off, hung the hose on a hook, and leaned against the wall next to him with one foot propped on an upside-down metal bucket. I overheard my mom this morning, and apparently there's a trust for the farm, and if I don't marry by the time I'm 35, I'll lose the farm, and it will go to the next in line.
Isn't that kind of Middle Ages? I can't believe your parents would do something like that. Are you sure you heard her right?
Yeah, I heard it clear as day. But I'm still not sure I believe it's true. I rubbed my hand over my beard. I was spitting angry at first. How could they do that to me, right? I could have asked about it right then and there. But actually, it affirmed something I'd been thinking about already. Like maybe this was a sign. Maybe it's time. I sighed and debated how much I should admit. So far, I'd kept my plan a secret, even from my best friend, but maybe he could help me sort it out. I've been feeling like I need to make a change. I'm 34 years old, and even though I'm certain my life is here on the farm, I feel like I'm missing something.
You mean a wife and kids? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess. Now that I've been running the farm operations and preparing to take over the business part, it makes me think. I look at my parents, how they worked together all these years, expanding the farm, raising 6 kids. I want that too.
Well, you kind of need to have a girlfriend before you can get married, don't you?
I kicked a clump of dirt and shrugged. Nash pointed at me.
Wait, I know that look. You already have it figured out. What is it?
I'll probably regret telling you this, but a few months ago I put a profile up on a dating site for farmers. Nash nearly choked.
You what? How am I just hearing about this? Why didn't you tell me?
For exactly this reason. I knew you'd give me a hard time, and I didn't want you to talk me out of it. I scratched the back of my neck. It's why I haven't been around much in the evenings. I've had dates every night for the past 2 weeks. It's exhausting. Nash's brows leapt to his hairline, and he shot me a questioning look.
There are so many things I could say here.
The sparkle in his eyes and the smirk on his face hinted at the sarcastic comments dying to come out. I put my hand up to stop him. I know, Just save it. I crossed my arms and looked out over the fields and pastures in front of me. I think I've narrowed it down to 3 finalists. I'm trying to decide if I should bring them out to the farm to see if they like the place and if we would work well together. I just don't want my family getting wind of it before I make my decision. If all goes well, I might know who my bride will be by the end of the month. His expression shifted to one of concern.
Are you seriously considering marrying someone you just met and barely know? Are you nuts? How do you know they're not psycho or just looking to steal your birthright out from under you?
Relax. It's not like I'm getting married tomorrow, and online dating is the most common way for couples to meet these days. You should try it, Nash. I jabbed him in the ribs with my elbow.
This is not about me. I just don't think this speed dating thing you've got going is going to help you find love. Isn't that what you want? To have a lasting love like your parents?
I shook my head. I tried love once, and you remember how that turned out. Been there, done that. Have no interest in doing it again. Nash released a frustrated sigh, and his right hand chopped the air as he spoke.
Let me get this straight. You're going to commit the next 50 years to someone you barely know and don't love just because you want permanent help on the farm?
That's not how it would be. When I reflect on what's most important to me, it's my family and this land. If I need to do this to keep the farm, or even to continue my parents' legacy, then I need someone who values those things too. I believe one of these women will be perfect.
I hear what you're saying, but give it some time. Even if this trust thing is real, your birthday isn't for another 9 months. You don't need to get married this summer. Date a little longer before deciding about marriage. Better yet, talk to your parents and see if there's a way out of this without marrying someone you don't love.
I shook my head. It's not just about that supposed trust. I'd already decided this was what I wanted to do before I even overheard that. Besides, you know what a romantic my mom is. She'll go full bore to find me a love match. She'd never sanction anything less. I have to make this decision on my own, and then I'll talk to them about it.
All right, but make sure the woman you choose knows you're not looking for a love match. Be upfront about your intentions, so nobody gets hurt.
I scrubbed my hand over my face and groaned. Yeah, I know. I'll be sure to tell them straight up during my next round of dates. I'm telling you, though, the women I've met so far seem to be on the same page. It's why they went on the site in the first place. I know this seems weird to you, Nash, but in my gut, it feels like this is the right thing. I picked up a bag of feed to fill the bin. Hey, I visited Tilly, and her card said something about settling down too.
I bet when she said settling down, she didn't mean settling.
Ouch. What do you have against online dating anyway?
Absolutely nothing. Just don't rush into something you'll both end up regretting for the rest of your life.
Nash picked up the second bag of feed and poured it into the adjacent bin.
Rowan, I know when you get something in your head, you don't let it go. If you're serious about this, just make sure she understands this is a business arrangement for you, and you have no interest in love or romance.
Yeah, all right. I see your point. We walked toward the gate to let the animals into the pen so they could eat. The goats wedged themselves together, pushing and shoving at the gate, some trying to climb over the top of the others to make their way to the food. A couple even stood on the backs of their friends until they were bumped off in the crowd. I laughed at the ones in the back, jumping up in the air to see what the fuss was about. What did you come over for anyway, Nash?
I was on my way home from a job site and wanted to see if I could talk you into grabbing a beer.
Not today. I've got a mama goat ready to give birth any moment. Our last of the season. In fact, I need to head over there now to check on how she's doing. Want to come watch?
Nah, hard pass on that one, but you have fun. Catch you later. Think about what I said.
I gave my chin a quick lift. Sure thing. Later, Nash. As I approached the barn, I heard the familiar bleating of the goats. Nothing out of the ordinary. I peeked my head in and saw Becky kneeling next to the mama goat, petting her head and talking to her in soothing tones. The sight stopped me in my tracks. There was something about watching a woman taking care of my beloved animals in such a loving way that caused my breath to catch. Becky's red hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but a few pieces had escaped and hung in front of her face. She pushed it aside with one hand, but it fell right back where it was before. Dirt and straw covered her plaid flannel shirt and jeans. I watched Becky and the mama goat for a few more minutes, and the longer I watched, I began to wonder if I crossed her off my list too soon. I took a couple more steps closer to the pen. Becky looked up at me and smiled. "How's Minnie holding up?"
She's doing pretty well. I called the vet and filled him in on what was happening. He wasn't concerned, but said to keep him updated and call him if we need any help.
I always worry about first-time moms and getting them through the birth safely. So much can happen, and Minnie is on the small side. Becky stroked Minnie's head, smoothing the fur around her face and ears.
You're doing just fine, aren't you, Minnie?
Minnie bleated and nudged Becky's hand for more affection. The soon-to-be mama started active labor a couple of hours later. Becky and I worked together to deliver the twins. At one point, one of the babes got stuck, and I had to help pull it out. Becky was holding on to Minnie and keeping her calm, while I gripped the legs with both hands and gave them a good yank. All of a sudden, the kid became unstuck and emerged in a whoosh of fluid, causing me to fall on my butt with the newborn kid in my lap. Becky and I laughed with relief. I tried to wipe the slimy wetness from my face with my shoulder, but it was futile. I was a mess. The second twin started to emerge, but the amniotic sac was still covering its head. I pulled the handy-dandy garden trowel out of the side pocket of my cargo pants and used it to carefully pop the sac so the babe could breathe. As soon as the babe was fully out, I brought it over to Minnie, and she began licking and cleaning it. A natural mama. Both babies seemed to be healthy. Helping to bring new life into the world was one of the most amazing experiences in my life, and one that never ceased to choke me up. Becky beamed, her eyes sparkling.
Good thing you had that garden trowel on you. I have to say, I've never seen anyone use that in a birth before. Why do you always carry that with you?
I shrugged and gave her an evasive answer. Comes in handy. There's always something I need to dig or scoop, pretty much every day. As Becky and I sat back and watched the new mama cleaning and nurturing her new babes, there appeared to be a new connection between us. Friendship, perhaps? I cleared my throat. Do you think you'll have a family? I mean, is that something you want in life?
Yeah, of course. I'd like to get married, raise a family. Witnessing a birth like this makes me think about that too. Now that I'm in my 30s, my clock is ticking, as my mom keeps reminding me.
My mom's been hinting about grandchildren for a while now. As the oldest, she expects me to provide those. And I have to admit, I've been thinking about settling down and starting a family. I don't want to be too old to play with my kids and watch them grow up. I want to have a family on this farm and raise my children like my parents did. Not to mention the ticking clock of the trust. Becky spoke in a soft voice.
That's what I want too. It would be lovely raising children on a farm like this. You must have had a wonderful childhood.
The corners of her mouth tipped downward, and she sucked on her lower lip. Her gaze slid over me with a look of longing on her face. I did. It's why I can't imagine ever leaving it. I want a life like my parents had. They're still so happy and in love. Not everyone gets that. I paused as images floated through my mind of my mom and dad planting and harvesting together, laughing and teasing each other, stealing kisses at every opportunity. My heart yearned for that same thing, but knew it wasn't in the cards for me. I leaned forward, my forearms resting on my knees, and glanced at Becky. She was the only person, other than Nash, who knew I was actively looking for someone. Even though we were just colleagues now, maybe she could give me her perspective. I took a deep breath. If I had to choose between love and a happy family life on this farm, I would choose the latter. How about you?
What do you mean?
Do you believe you could be happy spending your life with someone you didn't love if you could raise a family on a farm like this? She tilted her head, her brow furrowing as she pondered my question. There was something in her expression I couldn't read.
Ideally, I would like to have all those things: family, farm life, and love. But I understand we don't always get everything we want. I guess I could be happy with 2 out of the 3.
Have you had any luck in finding someone you like on the website? She shrugged, picked up a piece of straw, and began breaking it into pieces.
Maybe, but the verdict is still out.
It's hard, isn't it? I rested my forearms on my knees and folded my hands together. I shifted my gaze from my hands back to her. Becky, would you say we're friends now?
Yeah.
Are you doing anything tomorrow night? She shook her head.
No, I don't have any plans. Why?
This might be a little weird, and if it makes you uncomfortable, feel free to say no. Now that you know me a little better and know my family and the farm, I was wondering if you could help me narrow my choices for a partner. Maybe we could look through the profiles and talk about the ones I'm considering. Something flashed in her eyes, but I couldn't tell what it meant. I know we met through the site, I rushed to say, but since then we've been working together and have become friends. You even came to my rescue a couple of times when my dates ghosted me. I'm hoping you can help me out now too. What do you say? Her expression shifted, and she turned back to the straw in her hands, ripping it apart more aggressively. Then she turned to me with a sweet smile.
Sure, I'd love to help.
Is the Tipsy Trout Tavern okay?
Yeah, I love the tavern. I've been craving their bacon cheeseburger all week.
Great. I'll meet you there at 6. I stood and brushed the dirt off my pants. Becky did the same, and then looked over at Minnie.
Do you think she'll be okay, or should I stay with her?
I brought the goat a small bowl of feed and a bucket of water and set them near her head. This way she could eat and drink without needing to get up. Her kids had already latched on and appeared to be nursing just fine. They'll be all right. Thanks for your help tonight, Becky. We make a good team.
We do. Good night, Rowan. See you tomorrow.
After she left, I secured the gate on Minnie's pen and checked all the others to make sure all was well. I shut off the lights and headed home. I lived in the cabin my dad built for Hal, the old farmer who owned the place before us. He passed away when I was a little boy, and his one-room cabin had been empty until I moved into it 8 years ago. Dad asked me recently if I would prefer to have the farmhouse or build my own for my family. At the time, the question seemed silly. I didn't need anything more than this little cabin. But things were changing. Looking at the house where I grew up, I imagined my own children running around, laughing, teasing each other, getting into trouble. What I didn't see was the woman beside me. There was a time that had been crystal clear. Well-known heaviness and regret settled over me, and an ache returned to my chest. Apparently, my old emotions hadn't caught up with my new plan. Even though this might not be what I always dreamed of, it was the best option available.
Chapter 4. Elle. Taking another quick glance around my apartment to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything, I handed a key to my new tenant, Jessica. I boxed up most of my belongings and stacked them against one wall, almost to the ceiling. Straightening them up, I said a silent prayer that the precarious stack wouldn't fall over and crush my new tenant. With my luck, I'd be sued for negligence or unintentional homicide by mannequin. Jessica was happy to use my furniture. It was such a relief to not have to move everything into storage or pay rent when I wasn't living there.
Don't worry,
Jessica said with a smile as she pulled her suitcase through the door.
I'll take good care of your place. I appreciate you letting me move in so quickly.
I took one last look around to reassure myself I hadn't missed anything important before dragging my luggage to the door. This was perfect timing. I'm grateful you're here. You have my number. I left my contact info, instructions, and tips on the counter. Please text if you have questions or if anything comes up. A message popped up on my phone from my Uber driver. Oh, my ride's here. Gotta go. Thanks again, Jess, and good luck. The adrenaline of the past few days of preparations wore off as we weaved through city traffic. The city that had been my entire life for so many years faded into the distance, and my vision blurred with emotion. Still, The city had never really felt like home. If I was being completely honest, I wasn't sad about leaving New York. Not really. What choked me up was failing at and letting go of the dream I had worked so hard to achieve. My gut seized. I'd have to face everyone at home and see the disappointment in their eyes. My family and friends had all been so supportive and encouraging when I told them my pie-in-the-sky ideas all those years ago. What would they think now? Might as well tattoo a big letter L on my forehead. Loo-hoo-hoozer. Since moving here, I had only been back for brief visits on holidays, and often my mom and brother came to see me because I didn't get much time off. As I boarded my plane and it lifted into the air, the lurch in my stomach wasn't entirely from the sensation of flight. Thank goodness they no longer served meals on domestic flights. I wouldn't have been able to keep it down. I was able to sleep, though. All the stress and sleepless nights leading up to this were good for something. I woke with the bustle to deboard the plane, and as I trudged my way to the baggage claim, I heard my name screamed across the terminal.
Oh!
I couldn't see her through the swarm of people, but I knew exactly who called to me. Only my best friend would cause such a spectacle without a care about what others might think. It was one of the things I loved about her. She never held back and was 100% Gina all the time. Though we'd been best friends since grade school, our personalities couldn't be more different. Our love of pretty things and our mutual hatred of Susie Burkus, the local mean girl, brought us together. Susie teased me for my shabby used clothing and out-of-style hair. Gina stood up to Susie on my behalf and could beat anyone in a verbal sparring. Where Gina lived her life bold and boisterous, I was careful and tried to fit in without making waves. Gina always said whatever was on her mind without a filter. I followed the rules, and even though I was driven to succeed, I tried to do it with integrity and without ruffling too many feathers. Over the years, Gina's sassiness had worn off on me, and she'd adopted my need for a careful plan. Actually, she surpassed me in this area, but her need to control and organize fit well with my need to identify my next steps. We were quite a team. In high school, they dubbed us the Sass and Class Sisters. Gina was the closest thing I had to a sister, and I loved how our long, dark hair made people believe it was true. She looked more like me than my mom or my brother Evan did. Finally, Gina broke through the crowd, waving her arms over her head, and wrapped me in a big hug while jumping up and down.
I'm so happy you're here. Part of me wondered if you would change your mind, but I'm so glad you didn't. This is going to be great. We'll have so much fun together.
Gina squealed and chattered on and on as I watched for my luggage to come in on the conveyor belt as we walked to the parking lot and as I loaded my luggage into her car. As soon as I closed the door on her SUV, she turned in her seat to face me. I recognized that look and reached for the door handle.
Don't even think about it. Now that I have you contained in this space, talk to me. You've been evasive every time we've talked. Tell me what really happened in New York. I'm not starting this car until you spill.
All right, I'll talk, but can you drive at the same time? I don't want to sit in this parking ramp all day. It stinks in here, and I'm hungry.
Okay, but I'm warning you, if you don't hold up your end of the bargain, I'm pulling the car over until you do.
Knowing Gina, this wasn't an idle threat. I took a deep breath and prepared to let it all out. You know how, for the past 6 months, I've been creating designs for the new line coming out in the spring? I've been putting in 18-hour days to pull it all together. I really nailed it, too. Definitely my best work. This was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, my designs being featured in the upcoming line.
That's great, Elle. I always believed you could do it.
Yeah, well, I've told you what a slimeball my supervisor, Pierce, is, haven't I? Gina nodded, keeping her eyes on the road. I felt like he was just waiting for a chance to get rid of me since I threatened to report him. So I've been extra careful not to screw anything up, going above and beyond on every project. I told her about the coffee cart incident. I can't prove this, but I really think Pierce somehow tripped me and caused the whole horrific scene.
What a narcissistic nut job.
Gina squeezed my hand.
I'm so sorry that happened.
Since I'm pretty much blacklisted from the fashion industry, my options for staying in New York were pretty limited and bleak. But then again, I did see Pepperoni Pete's was looking for another mascot. The joke fell flat. Gina didn't laugh, and I wanted to cry. This just sucked the wind right out of me, Gina. I felt so defeated, still do. A tear trickled down my cheek, and I quickly wiped it with my hand. I guess I just needed to come home, lick my wounds, and figure out what I want to do.
It sucks how it happened, but I have to admit, I'm glad you're back. Maybe, as Tilly would say, things happen for a reason. You just might find exactly what you need right here.
She gave me a careful look.
Rowan's still single, you know, and has grown into quite the specimen of a man. Maybe he's been waiting for you to come back, too.
My heart sped up. Whenever my mind conjured images of our reunion, I shut them down. I hated to hope for the impossible, no matter how much I wanted it. Stop. Let's not go there. I'm not interested in a relationship. My life is a mess. The last thing I need is a man adding more drama to it.
Or it's just what you need to take your mind off everything else. A sexy distraction.
Gina waggled her eyebrows. No way. Even if I was interested, I'm sure he hates me. I've always regretted what I did to him, and the way things ended. Being in a small town like this, we're bound to run into each other, but I dread it. I sighed and dropped my head back against the seat, then turned my gaze out the window. I saw the pain in Rowan's eyes every time I closed my eyes, and it still tore my heart out. This is why I'm even more humiliated to come home as a failure, because now it seems I broke his heart for nothing. If I had at least been successful and accomplished something, maybe it would justify what I did.
It's been over a decade. You've both grown up since then. They say time heals all wounds, so perhaps now is the perfect opportunity to make amends.
Even though I'm over him, I still have no idea what I'd say if I saw him again.
Are you sure you're over him? You haven't had a serious relationship since Rowan.
I've been too busy. You know that. Thankfully, Gina let it go and continued to drive.
Hey, how about we stop at the tavern for a drink and some food before I take you home? I could use a stiff one after all this.
Yeah, my life story would drive anyone to drink, but that does sound pretty good. I hope it's not too busy on a Thursday evening.
It's early, so we should be fine. And we don't have to stay long. I'm sure you're tired.
Maybe a glass of wine will help me chill out and sleep better when I get to Mom's house. Good idea, Gina. I think this is exactly what I need. As much as I tried to psych myself up for a public appearance, my feelings didn't match my words. It seemed like I was about to face a firing squad. I looked over at Gina, ready to tell her I had changed my mind and wasn't feeling up to it. She was obviously trying to cheer me up, singing along to the radio, her head bopping side to side and her hands drumming on the steering wheel. She brought her fist in front of my mouth, trying to get me to sing along into the invisible mic like we used to. Pushing the mic away, I tried to hold on to my sulk, but instead, despite my crappy mood, I burst out laughing. Gina did too.
Phew, I'm glad that finally worked and got you out of your funk. Next level was tap dancing, and we both know I can't tap dance while driving. Not according to the cops, anyway.
She winked and elbowed me. I sure have missed you, Gina.
Of course you have.
She paused and held her hand near her ear.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
A bottle of Moscato calling our names,
she said in a sing-songy voice. You're such a goof. Her methods might be wacky, but I was starting to look forward to an evening out with Gina. We always had fun together, no matter what we were doing. The next song was slower and more introspective and sent my mind whirling again.
I can hear your wheels grinding from here. What are you thinking?
I sighed and leaned my head against the window. What am I going to tell people when they ask why I'm back after all this time? She tapped the steering wheel for a moment.
I know. Tell them you were recruited for a top-secret government fashion agent program, specializing in fashion espionage. Your mission required you to return to your hometown undercover as an unemployed designer.
But why would this secret agency send me to Moonlit Lake?
To rid the world of the fashion faux pas perpetuated by Susie Burkus and her ilk, of course.
Gina gave me a quick glance. Her face lit up, and her right hand moved with animated flair.
And to defeat these scoundrels of style, they gave you a pair of magic designer heels that transport you to where the most dangerous fashion criminals are located. And here you are.
We burst out laughing. Undercover fashion agent. I'll have to add that to my job search.
Always fighting to protect the world from hideous tackiness. My hero.
Gina pushed my shoulder playfully while keeping her eyes on the road. No? She was my hero. Once again, Gina's superpowers had completed their mission. I was smiling and laughing. Gosh, I'd missed her. Maybe I was looking at this all wrong. I was going out for dinner and drinks with my best friend. Yeah, I might have to deal with a few nosy gossips. Big deal. I could handle it. What's the worst that could happen?
Chapter 5. Rowan. So what do you think, Shanley? I've got a big decision to make. I had a folder with the printed profiles of the 3 women I was considering. After pulling the pictures from the folder, I fanned them out in front of my horse so she could see them. Which should I choose, old pal? Which one do you think you'd get along with? You know I'd never marry someone who didn't like you. Shanley looked at me with her wise old eyes, tipped her head, and snorted. I expected better of you, Shan. Even though you're a horse, you've never let me down. But I was hoping for a little help in making my choice, maybe a bit of encouragement. I brushed Shanley and patted her head. Hopefully, Becky will give a little more insight. I know, it's my decision, but I'm not so single-minded that I can't take in opinions from others. The horse nuzzled her head against me. Don't worry, old girl. No matter what happens, I'll still love you. You'll always be my favorite. You might have to learn to share me, though. I looked at my watch. Just enough time to shower and change before meeting Becky. I gotta go, Shan. Wish me luck. I took one last glimpse in the mirror before heading out the door. My hand brushed over my beard. To shave or not to shave? I liked how my scruff had grown into a close-cut beard, so I left it alone. I rubbed pomade through my hair to keep my almost shoulder-length curls from frizzing and to control them as much as possible. I probably should have gotten a haircut, but too late now. I smoothed down my blue button-down shirt and checked to make sure my black jeans were still clean. Okay, let's do this. I parked my car on the street next to the tavern. With my mind occupied and my eyes focused on my destination, I didn't even notice Tilly on the sidewalk until I almost knocked her over. I grasped her arm with one hand to keep her on her feet. Oh, Tilly, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? She laughed, her voice jingling and jolly.
I'm fine. Always a joy to run into you, Rowan.
She looked me up and down.
Ah, I see you're taking the card reading to heart. Here, you might need this.
She pulled a bunch of dried flowers from her basket and handed it to me. Why would I need some dried flowers? I'm just meeting a friend in the bar. She gave me a knowing look that reminded me to never doubt Tilly or her mystical ways.
Just remember what I said. Love is worth waiting for, worth fighting for. Without love, everything else falls apart.
She patted my arm.
Follow your heart, Rowan, and I'm sure you'll make the right decision.
Then she disappeared into the florist shop, leaving me standing there with my mouth agape. No idea how Tilly could so completely unsettle me with just a few words, but she did. Every time. Looking at the flowers in my hand, doubt crept in. Tilly was wrong this time. Love was not on the table, not in the least. I definitely didn't need that. I'd tried that once and still felt the sting from that mistake. Nope, never doing that again. Right. If I couldn't have love, I wanted someone who would be an agreeable companion and who shared similar values. All three of the women on my list fit that bill. I just had to choose one. I stowed the flowers in the side pocket of my cargo pants, right next to my trowel, and tapped the flap shut to keep it all secure. Then I opened the door to the tavern with my folder tucked under my arm. Becky stood next to the hostess stand waiting for me. She wore a yellow sundress with a flannel shirt as a jacket and brown cowboy boots. Her red hair was curled in locks that hung over her shoulder. She was an attractive woman, just not for me. After a quick scan of the place, I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't busy yet, and none of my family or friends were here. I didn't care if they saw me and Becky together. We were just friends. But I didn't want to have to explain the profiles I brought to show Becky. Not yet. The hostess led us to a table on the other side of the restaurant. We each ordered a beer and talked about the animals and things that happened on the farm that day. Our conversation usually flowed easily, but tonight it felt stilted. The waitress brought our drinks and took our meal orders. I took a long swig of my beer, relishing the tang of the hops and the cool liquid moving down my throat. My muscles relaxed a bit, and I took a deep breath. Becky was running her fingers over the condensation on her beer glass. I really appreciate you helping me with this, Becky. I'm so glad to have you as a friend and that you're willing to share your perspective with me. I cleared my throat and opened my folder. Is it okay if we start before our food arrives? Becky fidgeted, twirling the ring on her index finger. Suddenly, the ring flew off her finger and onto the floor. I hopped out of the booth and knelt down on the floor to look for her ring. Luckily, it was early, and the floor wasn't too disgusting yet. I felt around beneath our table and finally found it. Kneeling on one knee, I held the rogue jewelry out to her. Her eyes lit up.
Oh, Rowan, thank you so much for finding that for me. It was my grandma's. I don't know what I'd do if I lost it.
As I stood up, Becky launched herself at me, flinging her arms around my neck. I almost toppled over, and I had to hold on to her to keep us both from falling into the next table. When I had my bearings, I set her down and looked around, hoping nobody witnessed that display. It would undoubtedly get tongues wagging all around town. No one seemed to be paying any attention, except for one person, watching from across the bar. Our eyes met, my body froze, and a lead balloon dropped into my gut. My head buzzed. I felt woozy, and it had nothing to do with the beer I'd downed. This wasn't just a local patron at the bar, or even a friend or family member watching. She was an apparition from my past. My one and only love, Elle. I blinked my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Then she was gone. It must have been my imagination. I shook my head, returned to my chair, and turned my attention back to Becky and the profiles. But I couldn't focus. My stomach knotted up, and not out of hunger. I had finally decided to move on with my life, so of course my brain starts conjuring images of Elle. I'd blame it on the beer or the stress making me crazy. But then why did I feel like I'd been kicked in the chest by a horse?
Chapter 6. Elle? I rushed out the door, Gina calling my name. When I reached her car, I leaned against it with my hands grasping the top of the door, my head hanging down to catch my breath and stop the world from spinning. One hand hugged my stomach to keep from throwing up. Gina ran over and placed a hand on my back.
Are you all right? I stepped away to ask the hostess for a table, and when I turned back, you were bolting out the door. What happened?
I need to sit down, I gasped between breaths. Gina unlocked and opened the passenger door for me, and then walked around the car and got into the driver's seat. She patiently waited for me to stop hyperventilating long enough to get a word out. Rowan, I finally said.
I'm sorry. I should have thought your ex might be here, but...
He was proposing to someone else.
Oh, sweetie. I'm so sorry.
I figured after all this time he would have moved on. I expected that. But you said he was still single. A part of me hoped he'd be here waiting for me. Dreamed of it many times, in fact. I just never expected to witness it on my first night back. Tears streamed down my face. I tried to wipe them with my hand, but they just kept coming. Maybe this was a mistake coming back. What was I thinking? I can't stay here and watch Rowan with someone else.
I thought you said you were over him.
I wiped my face, pretending I didn't hear her because basically, I lied. It wasn't that I hadn't tried to get over him. I had. I'd gone on plenty of dates, but I never met another man who could measure up to the high bar Rowan had set. No one even came close. Holy stiletto. He looked even better now than he had when we were younger. A modern-day Jamie Fraser, minus the kilt. Even with the brief glimpse I got of him, it was obvious he'd built up muscle working on the farm. His curly red hair was longer, almost to his shoulders, and that beard, new and so sexy. What a fool I'd been to let him go. I took slow, deep breaths to gain control over my emotions, but as soon as I thought I was fine, a memory of Rowan popped into my head, and I started sobbing all over again. It was an ugly cry. You know, the kind with snorts in between each burst. Gina handed me a tissue, and I blew my nose, honking like a goose. A true friend. You know, Gina, the last time I spoke to Rowan, he was proposing to me. I grabbed another tissue and wiped the tears from my face. What are the odds that I would walk in right when he was on his knee in front of someone else? My life sucks. It should be me wearing his ring. I hated that woman, whoever she was. My hand squeezed into a fist, and I imagined running in there, ripping her hair out and dragging her away from my man. Who knew I had an inner cave woman? A violent, jealous inner cave woman with anger management issues. Gina reached over and patted me on the knee.
That was awful timing. If only I drove faster. I wonder what would have happened if we had arrived 5 minutes earlier.
I'd still have had to watch it happen, but at least I'd have had a drink to drown my sorrows with.
I tell you what, there's a bottle of wine and a carton of ice cream at my place. How about we grab those? We can commiserate like we used to.
Even though I really wanted to crawl into bed and not come out until, well, ever. I moaned and muttered, I wish you could erase my memory, knock me unconscious, and feed me to an ambush of hungry tigers, but I guess wine and ice cream will have to do.
That was weirdly specific. Good thing I'm fresh out of tigers. My house or your mom's?
Gina asked as she pulled out of the parking lot. As much as I'd like to see my mom, I don't want to walk in and start bawling, and I'm not ready to tell her all about it yet. I'll text her that you convinced me to spend the night, and I'll see her in the morning. Hopefully she'll be satisfied with that. My stomach growled like a wild beast. Maybe we should get some real food before we start drinking wine. Can we order some takeout?
I hate to break it to you, but there aren't a whole lot of takeout options in this town, especially since we don't want to go back to the tavern. Would pizza be okay?
I laughed. After living in New York so long, I had forgotten what a luxury it was to have every kind of food delivered to your doorstep 24/7. I wasn't in New York anymore. To be honest, I don't even feel like eating, but my stomach disagrees. Whatever you get will be fine. I leaned my head against the side window and groaned. If I don't make it through this, Gina, I'll leave you my clothes and shoes.
Well, it's a good thing I love you so much, or I'd off you for your closet alone.
I snorted through my tears, never more grateful for my best friend. Her superpowers had better be fully charged. I definitely need them to get me through the night.
Chapter 7. Rowan. My mind was still reeling after a fitful night's sleep. Seeing Elle in the bar last night had to have been a trick of my subconscious or imagination. She wouldn't have shown up after 14 years, and especially not the moment I decided to move on. No, that wasn't Elle. It couldn't have been. I shook my head and reminded myself of what was real and true. I had 3 women who were interested and ready to settle down. All I had to do was pick one. This was my future. Ella was my past. Time to move on. The animals were outside in the pasture, so I brought the wheelbarrow into the barn and grabbed a pitchfork. Nothing like cleaning a barn to help work through a problem. The vision of my lost love last night completely threw me. Becky had noticed my distraction and disconnect and had called me out on it. I had worked hard to reassure her I was only keeping an eye out for Nash or my siblings, but she hadn't seemed to buy it. We looked at the profiles I'd brought, with photos of Emily, Carla, and Genevieve. But I couldn't focus enough to tell her my thoughts or answer her questions about them. She probably thought I'd changed my mind about this whole plan. But that wasn't it. My decision to choose a partner, someone I could work with on the farm and raise a family, hadn't changed. But the illusion of Elle on the other side of the bar might have thrown me for a moment. It was a shock. Nothing else. Elle made her choice and rejected me years ago. Now, I'd made mine. The physical exertion felt good, but it did nothing for the torrent of emotions running through me or the thoughts cycling through my mind. Besides that, my head still ached, and the tightness in my chest and gut remained. I sighed loudly and leaned against the wall, knocking my head back repeatedly.
If you're trying to knock some sense into that head of yours, it's going to take a lot more than that.
My dad's voice jarred me back to the present. Hey, Dad. I scooped another pitchfork full of fresh straw and tossed it onto the newly cleaned floor, hoping he would get the hint and leave me alone.
What's going on, Rowan? You look like crap and you missed our meeting. We were supposed to talk about our summer marketing plan.
Oh, sorry, I got busy in here and forgot all about it. Can we do it after lunch?
Of course, but first tell me what's going on. Did something happen?
I leaned the pitchfork against the wall, sat on a bale of straw, and sighed. It was no use lying to him or trying to dissuade him. My dad wouldn't give up that easily. All right. I've decided it's time for me to settle down and get married. I want a family on this farm like you and Mom. A few months ago, I found a website that specializes in finding matches for farmers. I've been going on lots of dates, and I think I have it narrowed down to 3 solid choices. Last night, I was at the bar to talk to Becky about them. Dad's mouth dropped open.
Becky, our farmhand, is she one of your choices?
No, I just needed someone to bounce ideas off of. I wanted to get her honest opinion of my finalists. God, I sound like a dating show. Becky and I actually met on the site and had one date before you hired her. It didn't click for us, so we decided it was best to just be friends. His face twisted, and his head cocked to the side as he tried to puzzle it out.
Why didn't you tell me? And how did we not know that you were going on all these dates?
I didn't want anyone to know until I'd made a decision. Didn't want to be swayed by everyone else's opinions. I arranged for all of the dates to take place in neighboring towns to keep the gossips off the scent. Guess it worked.
Okay, I can understand that. You said you have it narrowed down to 3. Do you love any of them?
My hackles rose and my jaw clenched. I was about to argue with him when he raised a hand to calm me down.
Hold on. I'm not judging you. I'm just trying to understand. Tell me what
you're thinking. I want someone who would be happy here on the farm and would be a good partner for me in not only working the farm, but raising a family. Someone who wouldn't leave me to pursue big city dreams. Dad pushed a bale closer to mine and sat on it.
But you said you wanted what your mom and I have, and what we have is love. Pure and simple. I'll admit we've had an amazing life here, and I wouldn't change a thing. If I'm being completely honest, when I bought this farm, part of the reason was because I wanted what Hal and Lola had. They were together for over 50 years here, so I assumed this farm was the key. It took almost losing your mom for me to figure out the truth. I would have gone anywhere for Honey because I loved her more than anything, and I still do. It had nothing to do with this farm. What made our life here so amazing was the strong connection and love we share.
Not everyone can have what you two have. My shoulders slumped, and I propped my elbows on my knees, rested my face in my hands. Besides, I heard about the trust, so I know the clock is ticking. I figured I might as well just do it.
What are you talking about? What trust?
I overheard Mom telling Tilly that I needed to get married before I'm 35 or give up the farm.
Well, I don't know what you heard, but that's not true. You should know I wouldn't do that to you. Don't you remember how my parents cut me off when I chose this life? I swore I'd never try to manipulate my kids' lives like that.
He sat back and looked at me.
So you took what you heard and went ahead and
Decided to find your own marriage of convenience? Dad shook his head and exhaled loudly.
I can see why that would have you all twisted up.
Committing
To a life without love out of a misunderstanding. Rowan, that's like choosing a dog because it's most popular with the fleas.
Dad,
Buying a brown cow because you like chocolate milk.
Dad,
Or hiring a farm manager based on their ability to manage a thriving colony of garden gnomes.
The absurdity of his statement slapped me in the face. I get your point, Dad, but that's not exactly how it is. I've actually been on this path for months, and thinking about it even longer. What I overheard just prodded me to take the next step, to actually choose my person and get married. I leaned my elbows on my knees and held my head in my hands, as if my hands could keep it from exploding. Before Dad could say anything else, I continued my story. Making that decision isn't actually the problem. My hands slid into my hair, and I groaned. I was at the bar with Becky last night, and I think I saw Elle. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the look on Elle's face. I stood and paced the barn floor. My dad's eyes widened, and his brows elevated.
What? Elle is back? Well, that's a direct hit to the breadbasket, no doubt about it.
His face softened with understanding as he studied me.
Let me get this straight. You impulsively proposed to Becky because of misunderstanding, only to find your first love is back in town.
That's pretty much it. But maybe she's not in town. Makes sense, I would imagine her at that time. She was the last person I proposed to. And now I'm thinking of doing it again.
You're not engaged yet and don't have any commitment with those 3 women. Do you?
No. But after all these years, I've finally moved on. Or I thought I had. I leaned back against the wall, looked up at the ceiling, and groaned. I just don't know what to think or feel anymore.
Maybe you need to talk to Elle. Clear the air so you can move on without the old baggage weighing you down.
I don't even know if she's really here or if it was just my imagination.
This is a small town. If she's here, everyone will be talking about it.
You got a point there.
Let me ask you this. What is it about Elle that you've never been able to get over?
Dad paused for a moment, his eyes soft with concern. I could still feel what it had been like when we were together. She was the one person I could be myself around, even more so than Nash. I could relax with her. But she also brought out the best in me. It wasn't until after she left that I realized how much I'd taken her for granted. Like the sun rising every day, you don't think about it. You just know it will be there. When she left, she took the light with her. All this time, I'd been fumbling in the dark.
You don't have to answer now, but think about it. Find out if Elle is really here, and if she is, talk to her.
Fine. But just to be clear, if she is here, and if I do talk to her, it's only to get closure. I still think picking a woman from the dating site is the right thing to do. It's time for me to move on with my life, and it might as well be with Becky. I have no interest in anything more with Elle. Been there, done that, got the scars to prove it.
Are you trying to convince me or yourself?
Dad patted me on the shoulder and left the barn. There's no way I would ever go back to Elle. A memory rushed in of the last time we were together, of her shoving the ring box back in my hand, shaking her head, and apologizing before running off. My heart had shattered into 1,000,000 pieces that day and never recovered. I rubbed my chest, attempting to soothe the familiar pang. You'd think after all these years, I would be numb to it. Nope. No matter how much I had once loved Elle, I would never trust her with my heart again. This was definitely the safer choice, and one I could build a life on. Satisfied with my decision, I carted the wheelbarrow out back to dump it. As I heaved the manure-covered straw onto the compost pile, I wished I could dump all the crap from my past along with it.
Chapter 8. Elle.
Well, well, Miss Eleanor Albright. I'm glad you finally decided to grace me with your presence.
Mom stood at the sink washing strawberries for her breakfast. Her mouth opened to say something else when she turned and looked at me.
Oh my gosh, Elle. What happened? You look like you've been on a week-long bender. You haven't. Have you?
No, just last night. I'm sorry I didn't come home like I planned, but I really needed some girlfriend time with Gina. She poured a cup of coffee and slid it across the counter to me.
You look like you could use some of this.
Desperately. Thanks. I carried the cup to the table, sat down, and took a sip. The comforting warmth slid down my throat, and I relaxed into the chair with a sigh.
I'm making myself a yogurt parfait. Would you like one? With fresh strawberries and granola?
Sure, that looks delicious. Mom prepared breakfast, then joined me at the table.
All right, lay it on me. I want to hear what has you looking like death warmed over. Is this about your job? I'm sure that was gut-wrenching, but I believe in time you'll discover that was the best thing that could have happened to you. Maybe this was the push you needed to come home now. Something even better could be waiting for you right here. Wouldn't that be something?
Now you sound like Tilly.
Then you should listen. Tilly's rarely wrong.
Mom stirred her yogurt and studied me.
So tell me what else is bothering you.
I sighed heavily. After Gina picked me up from the airport, we stopped at the tavern for some food and a glass of wine. We had just walked in and were waiting for a table when I looked across the bar, and there was Rowan on his knee, proposing to another woman. She must have accepted because she squealed and flung herself into his arms with a big smile. He lifted her up in a big hug and looked happy until he saw me. I felt like I had been hit by a truck. The walls were closing in on me. I couldn't breathe and had to get out of there. My hands trembled as I picked up my cup to take a sip of my coffee. Gina completed her best friend duties and plied me with wine and ice cream, but I was a hot mess.
Rowan's engaged? Sweetie, I'm so sorry.
Mom reached across the table and patted my hand.
I'm glad Gina was there for you, but you could have come home. I would have helped too.
I know, Mom. You've always been there for me. But last night I needed Gina to distract me. She's good at that.
So, now that you made it through the shock, and your emotions have settled a bit, what do you think of it all?
I braced my elbows on the table and dropped my face into my hands. I slowly shook my head and moaned. Oh, I don't know. I truly believed I was over Rowan. It's been almost a decade and a half. But seeing him with someone else was a serious kick in the gut. All those old feelings came right back, like I'd never left.
Maybe you never really stopped loving him. You just had enough distractions in New York to tuck it away and not think about it.
I shrugged, but deep down, I knew she was right. The pain of leaving him had been debilitating until I'd become busy enough to numb it out. Maybe that's why I had worked 80-hour weeks. What do I do now? He's engaged to someone else.
You haven't talked to him since you left, right?
I slowly shook my head.
Then it's about time you do. Be open and honest about why you left and how you feel now. If nothing else, it will give you both closure to move on with your lives.
The idea of facing him, talking to him. I'd rather attend Paris Fashion Week wearing nothing but a chicken suit. No, that's not true. If I'm being perfectly honest, I longed to see Rowan as much as I dreaded it. I'm not sure I'm strong enough, Mom. I stirred the fruit into the parfait over and over again, as if on autopilot. This is why I stayed away so long. I knew if I came home I'd have to face him.
We all need to grow up sometime. It sucks to be an adult, doesn't it?
Mom carried her dishes to the sink.
Even though this isn't easy for you, I'm glad you're home. I've missed you something terrible. I really hope you're back to stay. Any idea what you might do, job-wise?
No clue. Moonlit Lake isn't exactly the fashion capital of the world. Maybe I'll see if Tilly needs some part-time help while I'm figuring it out.
I'm sure she'd be tickled to have you back. She always asks about you whenever I talk to her.
Stretching my arms over my head, I said, I need to move a little and get some fresh air. I'll go for a little walk to clear my head before I visit Tilly.
Speaking of fresh, you might want to take a shower.
She waved a hand in front of her face, then laughed.
I'm just teasing, but a nice hot shower might help wash your troubles away.
If only. I groaned. Mom looked at the clock.
I work at the salon this afternoon, but I'll be home for supper. You have your key, don't you? You can come and go as you please. This is still your home.
She came over and gave me a hug.
I'm so happy you're back. I love you, my Elle girl.
I love you too, Mom. I put my dishes in the dishwasher and brought my suitcase up to my old room. It was like stepping into a time capsule. Nothing had changed since the day I left, other than some cleaning. There were fresh vacuum tracks on the carpet, and the shelves and knickknacks were clear of dust. Apparently, Mom cleaned the room to prepare for my return. A rush of warmth filled me, along with the pang of regret. Why had I stayed away so long? One word, Rowan. It might have been his good looks and charm that first attracted me, but his loyalty and dedication to those he loved were what really won me over. I'd never imagined feeling so safe and so completely loved and cherished as I did with Rowan. He saw me for who I was, and he listened to every word I said with genuine interest and understanding. After all this time, he was still the first one I thought of calling when something good or bad happened. Longing to hear the soothing sound of his voice, or the rumble of his laughter. Too bad I didn't appreciate what I had before it was gone. After a long, steamy shower and a slow, relaxing morning, I put my tennis shoes on, grabbed my jacket and purse, and headed out the door. The walking path by my house wound through the woods before reaching Moonlit Lake. The downtown area was right off the lake. My sunglasses shielded my eyes from the bright sunshine, while the brisk breeze brought goosebumps to my arms. Spring was in the air, and being outside helped to elevate my mood and clear my head. Okay, Elle, you have two choices. You can stay here and face Rowan, or you can move somewhere else and never have to see him again. Okay, I'll take door number 2. But where would I go? Siberia? No, too cold. The Sahara? Too hot and sandy. And neither place would accommodate my love of cute shoes. Besides, I knew there was no place on earth I could go and not have my wounded heart dragging behind me like toilet paper stuck to the bottom of my shoe. My heart ached at the thought of never seeing him again, but my gut wrenched at the thought of watching him marry someone else. If only I had come home sooner, before he got engaged. What difference does that make? It's not like he's been yours all this time. Of course he moved on. You rejected and then abandoned him. Did you think he was sitting here pining for you all these years? Hot tears streaked down my cheeks, stinging in the biting wind. He probably hated me. I couldn't blame him for that. Heck, I hated me for what I did to him too. If he saw me, he might yell and throw steaming goat pies at me. Say he never wanted to see my face again. I deserved that. At least if he yells at you, you know he feels something, even if it's anger. Worse would be if he didn't care at all. True. But if I didn't talk to him and tell him what's in my heart, he'd marry someone else, and I'd spend the rest of my life regretting what I didn't say. And what if he felt the same way? What if he still longed for what might have been, just as I did? If he did, I'd be saving him from making a big mistake and giving us a chance to see if anything remained for us to build on. Hope swelled within me like the unveiling of a long-anticipated designer collection. It was possible we'd both changed and didn't like each other at all. You won't know unless you try. Okay. I'd go talk to him. I just hoped my heart could handle whatever happened when I did.
Chapter 9. Rowan. Son of a... My wrench slipped, and my knuckles scraped on the old tractor engine I was repairing. It wasn't anything that urgently needed to be done. but I hoped this mechanical problem would distract me from stressing about Elle. I was wrong. Not only was I still conflicted and twisted up about it, but I couldn't focus long enough to even use the tools effectively. I groaned and tossed the wrench across the shed.
Hey, watch it, you almost hit me.
Nash stood in the barn door, our buddy Caleb beside him. What are you guys doing here? Caleb put his hands out, and his mouth opened in feigned astonishment.
What kind of welcome is that?
He put his hands on his hips and looked over at Nash.
I'm not feeling the love. Are you, Nash?
Nash, more serious than the wisecracker Caleb, slowly shook his head. He leaned against the doorframe of the shed, crossing his arms. Caleb put his fists on his hips.
And why'd you have to wait for my one night off to get engaged in my bar? I had to hear about it from Lainey, who heard it from Sally, who heard it from... Oh, I don't even remember. I told Lainey she was crazy. There's no way my buddy would get engaged without telling me.
What are you talking about? I didn't get engaged. I turned to face them and wiped my hands on a towel. Caleb pulled out his phone.
Then Lainey showed me pics on social media of you down on one knee. See?
He held his phone out for me to see.
What gives, man?
I groaned and handed the phone back to him. Becky dropped her ring and it rolled onto the floor. I got down to look for it. That's it. You should know better than to believe the town gossip.
Most of the time, there's some truth to it. I'm a bartender. I'm usually the first to hear anything, whether I want to hear it or not. It bothered me that I was the last to hear this.
Apparently, not the last. That'd be me, the supposed groom. I huffed and looked over at my friends. Did you guys just come here to harass me? 'Cause I've got a lot of work to do. Nash stepped forward.
Come on, Rowan, don't be like this. We didn't come here to fight. Talk to us. I heard Elle showed up. How you doing with that?
I froze. She's here? She's really here? You saw her?
No, but Jonesy down at the hardware store was talking about seeing her when I got my coffee this morning, and Jonesy's not a gossip. She's really here, man.
Barely able to move, I groaned and began to pace. I hadn't imagined her then. After a moment, Nash asked in a soft tone,
What are you gonna do?
I stopped pacing and gripped the edge of the workbench with both hands, my head hanging in frustration. Nothing. I made a commitment to Becky, and I'm gonna stick with it, especially when there's nothing between Elle and me but bad blood and old history. She wrecked me once. I'm not going to let that happen again. Nash tilted his head and studied me.
Are you sure about that? If you felt nothing for Elle, you wouldn't be in such a state right now. If you can't be honest with us, at least be honest with yourself. Don't marry someone else if you're still hung up on Elle. It wouldn't be fair to any of you.
Believe me, marriage is hard enough, even when both people are equally in love and invested in making it work. Lainey and I are crazy about each other and have been together most of our lives. But I'm sure she's tempted to strangle me at least once a day.
Nash snorted.
Can you blame her?
Caleb elbowed him and then turned back to me.
If one of you is only in it halfway from the beginning, you're doomed.
You know I don't do anything halfway. If I do this, I'm all in. The words seemed to shrivel on my tongue as I spoke them. While this was normally the way I lived my life, in this case, it wasn't true. How can I be all in if I don't love her, even a little? Nash quickly lifted a finger to keep the point from slipping away.
You said if, so you are having doubts. I knew you weren't as certain as you want us to believe.
Leave it to Nash to call me out. I groaned and tossed my hands in the air. Fine, I admit it. Seeing Elle stirred up a hornet's nest in me. I don't know what to think or feel anymore. I'm so angry at myself for still being affected by her. This should be exciting, deciding to move on with my life and get married, but I'm just a mess. I'm just glad I didn't bring any of my dates into town. Wouldn't want to give people more to gossip about. Caleb nodded and shook his head at the same time.
You know how the people in this town are. This is the hottest news since the mayor ran off with his secretary's daughter, and a big chunk of the town's money. But that's beside the point.
He waved away the tangential thoughts.
You can't stay hidden on this farm forever. What's your plan?
I stuffed my hands in my pockets and sighed. I have no idea. It would be nice if people gave me a little space and time to figure things out before descending upon me like locusts. Caleb cuffed me on the shoulder.
Well, good luck with that.
Nash cleared his throat.
There's one other thing to consider. I know how much you value family. I know you're not looking for love, but you do want children to keep the family legacy going, right? What if you pick one of these women and there's no chemistry? How are you going to, do that for the rest of your life?
I didn't want to admit it, but that had been on my mind as well. I shrugged. Before I make my decision, we will have at least kissed, so I will know if there's any chemistry or not. You can tell a lot from a kiss, and all three of these women are attractive. It'll be fine.
I sure wouldn't want just fine for the rest of my life.
Nash looked over at Caleb and smirked.
But maybe that's all Rowan's capable of anyway.
Caleb snickered, nudging Nash with his elbow.
Yeah, I think I did see something scrawled in the women's bathroom at the bar. For an okay time, call Rowan.
I tossed my dirty rag at Caleb, who caught it and threw it right back in my face. Nash stepped toward the door to leave.
You want to go out for a beer later? I'm betting you'll need a drink by the end of the day.
Not wanting to be left out, Caleb suggested,
Hey, I'll be working, so come keep me company at the bar.
I shook my head and picked up the wrench I'd thrown earlier. I'm not sure. It's Friday night. Everyone and their mother will be there. It might be safer to stay in and drown my sorrows. Unwilling to let me off the hook, Nash declared,
Then I'll come over and join you once I'm done with work. I'll even bring the beer.
Better get back to work then. I'll see you guys later. I walked back to the tractor and began putting my tools away. Caleb slapped the doorframe as he was leaving.
Hang in there, man. You'll figure it out.
Since the mechanical work wasn't an effective distraction, I saddled Shanley to go inspect the fences. I needed the fresh air and movement to help me sort through my jumbled thoughts. Why did everyone have to give me such a hard time? They just didn't understand. I was doing what I felt was right, for me and for the farm. So why did it feel like I was milking a bull? By the time I finished my rounds and brought Shanley to her stall, it was lunchtime. I walked into Mom's kitchen to find almost my entire family gathered. What's going on? Did someone die?
We were wondering if maybe you died and someone took over your body. What in the world were you thinking?
Raven, my most outspoken sister and closest sibling in age to me, was never afraid to speak her mind. Guess this meant the news was already around town.
Come sit down, Rowan. I made a big pot of chili and cornbread for lunch. I know how you love that.
Mom dished me up a steaming bowl of chili and handed it to me.
We all love you and want to understand your side.
My youngest brother, Jasper's light brown eyes always brimmed with mischief, matching his jocular grin.
All these years of Rowan never having a girlfriend, and now he has two women fighting over him.
That's not how it is, and you know it. My tone was harsher than it needed to be, but I wasn't in the mood for his nonsense. Not heeding my cue, Jasper continued.
I can't wait for the two of them to meet. It's going to be a cat fight for sure. But maybe it's not a cat fight if it involves a goat girl.
I threw a cornbread muffin at Jasper's head. It bounced off his forehead before he caught it. Grow up, Jas.
All right, that's enough.
Dad slapped a hand firmly on the table, and we all quieted. This had been his signal since we were small, making it clear to us he had something important to say.
Rowan, we all want to support you, but we need to know your stance so we can have your back.
Raven reached for a muffin from the basket in the middle of the table.
Even if we think he's out of his gourd?
Dad's voice was even and diplomatic.
Yes, even then. Rowan's old enough to make his own decisions about his life. It's not our job to judge or criticize his choices. So, Rowan, tell us how it is.
Jasper jumped in before I could stop him.
I know what happened. Becky entranced Rowan and got him to propose. And everyone knows the goat whisperer's powers only work on goats, so Rowan is secretly part goat.
Jasper,
Mom warned. Jasper didn't say another word, but his menacing grin remained. I took a deep breath and looked around the table at my family. The only ones missing were the twins, Storm and Sky, who both had jobs in the city. Raven lived in town with her friend Cassidy, and my youngest sister Junie still lived at home, so I wasn't surprised to see them here. Jasper's appearance was unexpected. He lived in Minneapolis and didn't get home all that often lately. He must have business in the area. Unfortunately, I'm not engaged. That's all a misunderstanding. I explained what happened and how people jumped to conclusions, like always. But I might as well tell you, I have been considering settling down. I want to have a family on this farm like Mom and Dad did. So several months ago, I signed up for a dating website for farmers. I've gone on loads of dates and have narrowed it down to 3 lovely women who I think would fit in well here and will make good farm wives. I'm hoping to make my choice soon. Jasper raised his hand.
Hold up. Do you mean the one that goes, "You don't have to be lonely, with farm folks only"? He sang in a country twang. And city folk just don't get it. Is that the site you used?
Yeah. Why? He slapped his knee and burst out laughing, hysterically. When he caught his breath, he admitted,
Bro, I signed you up for that site about 6 months ago. As a joke.
Well, joke's on you. I've met some really great people through that site, possibly even my future wife. My youngest sibling, Junie, spoke in her soft, gentle voice.
But what about love?
I wasn't sure how to respond, so I just shrugged. I made a list of everything I'm looking for in a partner. I reached for another muffin. Love wasn't on the list, but who knows what can happen down the road. Of course, Raven had to challenge my answer, as she always did.
Even though the love of your life is back?
Elle and I were over a long time ago. Besides, I'm sure we've both changed after all this time. We probably have nothing in common anymore, and I doubt she'll be sticking around anyway. This small town was never enough for her. I was never enough for her. This is the right thing for me to do. I hope you'll all back me up on this. I'll have enough drama to deal with from the gossips in town. I don't need it from you guys, too.
Don't worry, Rowan. We always stick up for you, even when you're an idiot.
Being only 2 years apart, Raven and I clashed often, but we were still close. Hey, I said, my spoon pausing halfway to my mouth. Raven smirked matter-of-factly.
It's my job as your sister to tell you exactly what I think, especially when you're being stupid. You know I never hold back or sugarcoat it for you. But I promise, if anyone dares to say anything remotely disparaging about you, I'll lay them flat. You better believe I will.
I chuckled, knowing my feisty little sister with her combat boots could take on anyone in this town and come out on top. Thanks, Rave. Junie held a finger up and twirled it in a reverse motion.
Back up a minute. If you want what Mom and Dad have, don't you need to be in love for that? Look at them. They still can't keep their hands off each other.
We all looked over at our parents. Dad had his arm around Mom's shoulders. She leaned against him and had her hand on his thigh. He kissed the top of her head.
Do you really believe you'll have that with one of these random women from a dating site?
I wanted to shrug off her question, but the ache in my chest flared up again, and I couldn't take it anymore. Why does everyone have to keep harping on that? So we won't be just like Mom and Dad. So what? My outburst shut everyone up. I dug into my bowl of chili with feigned gusto. This is delicious, Mom. You've outdone yourself again. Mom smiled, recognizing my diversion tactic. Thankfully, my family settled into its usual banter as we ate, and I could enjoy the meal in peace. Even though they annoyed me with their opinions and meddling, it came from a place of love and concern. Jasper took his dishes to the sink, gave Mom a kiss on the cheek, and thanked her for lunch.
This was great, but I need to head out. I have a meeting to get to.
He put a hand on my shoulder and looked at me all serious-like.
Call me if you need anything, bro, like maybe a hotline for impulsive decision-making, or a rewind button for your life.
I pushed his hand away. Ah, get out of here. Jasper chuckled and left. Even though he was an annoying goofball, I knew he had my back. They all did. One by one, the room cleared as everyone returned to their work. Raven smacked me upside the head on her way out.
Idiot.
Gee, thanks, sis. Raven was good friends with Elle, so her reaction didn't surprise me. She gave me a lopsided smile and ran off. When I got up from the table, Mom wrapped me up in a tight hug. She looked up and her eyes appeared wet.
I'm sorry, Rowan. I feel like this is all my fault. Your father told me you overheard me and Tilly. I told her I was worried about you. She agreed that you needed a wife. Then I joked with her about how if this were a movie, we would have put the farm in a trust to push you to move on and marry before your next birthday. But, sweetie, your father and I would never have done such a thing to you.
It's not your fault, Mom. I shouldn't have been eavesdropping, and I should have said something. But like I said, I'd been thinking about settling down for several months. Overhearing you and Tilly just gave me the nudge I needed to get off my butt and do something about it. I was just telling Nash this. I've been in a holding pattern for too long. It's time for me to get on with my life. Mom wiped her eyes with a tissue.
If I hadn't put so much pressure on you to settle down and give me grandbabies, maybe you wouldn't have given up on love.
No, Mom. I gave up on love a long time ago. It had nothing to do with you. Mom studied me for a moment before picking up dishes to take to the kitchen.
I know exactly what made you give up, but I don't think it's as cut and dried as you want to believe.
I held a hand up. Hold it right there. I know what you're thinking, but please, let it go. There is no future for me and Elle. That ship sailed a long time ago. Mom gave me a side glance and a wink.
Maybe the ship has finally returned to port where it belongs.
Can't you just be happy for me that I'm taking this next step? You've been wanting me to date and get married. I'm finally moving in that direction.
I'd be happy for you if I believed you were happy about it. But this seems more like a business transaction or merger.
Because that's exactly what it would be.
And please, be careful with the hearts of these women. You are an easy man to love. Keeping love out of the relationship might not be as simple as you think.
I will. I kissed her on the cheek. Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I'm a big boy now. I know what I'm doing.
The hardest part of parenting is letting your children make their own mistakes and learn their own lessons, especially when you can see how much it's going to hurt them down the road.
She rubbed my upper arm, and her brows wrinkled with concern.
Just understand that I'm here for you and love you no matter what.
I covered her hand with my own. I know, Mom. On my way back out to the barn, my phone rang. It was my brother, Storm. Hey, Storm. You missed the family intervention. Our middle brother, Storm, was a lawyer and worked crazy hours, so we didn't get to see him as much as we'd like.
Yeah, sorry. My day is booked solid. I couldn't get away. But I wanted to call quick and get your take. Are you really engaged?
Nah, that was a misunderstanding. Can't trust the rumor mill, but I am heading in that direction. I relayed what I told the rest of the family of my plans. He sighed into the phone.
Okay, I trust you know what you're doing. But if you want me to vet any of your candidates, let me know. I can easily run a background check or whatever. Just say the word.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
I also wanted to make sure you didn't do anything without a prenup. Even if you're not to that point yet, whoever you marry will need to sign it. Don't fight me on this. You need to protect the family and the farm.
There was no use in arguing with Storm when he was in lawyer mode. Plus, he was right. I was doing this for the family and the farm, so it only made sense to do whatever I could to protect them. Fine.
I'll draw it up and bring it by this weekend.
Sounds good. I'll be here.
I've got to run. See you soon, and Rowan?
Yeah? Good luck. I chuckled, appreciating hearing someone supporting me on this big decision. Thanks, Storm. Before I put my phone away, I figured I'd better check in with Becky. I stood there staring at the blinking cursor, trying to figure out what to say. I texted, "Hey Becky, how's it going?" Becky, "Great. Is this my supposed fiancé?" Me. I guess I don't need to ask if you've heard the rumors about us. Sorry about that. I'll be sure to set them straight. Becky. No worries. It's really not a big deal. I actually find it amusing and don't mind at all if they think we're together. Me. Well, it won't help me find a real fiancé. Becky. You never know. Some women are more attracted to what they think they can't have. It could help your cause. Me. I doubt that. Becky. We sure have given the town something to talk about. Me. Once I set them straight, I'm sure it'll die down. I hope. Becky. Hey, if you want to get together to talk more about your choices and maybe even plan your dates, I'm happy to help. And once you decide, I'd love to help you pick out a ring. I have great taste. Ring shopping. My gut clenched. Me. Thanks. But I think I need to go on a few more dates first before I think about rings. Becky. Okay. Hey, I might stop by later to check on Minnie and her little ones. Me. They seem to be doing well, but feel free to come see for yourself. Becky. Great. Maybe I'll see you later. Me. Smiley face emoji. I tucked my phone into my pocket and plodded out to the horse barn. Ring shopping. Ugh. What was I getting myself into? My mind flashed to the last time I'd bought a ring. I had been obsessing about it and planning it for months, but going into the store and actually purchasing the ring had been more difficult than I'd expected. Butterflies had stirred in my stomach and my heart had raced. I had agonized over the selection for the longest time, trying to imagine which one my classy girl would want to wear for the rest of her life. Thankfully, the clerk had pity on me and narrowed it down to what I could afford. But then, none of them seemed good enough for Elle. I shook the memory from my mind. That was a different time, a different life. This time it would be practical. Maybe we'd even choose it together. Whoever I married, no pressure, no stress. But instead of feeling excited, a heaviness weighed on me, like carrying a tractor on my back, and I couldn't seem to shake it off.
Chapter 10. Elle. Energized after a long walk, but still no idea what to do with my life, I decided a hot cup of coffee might help. The Bean Happy coffee shop buzzed with activity, but conversations seemed to stop when I walked by, and all eyes seemed to follow me. I checked myself to make sure my skirt wasn't tucked into my underwear. Why were they all staring at me? The line to order seemed to crawl at a snail's pace, or maybe my urge to get out of there made it seem so. I had expected it to be awkward returning after all these years. I knew people would talk about me, but I never imagined it would be like this. Insufferable gossip Rosie Wilson, or Nosy Rosie as we all called her, approached me before I reached the register.
Elle, it's so good to see you again. I'm so sorry to hear what happened at the bar last night. What a terrible welcome home that must have been. How are you doing?
She moved in close, wrapping her fingers around my upper arm as if we were best friends in confidence. Her head tilted toward me, and her brows elevated, anticipating the scoop on this story. The pity in her eyes was at odds with her interest in the details.
You and Rowan were the #goal couple back in the day. Everybody knew he worshipped you. I bet that's a bitter pill to swallow seeing him propose to someone else. Oh, but I'm sure you have some hot, edgy model waiting for you in New York, right?
My life had become a roadside disaster that people couldn't look away from. Being the focus of this drive-by gawking and speculation made me shrivel a little inside, but it also raised my ire. Didn't these people have anything better to do with their time than jabber about my life? I straightened myself up, pasted on a fake smile, and tried to make my voice sound cheery. I'm great. It's so nice to be back. Good to see everyone. Most things around here don't seem to have changed a bit, but I was happy to see the town had a new coffee shop. It looks like a popular spot, so it must be good. I looked over at the barista waiting for me. Oh, look, it's my turn. Nice chatting with you, Rosie. Thankfully, she moved on while I was placing my order. Lainey, a close friend from high school, walked in and waved at me. I'd heard she was a realtor now and had married Caleb Noble. They'd dated all through high school. When Rowan and I were together, we'd gone on a lot of double dates with Caleb and Lainey. She hugged me, and we waited for our drinks together before grabbing an empty table in the back, away from the gossip mongers.
I'm so glad you're back, Elle, but talk about rotten timing.
I know, right? Of all the times to walk into that bar, it had to be at that moment. Just thinking about it caused my stomach to flip and bile to rise into my throat. I took a sip of coffee to tamp it down. Lainey leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone, aware of all the ears tipped our way.
Well, I know for a fact he's never gotten over you. Hasn't even dated anyone more than a few dates.
But he's engaged now.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Her head and shoulder twitched on the right side as if a string was pulling them together. She spoke out of the side of her mouth.
But I do think he got tired of waiting and decided it was time.
She picked up her coffee and took a drink, studying me all the while.
You could still have a chance if you want it.
I blew into my cup to cool it off, then took a sip. Honestly, I don't know what I want, but the last thing I need is the complication of a man, especially one with this much drama attached, and I sure don't want to cause any more trouble for him. If he's happy, then I'm happy for them.
How long will you be home for?
I don't have a plan yet. I'm playing it by ear. Lainey looked at her phone for the time.
Sorry, I've got to go. I have an important client I'm showing properties to this afternoon, and I don't want to be late. Call me later.
I grabbed my coffee and followed her out. Tilly owned a shop on the outskirts of town called Divine Blessings. I worked there throughout high school. Tilly was one of my favorite people. No matter how I was feeling, being around Tilly always made me feel better. I hoped that was still true. A chime sounded when I opened the door, and the familiar scents of herbs and flowers flooded my senses. I slowly perused the shop, smelling Tilly's homemade soaps and lotions. A honey lavender almond soap appealed to me, so I brought it to the counter. A voice called out from the back room.
I'll be right with you, just one moment.
The simple sound of Tilly's voice put me at ease.
Well, it's about time you come to visit me, my sweet Starlight.
Tilly always called me Starlight, since my last name was Albright. She said I had magic in me from the stars. I could sure use a little of that now.
Look at you. You're even more beautiful now than you were the last time I saw you. Come here. I need to give you a proper greeting.
She squeezed me so tight my lungs squeaked. I have to say, Tilly, your hugs are the best part of coming home. She lifted a finger.
Just a sec. I have something that I don't want to forget to give you. It's a special blend of oil, made just for you.
She pulled a small bottle from the shelf and handed it to me. Sure enough, it had my name on it. How did you know I would even be here? She lifted a brow and gave a sly grin, as if to say, Do you really have to ask? What's it good for? Tilly's concoctions were created for a purpose, and not for a smell. She thought for a moment.
Let's just say it's exactly what you need right now.
All right. I trust you, Tilly. You've never steered me wrong before. Tilly beamed and pinched me on the cheek like she did when I was small.
That's my girl. Now, what else can I do for you today?
Well, I was hoping there was something I could do for you, like maybe a part-time job.
Are you moving home permanently, not just a vacation?
I shrugged and studied the bottle in my hand. I'm not sure yet, but I don't think I'm going back to New York. I came home to try to figure out what my next move will be.
What is your dream, Starlight?
Well, now that I've got loser chic down to an art form, my dream is to master the art of folding fitted sheets without turning them into a fabric origami disaster. I hear it's a skill only the chosen few possess. Tilly's mouth pressed in a firm line, not amused with my deflection. Sorry, I'm a bit salty today. My dream used to be to make it big as a fashion designer in New York, but I crashed and burned there. I swallowed a lump in my throat and looked down at my hands. Now I don't know what to do. I'm kind of lost here.
In the dark of night is when stars need to shine their brightest. Now is your time to shine, starlight.
Tilly removed her apron and hung it on a hook.
You said you don't want to go back there, so when you take New York out of the dream, what comes to you? I understand you've worked in many areas in the fashion industry. What part did you enjoy the most?
Obviously, I enjoyed designing clothing, but besides that, I loved helping people find their style and recommending items for them to purchase. Tilly tapped her finger against her lips for a moment. I noticed the moment inspiration struck. Her eyes lit up.
There's a shop space for rent on Main Street. It would be perfect for a boutique. I imagine a shop like that would do quite well, particularly in the summer with the tourist traffic.
Tilly's not-so-subtle hints sparked something in me.
Speaking from my own business experience, once I opened an online store, my sales not only quadrupled, they remained steady all year round. The same could be true for a boutique.
Do you really think a clothing boutique would do well in this little town?
I do. You could have a mix of high-end clothing and accessories for the tourists, and affordable items for locals, maybe even some artwork from local artists. Appeal to both groups by selling things they can't get anywhere else.
I'll have to give that some thought, Tilly. You've got my brain and my creative juices flowing. But back to my original question. Do you have any work for me to do for you temporarily?
I can always use help to fill the online orders, getting them out, and updating the website. Then I can keep making more product. Oh, and you can help me film some new videos for TikTok. My followers are insatiable, but it's so hard to do it myself. Come in whenever you want, but I don't think you'll be available to work for me for very long.
I chuckled, imagining what crazy things Tilly might be doing on TikTok. Nothing she did should surprise me. She was definitely one of a kind. Thanks, Tilly. I knew I could count on you. Tilly looked me right in the eye, more like into the depths of my soul.
Things might seem topsy-turvy right now, but it will all work out. You'll see. You'll find you're happy again, I'm sure of it.
I dropped my gaze, but she brought her hand to my chin and lifted it.
Don't be afraid to face your fears, take a risk, and fight for what you want.
Wait, weren't we talking about my job? But her advice applied to my love life, too. Did that mean facing Rowan and fighting for my one and only love? No. I needed to focus on making a living and paying my bills. Obviously, he'd moved on. It was time that I did as well. I should let you get back to work. I'll come back tomorrow to help with the online stuff. Okay?
That would be wonderful. See you tomorrow, Starlight, and don't forget to use that oil I gave you. It'll make a difference, I promise.
I lifted the bottle in agreement before heading toward the door. Tilly called out,
You know, it wouldn't hurt to stop by the farm to say hello. It's right next door.
Tilly was about as subtle as sequins at a funeral. Stepping out into the sunshine, I felt refreshed and energized. I hoped talking to Tilly would make me feel better, but I hadn't expected to receive so many great ideas. My brain was humming with excitement and inspiration. I hurried down Tilly's driveway, anxious to get home and put these shop ideas down on paper while they were fresh in my mind, to see if I could turn them into something worth exploring. But the farm pulled me toward it. No matter how much I resisted, it drew me in. Why did we always want what was bad for us? Like eating the sinful dessert that you know you'll regret later. Rowan was my fresh-from-the-oven double chocolate fudge brownie. I didn't want to see him. I shouldn't have wanted to anyway. But who could resist a hot, gooey brownie? Not me. My hips could attest to that. Tilly's words repeated in my mind. Face your fears. Take a risk. Fight for what you want. Did I really have it in me? I couldn't handle another failure or rejection. Oh, please. You've been rejected more times than a bald man applying for a shampoo commercial. You should get an award for surviving the rejection marathon. Hey, inner snark. You can pipe down any time. My inner optimist chimed in. What if you succeeded? Wouldn't it be worth the risk? Maybe I could just talk to him, get some closure. It might help us both.
Chapter 11. Rowan. The horses were all fed and watered and the stalls cleaned when I stepped out of the barn and wiped my forehead on my sleeve. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone standing there. I lifted my hand to block the sun from my eyes to get a better view. My heart thumped in my chest, recognizing who it was even without seeing. Elle. The sun shone like a halo around her head. She slowly walked toward me, as if stepping out of a dream. I imagined her returning to me many times, but the dreams paled in comparison to this vision. I was afraid to blink, afraid she might disappear. Snap out of it, Rowan. I coughed to clear my throat and shake myself back to the reality. 14 years of anger, pain, resentment, and sadness surged through me. All that was at odds with the thrill of seeing her again. Elle, I managed to say.
Rowan.
We stared at each other for several awkward and uncomfortable moments, looking each other over and trying to figure out what to say. Her dark hair hung in soft waves almost to her waist, and her body, though still slender, now had curves in all the right places. I stuffed my hands into my pockets to keep from reaching out and touching her. I've got work to do, Elle. Is there something I can help you with?
I see you've acquired rudeness while I've been gone. No good to see you, Elle. No, how've you been? What would your mom say?
Her attitude was even sassier now than when we were young. My mom's voice echoed in my head, scolding me and saying she raised me better than this. Which is true, but at the moment I didn't care. Seeing Elle opened the wound I'd believed to have healed long ago. The emotional equivalent of a zombie apocalypse. Just when you think it's done, it rises again. Even though I knew Elle and I needed to talk, now that she was standing in front of me, I just wanted to retreat. I'm not really in the mood for small talk, and I doubt that's what you came here for. If you were interested in that, you'd have called me years ago. Elle shifted her weight, and her gaze fixed on the ground between us. When she lifted it, her gorgeous blue eyes met mine and pleaded.
It's been a long time, Rowan. I was hoping you could spare a few minutes to talk.
My jaw clenched, and my hands fisted in my pockets. I wanted to yell at her, to make her understand the pain she'd caused me, to hurt her as much as she hurt me, but I also wanted to wrap my arms around her and never let go.
I'm sorry. This was a really bad idea. I'll just go.
She turned to walk away. Wait, I can probably give you a minute since you're already here. I motioned toward the woods. Let's take this away from the house and nosy family members, though. She gave me a tentative smile and followed me along a path that led to a scenic overlook. My dad had installed a bench here to sit and view the entire farm. It was one of my favorite spots. Elle ran her fingers over the back of the bench.
I'm glad this bench is still here. I have a lot of good memories sitting here with you.
Her gaze caught on the spot, now weathered and worn, where we'd carved our initials. She sat and looked out over the land.
This was always a place where I could breathe, where life made sense.
Her voice wavered. She folded her hands in her lap, though it didn't hide their tremble. Then she looked over at me, and her gaze glued to the pocket of my pants where the handle of my trowel stuck out. I shifted away from her and stood with my hands on my hips. Why are you here, Ella? She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if gathering her courage.
I'm sorry, Rowan. I realize this is long overdue and probably doesn't even matter anymore, but it needs to be said. I'm sorry for running away, and I'm sorry for the pain I caused you.
Okay, then. I turned to walk away, not ready to forgive her, but unsure of what else to say.
Rowan, please, let me explain. This conversation isn't easy for either of us, but it's important for us to clear the air so we can both move on.
I sighed deeply. Fine. I sat on the other end of the bench, leaning back with my arms across my chest, focusing my attention on the fields and not on her. Elle took another deep breath and stared at her hands.
Not a day has gone by that I haven't thought about you and regretted how things ended between us. It wasn't that I didn't love you. I was scared.
What were you scared of? You know I'd have done anything for you.
You know, my parents divorced when I was 12. When my mom was in high school, she had plans to go to college and study business. She actually received a big scholarship to go to some Ivy League school. But my dad proposed to her right after she graduated. He was already in college, and he convinced her to follow him where he was, instead of going to her school. Soon after that, she got pregnant and had to stay home to take care of me. By the time they divorced, she had no skills other than being a housewife. She struggled to get a job and believed she was too old to go back to school. Besides that, she didn't have the money. When you proposed after my graduation, I saw myself repeating my parents' mistake. I didn't want to give up my dreams to become a farm wife, only to wake up 12 years later and not be able to recognize myself.
Why didn't you just tell me? Her shoulders twitched upward, and she shook her head.
I was young and stupid, and I panicked. The next day I left because I knew if I talked to you, I'd never have the courage to leave. It was cowardly, I know, but at the time, it seemed like my only option.
You really thought I'd make you give up your dreams for mine?
Not consciously, but it seemed like you were proposing to keep me here, and a part of me knew, if I said yes, I'd never see anything outside of this town. My dream was calling me, Rowan. I had to go.
I opened my mouth to object, but the words vanished. She was right. I had wanted to tie her to me so she'd never leave. I'd imagined she'd go to college around here, then return to me to start our life together here on the farm. I'm sorry. I had no idea.
I know you didn't. That's why I wanted to explain. I wanted you to know my decision to turn you down and leave wasn't because I didn't want you, didn't love you.
She stared at the hands in her lap as she held her purse. Her voice dropped to a whisper.
That never changed.
I struggled to process her words. Did she mean she loved me back then? Or did she mean she never stopped loving me? I wanted to ask, but what would I do with that information?
I also wasn't sure I could be what you wanted. I didn't have good role models for healthy relationships like you did. And even more than that.
She rubbed the straps of her purse and bit her bottom lip to keep it from quivering.
I wanted to prove that I was good enough for you.
What are you talking about? You were always the one way out of my league. I wasn't good enough for you. She shook her head.
I thought if I became a successful fashion designer in New York, I would finally be worthy of a Rhodes. But, well, that never happened. And now here I am. All these years wasted, and I'm still not successful. And you're marrying someone else.
My mind was blown by all she'd confessed. I'd had no idea she was so insecure back then. If that's how she'd felt, it had taken a lot of guts to walk away. I couldn't have done it.
I realize we've both lived our lives the best we could since we broke up. I've been on plenty of dates, and I'm sure you have too.
My teeth clenched at the thought of her with anyone else.
But...
She hesitated, staring at her lap.
I haven't been serious about anyone.
She paused again, and when she finally spoke, her voice quivered.
Because none of them was you.
I stood and walked to the edge of the hill, running my hand through my hair, trying to make sense of everything she'd said, and trying to figure out what I should do about it. I heard a whimper and turned. She was pressing the heels of her palms to her eyes.
I'm sorry. I hope to get through this without falling apart. Congratulations on your engagement. I truly hope you'll be happy together. You deserve it, Rowan.
She burst into tears and took off down the path. Moving without thought, I caught up with her before she got to the barn. I grabbed her arm to stop her from getting away. Elle, wait. She tried to hide her face, but I lifted her chin to look at me. The pain in her blue eyes and tear-streaked face stabbed me in the heart. A zing of electricity buzzed through me at even this slight touch. I couldn't have moved away from her if I'd tried. Now that we were this close, the magnetic pull between us overpowered everything else, especially common sense. Before I was aware of what was happening, her lips found mine. She tasted of salty tears and a sweetness unique to her. It was both familiar and new at the same time. She melted into me and grasped my jacket to pull me in closer. I had a hand on her low back and another on her shoulder. Heat pulsed through me, and my pulse raced. The way her body fit so perfectly to mine. I was made to kiss this woman. Nothing had ever felt so right. Her hands moved upwards and wove through my hair, and she moaned softly against my mouth. My entire body caught fire. I couldn't get enough. A tug on my pant leg brought me back to the present. I broke the kiss and leaned my forehead against hers. A young goat looked up at us. I guess we have company. I laughed. She chuckled too.
Hey, cutie, was I taking your guy?
Hearing those words brought me up straight. I wasn't hers, not anymore. But still, I let myself get carried away and kissed her. What was I doing? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, as if sensing a threat. I took a step back and looked around, worried someone was watching us, but I didn't see anyone. I looked back at Elle and saw the vulnerability in her eyes, but also the desire. I stuffed my hands back in my pockets to keep myself from pulling her into my arms again. Elle, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let that happen. I've moved on, and you're leaving soon.
What if things were different? What would you want then?
What I wanted was her. All I'd ever wanted. But I couldn't admit it out loud. She destroyed my heart years ago. I couldn't let her do it again. I wouldn't survive that heartbreak a second time. As much as I wanted more with Elle, this would have to be the end of our story. It was great to see you again, and I'm glad we talked and got everything out in the open, but it's best if we forget this ever happened. She flinched like I'd slapped her, and I could tell she wanted to argue about it. Part of me hoped she would. A feather could knock me off this fence. But then she looked me in the eye, and our gazes locked for a moment before she took a deep breath and gave a slow, reluctant nod.
If that's what you really want, I didn't come here to cause trouble for you, Rowan. I only want you to be happy. If you change your mind, you know where to find me.
I watched her walk away, stunned, afraid that if I took my eyes off her, I'd realize it was all a vivid dream. The smell of her perfume lingered in the air around me. I inhaled to soak up every last bit, holding on to her in the only way I could. The little goat bumped against my leg, and I squatted down to scratch him behind his floppy ears. Thanks for the interruption. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't stopped us? But now what am I going to do? Any words of wisdom? The goat looked at me with its light brown eyes and bleated loudly. I laughed and ruffled his ears. I don't know how you snuck up on us with your constant noise. Guess we were kind of in our own little world for a while. How could I have let myself get so caught up in Elle that I lost all sense of everything else? The goat bleated again. Yeah, I know. My life is a mess.
Chapter 12. Elle. The long walk back to my mom's house gave me time to process my visit with Rowan and sort through my tangled thoughts and feelings. I touched my fingers to my lips, still tingling from that kiss. I kissed Rowan, and he kissed me back. What a kiss it was, too. Not just a simple peck, or even a stop-me-from-talking kind of kiss. No, that kiss had packed a punch, holding years' worth of emotion and longing and heartache. But more than that, it showed he still loved me. I'd felt his love intensely in that kiss. I swooned a bit just thinking about it. When I decided to go and talk to Rowan, it was with the intention of clearing the air and giving us both closure. That is so not what happened. That kiss actually blew the door wide open. I had worried how he would react to seeing me, expecting he would be angry or apathetic. But I'd never expected this. Never dared to hope he still cared about me or still wanted me. But now I knew. The kiss had blown the lid off my feelings as well. I had stuffed them away in a special box and locked them down tight, so I would never feel them again. But like the overstuffed suitcase you prayed would get through security, The tiniest crack had it all springing open, underwear flying in all directions. Unlike that suitcase, there was no stuffing my emotions back in. All the pain and heartache, the loneliness and regret, sadness for what might have been, anger at myself for the way I treated him, the only man I would ever love, and most of all, the longing for love from the one who held my heart and kept it beating, and always would. After all the pain I'd caused him, I wanted to do whatever would make him happy. He asked me to forget it happened and allow him to move on with that other woman. But his kiss told me what he couldn't say. He still loved me. And for that reason, I couldn't just walk away. I wouldn't let him go without a fight. I paused my walk to kick and punch the air, imagining Rowan's flannel-clad fiancé in front of me. I had taken some martial arts classes in New York, needing the self-defense training to feel safe living alone in the city. The woman I saw at the bar that night wasn't any bigger than I was, but I was scrappier and tougher than I looked. Yeah, I could take her. A sizzle of guilt burned in my belly for thinking this about someone I'd never met. She might be a perfectly nice person, one who is not so perfectly engaged to my soulmate. I groaned out loud as the ugly green monster within me roared, having grown to Godzilla proportions. There's no way I could sit back and let him get away. Not this time. What would it take to convince him things were different this time? How did I get him to trust me enough to give us another chance? Show him you're not leaving. Yes. I needed to prove to him I planned to remain here permanently, that I wouldn't be running back to New York and leaving him again. It was time for me to plant my roots right here in Moonlit Lake. Could I really do this? Tilly's advice returned, and visions of opening my very own clothing boutique in town made my heart speed up and my thoughts race. This is a crazy idea. I couldn't possibly... But the floodgates were wide open now, and the ideas wouldn't stop. I needed to talk about this with someone who would be brutally honest with me. Gina. I pulled my phone out of my pocket.
Elle, what's up?
Hey, Ginalina, are you busy now?
No, I just got home from work. What do you need?
Mind if I stop by?
I'd love it. Come on over.
Great, I'll see you soon. 15 minutes later, I walked into Gina's apartment, slung my coat over a chair, and plopped myself onto her couch.
I was going to offer you some coffee, but it looks like you could use something stronger. A glass of wine?
You read my mind.
No. I definitely don't want to go into that neighborhood alone.
Gina pulled a bottle of wine from the fridge and 2 glasses from the cupboard and sat on the couch next to me.
You look like someone just swapped your entire designer shoe collection for Crocs and socks with sandals.
I tried to laugh, even though it wasn't that funny, but the sound came out in a disjointed cackle like a schizophrenic hyena. I was definitely losing it. Gina's face twisted in concern.
All right, spill. What's going on? You're a hot mess. Your eyes are all bloodshot and puffy. You look worse now than you did when you left this morning, and you were probably hungover then. And now you're laughing like a crazy woman. What gives?
I took a gulp of wine to fortify myself and regurgitated the events of my day in a flurry of words. Once it was all out, I paused to catch my breath.
Wow, you really have had an exciting day. But let's back up to the important part. You kissed Rowan?
Yeah, and it really knocked me sideways.
I bet. What was it like?
I looked up at the ceiling, trying to put into words one of the most intense experiences of my life so far.
That expression on your face reminds me of when you got your first pair of Manolos.
Times a million. I hate to admit this, but this kiss was so much better than shoes. I didn't know if I would spontaneously combust or melt into a puddle. After I got out of his driveway, I couldn't even remember which way to go and started walking in the wrong direction.
Okay. So he blew you away with a kiss? Now what?
I let out a long breath, threw my hands out to the sides, and shrugged in frustration. I have no idea. He pushed me away, saying he was engaged, and I was leaving, so we should forget it even happened. He didn't answer when I asked what he would want if I wasn't leaving. I looked over at Gina and slumped back against the cushions. Oh, Gina, what am I doing? As much as I'd like to have a second chance with Rowan, maybe I'm just causing more problems.
What are you talking about? He's the one who's engaged to someone else, and he still kissed you back, right? It's clear to me the man is still in love with you. He's just afraid you'll leave again. I remember how wrecked he was when you broke up.
That's what I was thinking before I called you, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy, wasn't making the wrong choice.
Yep, I think that's the key. Once he knows you're not going anywhere, he'll be begging you for another chance.
Thanks for the validation. I swirled the wine in my glass. Tilly suggested I open a clothing boutique in town, but I'm not sure that's something I'm ready for. I need your brutally honest opinion. The shadows of my career failures hung over me like dark clouds and made the whole idea seem daunting, if not impossible. Am I even ready for a fresh start? I'm still at the gathering courage and debating whether I should change out of pajamas stage. Gina squealed and turned to clasp my hands in hers.
A clothing boutique! Yes! That's perfect. I can totally see you doing that. You've got experience in all aspects of clothing design and merchandising. You can absolutely make this happen and be amazing at it.
But do you think this town can support a high-end clothing boutique?
The summer'll be no problem. The tourists will eat that up, but you'll need online business to keep you going through the winter.
That's what Tilly said.
If you find a few fashion influencers to back you, I'm sure you'll get that part going pretty quickly. I have some local contacts for you, and I bet you know quite a few people from your work in New York.
I do. Surges of excitement and doubt swirled in my gut, and neither mixed well with the wine. I leaned my head against the back of the couch and looked at my best friend. I don't know, Gina. I worked for so many years in New York, but still couldn't cut it. How can I even think of taking on something like this? She put a hand on my knee and looked me straight in the eye.
Listen, this town has always been proud of you. They'll support you 100%. In their eyes, you went off to New York to learn the ins and outs of the fashion industry, which you did, I might add. And you finally come home to use what you've learned in your hometown. You are a success story, my friend.
My lips crept into a tentative half-smile. I covered her hand with mine and gave it a gentle squeeze. Thanks, Gina. You sure know how to spin it. I should hire you to do my PR.
Anytime.
Gina smiled and sipped her wine.
Hey, do you still have the notebook you started in high school with your plans for your own store?
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. We were going to go into business together. Does this mean you want to do this with me?
No, this is all you. I have enough on my plate with my event planning business. But I'll be here to help however I can.
She set her glass down on the coffee table.
First, you need to create a business plan. Have you ever done one of those?
Yeah, in college. In fact, the one I drew up was for a fictional clothing store in a small town. Isn't that funny? Maybe I could use that as a guide.
Seems like maybe this idea has been brewing inside you for a long time.
You're right. How did I forget all that?
I think you locked your dreams of a store and a future with Rowan into the same box and focused completely on your life in New York. It was the only way you could move on.
And look how well that turned out. The sour taste of regret returned to my mouth. One more thing that didn't pair well with the wine. Maybe I should have stuck with coffee.
Seems like it brought you right back here, where you belong, and right back to your dreams.
She nudged me with her elbow. Do you really think I could open my own store and get Rowan back? Is there really hope for me? Gina squeezed my hand. Her eyes danced with excitement, giving me the encouragement I needed.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Elle. And if Rowan kissed you like that, you definitely have a shot with him.
I sighed dreamily, imagining more such kisses. I hope you're right.
Chapter 13. Rowan. Sitting by the tree with the little goat helped me to quiet my mind enough to gather myself up and walk back to my office. Looking over contracts with restaurants, delivery schedules, and planning out the workload for our temporary summer workers should keep my mind off my problems. Theoretically, anyway. No matter what I tried to focus on, though, my thoughts kept circling back to Elle. The way she looked standing there with the sunlight glowing around her like she stepped out of a dream. She had consistently been featured in mine all these years. But she looked even better today than she had in my dreams. Stop it. Stop thinking about Elle. You've moved on, remember? I slapped myself across the face to break my thought pattern. It was also a punishment. Guilt churned in my stomach, making me nauseous. How could I have kissed Elle? I was trying to narrow my choices, not expand them. And Elle was a no-go. I'd promised myself I'd never let myself get hurt like that again. She was the only one who had the power to do that. I needed to stay away from Elle and keep to my original plan. Time to set up some more dates with my final 3. Why did the thought of going out with someone else feel like cheating? It had never felt like that before. None of the dates were serious, and we were all doing the same thing, trying to find our matches. When I was serious with someone, though, I was definitely a one-woman man and was incredibly devoted and committed to the woman I was in a relationship with. Definitely not a cheater. True. But the only one you've ever been in a long-term relationship with was Elle. I sucked in a breath, and my head swam with even more confusion. If Elle was the one who owned my heart, had I cheated on her by dating other women? After 14 years, I wouldn't have thought so. But tell that to my heart. I worked all afternoon, but the tightness in my chest and the knot in my gut didn't ease, and soon my head was pounding. A knock sounded at the door, and Nash walked in carrying a case of beer.
It's Friday night, man. Are you done here? 'Cause I'm thirsty, and you really look like you could use 1 or 10 of these.
I looked up at the clock and was surprised to see it was already past quitting time. Yeah, I'm more than ready. Let's get out of here. We walked over to my cabin and found a comfortable place to sit in front of the big screen TV. I turned on the sports channel and cracked open a beer. The coolness of the liquid slid over the lump in my throat. Thanks, Nash. You have no idea how much I needed this today.
I figured you would.
You only know the half of it. I filled him in on all that had happened since I saw him earlier this morning, which seemed like a lifetime ago. He almost choked on his beer when he heard about the kiss.
She kissed you? Like a little friendly peck or a serious full-on kiss?
Definitely the latter. I don't know what came over me. She came to clear the air and get closure so we could both move on. By the time she finished what she'd come to say, she was in tears and ran off. Something flipped in me, and I had to go after her.
So what was it like?
It seemed familiar and new at the same time, and 1,000 times more potent than I remembered.
Really?
Nash's brow lifted as he stretched out that word with interest.
So, what are you thinking?
I don't know. It's really messed me up. My head tipped back, and my fingers wove through my hair, gripping it with both hands. Ugh. I can't believe I let myself get so out of control. How could I do something so stupid? You know me, Nash. I'm not that guy. I took a long pull of my beer.
No, you're not. But you've been in love with Elle your entire life. You didn't expect that to just go away, did you?
Well, yeah. After all these years, I assumed those old feelings had shriveled up and died long ago.
Oh, come on. Be honest with me for a hot minute. Did you ever really stop thinking about Elle? Can you honestly tell me, up until you gave up and proposed to Becky, that you hadn't been holding out hope that Elle would come back to you?
I leaned my elbows on my knees and held my head in my hand.
Tell me the truth.
Nash pushed, his voice firm, not allowing me an inch. I sighed and threw my hands up. Fine. You're right. Is that what you want to hear? I never stopped thinking about her. She's haunted my dreams and fantasies all this time. And I hate that after all the pain she caused me, I still want her. I'm pathetic. I really am. I picked up my bottle, leaned back and took another swig. But without a single word from her since the day she walked out, I really had given up hope that she'd ever return. That's why I finally decided to move forward with finding someone I could marry. My phone buzzed with an incoming text. I glanced at it and groaned before tossing my phone to the side.
Who's that?
Becky. She's been bugging me all afternoon to get together this weekend. She wants to help me plan my dates. I keep telling her I've got it covered and don't need her help, but she's still pushing for it. I should never have asked her opinion. Nash, you're my best friend. Invite me to do something so I have an excuse. I just need a little time to figure this out. Please. Nash laughed and shook his head.
Sorry, bud. You ignored my advice and now you have to pay the price. Hey, that rhymes. I should be a poet. Want me to write a love sonnet for your future betrothed? Or would that be plural since you have 3 betrotheds?
You'll write me a poem, but you won't give me an alibi. Some friend you are. Nash tipped the mouth of his beer bottle toward me.
You realize I'd do just about anything for you, man, but you created this mess. You're gonna have to clean it up.
And that's the problem right there. I don't have a clue how to fix this.
It seems pretty simple to me. You still love Elle and want to be with her, and she just admitted she feels the same way. Seems like a no-brainer to me. Take a break from your marriage quest, tell your matches that you're interested but need some time to figure things out. Then go after Elle.
But I'm not sure I can trust Elle. She'll probably be gone in a week, taking what's left of my heart with her.
So take some time to get reacquainted with Elle and see if there's something you could build a future on. Add her to your dating list. She can be your 4th match. It's possible you've both changed and don't even like each other beyond that 5-alarm kiss. But you won't know unless you take the risk.
Nash sat back and propped his feet on the coffee table, crossing them at the ankles. His fingers stroked the 5 o'clock shadow on his chin.
I'd say your confusion is a sign you're not as ready to move on as you think you are. You're still anchored to the past, to Elle. Tell me I'm wrong.
He was right. I needed to face my fears with Elle, or I'd never be free, or happy, with her or anyone else. Nash wasn't one to waste words. I could always count on him to say what needed to be said. He didn't let me get away with anything. Come on, Rowan. You know what you have to do. Time to man up and do it.
Chapter 14. Elle. Could I really pull this off? After spending all night reworking and fine-tuning my business plan, adding in current numbers and projections, it actually seemed possible. The cost of living and space rental would be a lot cheaper here than in New York. The market research of the area looked promising, at least during the tourist season. I would need a small business loan from the bank to cover the startup costs. Purchasing all the merchandise and renovating the store space would be the biggest expenses. I'd kept a list of contacts of wholesalers and other resources from my previous jobs, and I even had samples and designs to use as a starting point. A vision began to form in my mind, including the type of clothing the boutique would carry and the look and feel of the shop. A rush of adrenaline pulsed through my veins along with all these ideas. My entire body buzzed with excitement. All this hinged on finding the right space to rent at a price I could afford, and then convincing the bank to take a chance on me and my vision. A lot of things needed to fall into place for this idea to even be possible. Fear and doubt squashed my excitement, reminding me of what had brought me back home. This could be a huge mistake. Lainey was a realtor and would be the perfect person to help me search for an available commercial space in town. If there was anything out there that fit my budget and needs for a boutique, Lainey would know. I placed a quick call to her. When I explained what I was looking for, she squealed in my ear.
Oh my gosh, yes. There are 3 store spaces available in town, but there is one I have in mind that I think would be perfect for a clothing boutique. I'm free right now if you want to check them out.
Yes, I'd love that.
Great. I'll pick you up at your mom's in 5 minutes.
I'll be ready. Thanks so much, Lainey. I paused at the mirror to check my hair and makeup, then tugged on my jacket and shoes. I ran out the door as soon as Lainey turned into the driveway. Sliding into the front seat next to her, I wrung my hands together in anticipation. Lainey, thanks for taking the time to show me these. I hope I'm not wasting your day because I'm not entirely sure I can get everything in place for it to happen by the end of summer, for one thing. And even if I can, I don't know if this town can actually support a clothing boutique. This whole idea excites and scares me in equal measure.
Let's just have some fun looking at the places. You might not even like any of them, but it doesn't hurt to look, right?
I guess. I'm glad you're the one showing me, Lainey. She reached over and squeezed my hand.
Me too, Elle.
She parked in front of a building that looked like a warehouse.
This one would take a lot of work to make it into a store, but it has a huge amount of space that would be great for storage, and this street gets a decent amount of traffic.
We walked into the dark warehouse. It was a huge space, but it was just a big concrete box. I tried to imagine it becoming a boutique, but it would take massive renovation to add windows, walls, flooring, everything really. A complete build-out. This could be great. It definitely has potential, but it would take more than my entire budget just to do the build-out. So, no. This one won't work.
That's what I thought too. Let's move on to the next one. It's right on Main Street and used to be a cafe. The owners retired last year and moved to Arizona, and it's been vacant ever since.
The location was perfect, close to other businesses, and it had great visibility. We walked in, and the smell of stale grease made me cover my nose. If it's been vacant all this time, how can it still smell like grease?
I don't know. It must have seeped into the walls. This one is more expensive because of the location. What do you think of the size?
The size is good, but it would probably need to be gutted to get rid of the smell and redesigned to look like a boutique. With the higher price and the cost of renovation, I don't think I could make this work. My excitement plummeted like a lead balloon. Maybe this wouldn't work out after all. Lacey sensed my disappointment.
Don't give up yet. We have one more left. And actually, I saved the best for last. This one used to be a dental office, but they moved into a bigger office space downtown last year, and it's been empty ever since.
She drove a few blocks and pulled up in front of an old house. As we got out of the car, she said,
"The building is historic, so there are restrictions on what can be changed on the outside. But the inside is pretty much up to you. Wait until you see the inside."
The property was a 2-story Victorian house with a round turret on one corner. It had big windows and a very homey feel. The floors were carpeted in an ugly low pile, with an open living space that would make a perfect showroom. I envisioned mannequins and displays in front of the big bay window and racks of clothes around the room. The old kitchen had been turned into a break room, and there was a bathroom and 3 smaller rooms on the main floor as well. I imagined one of the rooms being split into changing rooms. The small room in the back could be my office. This would make a perfect boutique.
And the upstairs is already set up as a separate apartment,
Lacey said with a smile.
You could rent the entire building and live in the upstairs. It would make for a very easy commute.
When she told me how much the rent was for the entire building, I almost fell over. This whole place was cheaper than my tiny apartment in New York. Are you serious? How can it be that cheap? And why hasn't anyone snatched it up yet?
The landlords are picky about who they rent to. The original owners were founders of this town, and when they passed, they specified in their will that they wanted the house to support a small business to help the town continue to grow and thrive. So their children and grandchildren have kept the rent low, but are very particular as to who they approve to rent it. I've shown it a couple of times, and there is one person seriously interested right now. If you want to do this, you'll need to act fast.
Do you think they would approve a clothing boutique? Lacey smiled knowingly.
I think you're exactly what they were hoping for.
Can you tell them I'm interested but need to secure a loan from the bank before I can sign a lease?
Absolutely. I'll call them right away and get the paperwork started. Would you want the entire house?
Yeah, that'll be so nice, especially in the beginning, when I'll be putting in so many long hours. On our way back to the car, Lainey said,
Once this is approved, you'll want to contact Nash to do any fixing or remodeling. He's the best around and very trustworthy. Well, you know Nash. I don't have to sell you on him.
Yeah, I remember him. Hopefully he doesn't hold a grudge that I broke his best friend's heart.
Nah, that was 1,000,000 years ago.
She waved her hand away.
Everyone in town is going to be so excited to have you back and opening a fancy boutique. This is going to be great. Just wait and see.
Lainey and I stood on the sidewalk and talked a bit more, looking up at the house, when a woman approached us.
Hey, Becky.
Lainey smiled at her. When the woman looked at me, I realized this was the one Rowan proposed to that night at the bar. My stomach turned, and a bolt of jealousy shot through me.
Hi, Lainey. I'm just out for a walk on this beautiful day. Are you selling this house? I didn't realize it was for sale.
Becky looked up at the building as if sizing it up.
Hopefully, it'll become a clothing boutique very soon.
Lainey winked at me.
Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm sure it'll do well here.
Though her words were encouraging, her tone was anything but. Her reaction fueled my determination for my boutique to succeed, no matter what, just to spite her. She held out her right hand to me, though I couldn't miss the bright sparkle on her left hand, which delivered a sharp, emotional uppercut to my heart.
I'm Becky, and you are?
Lainey put her hand on my shoulder, and I felt her subtle reassurance.
Oh, where are my manners? Becky, this is my friend Elle. She's just moved back from New York.
I shook Becky's hand and plastered on my best fake smile. So nice to meet you, Becky. Do you live around here?
Yeah, I live about a half-mile away, but I work on a farm outside of town. You probably know of it, Willowbrook Farm.
Her voice sounded pleasant, but I sensed she was staking her claim. Yes, I grew up here. Willowbrook Farm is one of my favorite places, like a second home to me.
It'll be my home very soon.
She held up her left hand to show off her engagement ring. Lainey grabbed her hand to ooh and ah over it.
Your surprise engagement has been the talk of the town. But Caleb told me that Rowan said it was just a misunderstanding. That you're not really engaged.
Becky waved the comment away.
He just doesn't like the attention. He'd rather we run off to Vegas and be done with it. But I told him I want a big wedding where everyone in town can watch me marry the man of my dreams.
Lainey played along.
Well, congratulations then. You sure hit the jackpot with that one.
Don't I know it? He really wanted to buy me a big fancy ring, but I reassured him that the one my grandmother left me is just fine.
She extended her fingers to gaze at her ring again.
I still can't believe it's really happening. I'm engaged to Rowan Rhodes. Now that I've got him, I'm never letting him get away, that's for sure.
There was a veiled threat if I ever heard one. I'm not a violent person, but an overwhelming urge to claw her eyes out had me stuffing my hands in my pockets. A public maiming would not be the best way to gain support for my boutique. I put on my best fake smile and gritted my teeth. Congratulations. It was nice meeting you, Becky. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around. After Lainey moved to the other side of the car, I heard Becky say under her breath,
You can count on it.
A chill moved down my spine, and I turned to face her, but she was already walking away. It was probably jealousy talking, but I didn't like Becky, and I wanted to be as far away from her as possible. Living in New York helped me develop a quick sense about people. I had a similar feeling when I met my supervisor, Pierce. He couldn't be trusted. Unfortunately, I hadn't been able to avoid him without losing my job. But like Pierce, Becky seemed to be more than she appeared. What did Rowan see in this woman? Chapter 15. Elle? What was I thinking? Clearly, I should have consulted my magic 8-ball before making this genius decision. I stood on the sidewalk in front of my new home and business a few days later, just staring at it. The first time I'd viewed it, I'd been enamored of it, and only paid attention to how amazing it was, especially compared to the others we'd looked at. But now I not only saw its potential, I also realized what an immense undertaking this would be. My self-doubt and overwhelm kicked in. Big time. Holy crap. I just leased an entire building to open my own boutique. I felt a little dizzy, my limbs and scalp tingling. My clammy hands gripped the bag in front of me like a lifeline, and I stumbled over to the railing to keep myself upright. Get it together, Elle. The neighbors will think you're drunk. I could see the headlines. Albright is not so bright after all. Read the entire sad story on page 9. I laughed hysterically, even though it wasn't funny. Elle, you really have lost it now. As Lainey predicted, the landlords approved me for the lease of the entire house for my boutique and apartment the same day. I met with the loan officer at the bank and received a preliminary approval, but it would take a few days for it to become official and processed. If it was approved, the funds would be transferred directly into a business account. Once that happened, I could start construction and ordering merchandise. It was all happening so fast, my head spun like a caffeinated hamster on a wheel. A deep voice startled me out of my mental freakout.
Great building. This should be a fun reno.
I turned to see Nash approaching and immediately calmed. Even though I hadn't seen Nash in over a decade, I'd recognize him anywhere. His out-of-control dark hair was now clipped short, and he wore well-worn cargo pants and a tool belt. Gone was the skinny, lanky boy I once knew, and in his place was a muscle-bound god. Nash, oh my word, you look great. Now I know why I keep hearing from all the women in town that if you need something fixed, call Nash Porter. Life is treating you well.
Can't complain.
Nash flashed me his charming smile, and just like when we were kids, it sparked nothing in me but the warmth of friendship.
Good to see you, Elle.
I'm so grateful you were available to take on this job.
Yeah, me too. And congrats on your new business.
Nash pulled me in for a quick hug. Any trepidation I'd felt about hiring him dissolved. Thanks. It's exciting and terrifying. I stepped back and gazed at the building in front of us.
I've heard that's how you know it's the right thing to do.
My brow raised as I glanced over at Nash. Really? I guess that's encouraging? Does that mean I'm not completely insane?
Didn't you just get back to town last week?
He crossed his arms in front of his chest as he surveyed the front of the building. Yeah, it's fast. I realize that. My head is still spinning, but things just started falling into place. I had to go with it. Besides, it would really be nice to get this going quickly to take advantage of the summer tourist traffic.
All right, that's my cue. Let's take a look around and see what we're dealing with.
He pointed to the siding on the outside of the house.
Will you want to paint the outside? The existing paint isn't in bad shape, so you could probably put that off, unless you hate the color.
It was painted a buttery yellow color with green and burgundy trim. It could use a freshening up, but that could wait until later. Not a priority, but I'll want a sign in the yard and on the front of the building.
I can build those for you, but you'll need someone else to paint your name and logo on it.
Great, I'll add it to the list. Nash followed me to the door, and I unlocked it. Pushing it open, I felt a rush of pride and excitement, followed quickly by a blanket of doubt. Would Nash think I was stupid for taking this on? Would he think I was wasting time and money?
First off, let's see what's under this carpet.
Nash was all business as he moved to the corner of the room, took a hammer out of his tool belt, and pried back the ugly low-pile carpet.
Just as I suspected, beautiful hardwood floors underneath. I can tear this out and refinish the wood flooring. It'll look great and won't cost much.
Hardwood flooring was exactly what I was envisioning, so that's perfect. And I appreciate you trying to find economical ways to make this place shine, but still look elegant. I want it to be classy without breaking my budget.
Got it.
For the next half hour, Nash and I scoured every inch of the shop, taking notes and making plans. By the time we'd made our way back outside, I was buzzing with excitement. How long will all this take? I asked.
Depending how quickly we can get the approval and your light fixtures, I'd say 3 weeks.
Really? That's amazing. I jumped up and hugged Nash. You're the best.
If it's okay with you, I'll contact Sky to coordinate with her. We need to look at this together and make sure it's okay to remove the inner walls.
Great, just let me know when it works for you both, and I'll be here. A realization stopped me in my tracks. Wait a minute. If the remodel only takes 3 weeks, that means if I get everything ordered and delivered on time, I could potentially open up in a month. I grasped my belly with my hands. Oh my gosh, I think I'm going to be sick. What do you know about owning a business or opening up a brand new retail shop? I smell another failure coming your way. Shut up, I can do this. I've worked in every area of fashion. I know this business. I can do this. As if privy to my internal argument, Nash squeezed my shoulder.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Elle, and you'll have lots of help, probably more than you want.
He looked out the window.
Speaking of which, here they come now.
I'd take all the support I could get, but other than hiring professionals for the more specialized tasks, bringing this shop to life was something I needed to do myself, to prove I wasn't a failure. The door opened, and in walked my very own welcoming committee. Gina led the pack and pulled me in for a tight hug.
Elle, we're so excited for you!
Lainey danced in, lifting 2 bottles of champagne in salute.
It's not every day we get a New York fashionista opening a boutique in our little town. This calls for a celebration.
Rowan's sister Raven, who was also a close friend of mine back in high school, rushed in to give me a breath-stealing squeeze.
About time you came back where you belong. I'm so excited about your store. Do you need any design or artistic help?
Yes, as a matter of fact. I was just talking with Nash about this. Raven stiffened and stepped back when she noticed the handsome contractor standing behind me. Her eyes narrowed and seemed to shoot daggers at him, and the air practically sizzled between them. I'd definitely need to ask her about that later. I need someone to design a logo and paint my signage out front, I said. Is that something I could hire you to do? Raven nodded.
I'd be happy to, but you don't need to pay me. I'm happy to help out a friend. Let's talk later about the style and brand of your shop, the name and colors too. Then I'll work up some ideas when I get home.
You have to make a living too, Raven. If we're going to work together, I insist on paying you, just like any other designer. I wasn't comfortable with handouts or favors. In order to prove my competence, I needed to do this the right way and on my own merit. It couldn't just be given to me or done for me. I needed to do this myself.
If you insist.
Raven smiled and gave me a quick hug. Next came my mom, Tilly, and Rowan's mom, Honey. They each carried a basket of goodies.
We thought we'd surprise you with a celebratory lunch to bring love and friendship to the place.
Tilly held up her picnic basket. Thank you. What a nice surprise. You ladies are the best. Their support moved me. I bit my lip and held my hand to my chest to keep the tears at bay. This never happened when I lived in New York. I'm at a loss for words. Please don't make me cry. Mom wrapped her arms around me, tears glistened in her eyes.
We're so proud of you, and so happy you're back to stay. We want you to know we're here to help in whatever way we can. No matter how independent you are, you're not alone in this.
I wasn't sure how to handle all this. Their generosity made me uncomfortable, but also warmed my heart. Part of me wanted to tell them all this wasn't necessary, but I could see how happy it made them. It's just lunch, Ella. It won't impact the store, so that should be okay. Right? Thanks, Mom. I stepped back and moved my arm outward to display the room. This is it. I can give you a quick tour and tell you what we plan to do.
I have an estimate I need to complete for a very eager and impatient client.
Nash winked at me.
So I'll leave you ladies to your lunch, Ella. I'll email it to you when it's complete.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Nash. As soon as Nash was out the door, Raven grumbled.
That is the most infuriating man on earth. I feel bad for you, Elle, having to work with him on this.
Raven's response amused me, especially when Nash hadn't done anything to upset her. All I could do was give her a slight shrug. He's always been kind to me, Raven. I worried there might be some animosity since I hurt his best friend, but he was genuinely happy to see me. I think it'll be great to work with him. Lainey agreed.
I see a lot of him with Caleb, and he's always easy to be around. Besides, he's the best carpenter around.
Raven harumphed and let it drop. As I brought my entourage through each room and described my plans and vision for the space, they oohed and arid over each idea. My excitement and confidence grew with each encouraging word.
This boutique is going to be beautiful. Women are going to flock to it. I just know it.
Honey sidled up next to me and wrapped her arm around mine as she looked around with her eyes sparkling. She leaned in and whispered,
"And I know someone else who'll be happy you're planting roots here."
"Do you really think so? I know Rowan's moved on. My biggest fear is that it'll be too uncomfortable to be in town and have to watch him with someone else. I'm not sure my heart can handle it."
Trust me. Once he sees you're committed to staying here, all bets are off. It's what he's been waiting for all this time.
Hope sparked within me. If I could make my shop successful, it would show Rowan I plan to stay, and maybe he'd give me a second chance. It would also prove to him and everyone else that I was worthy of him, that I wasn't a failure. I needed to show them all that I knew what I was doing, that I was good at it. Is it him you need to convince, or yourself? Well, I needed him to believe I wasn't going to abandon him again. If I got the opportunity to win back the love of my life, I wasn't not going to give it up for anything. But after what happened in New York, I also needed to prove to myself and the world that I wasn't a fraud or a failure. Creating a successful boutique here in Moonlit Lake was key to all of it. I had to make this work. If I couldn't, I'd be left with nothing.
Chapter 16. Rowan.
Don't forget. We're having a family dinner tonight, Rowan. Don't be late.
Mom said as I raided her baked goods and coffee before heading to the barn to start my day. This week had been one crisis after another, from a broken cooler in the dairy building to hail wiping out my leafy greens and needing to replant, to one of my summer farm interns getting the flu and being out all week. We'd been severely crunched for time to get all the planting done. Our growing season had already been too short. The farm consumed my every waking minute, and all I wanted to do was see Elle. I needed to figure out if there was anything there or if I was imagining it. I also tried to arrange dates with Emily, Carla, and Genevieve to see if I could narrow my field. But they each gave me a lame excuse that they couldn't go out, and wouldn't even try to schedule something for a later date. It was like I suddenly had the plague and they didn't want to come near me. Guess that cleared the path for me to spend time with Elle, if she was interested.
"Oh, and Becky's coming too,"
Mom said. I nodded and started to turn away when her words registered. "Wait, did you say Becky's coming to the family dinner?"
"Yes. She asked if she could join us. Said she had an old family recipe that she wanted to share with us. How could I say no?"
Sitting next to Becky all night while my thoughts and feelings were in chaos didn't sound fun. The prospect made my stomach roil. Could I say I was ill? No way. Mom would never go for that. No way I could escape this. "Fine, I'll be there," I said.
"It's a family dinner, not a root canal."
She tapped my cheek with her palm.
"Smile. And stop worrying so much. Everything will be fine."
The concerned look in her eyes told me I wasn't fooling her. Thankfully, she let it go and walked out, leaving me to my thoughts and chores. As I exited the barn and turned the corner, I bumped right into Becky. She stumbled, and I grabbed onto her arms to keep her from falling. "Sorry, I didn't see you there. Are you okay?" Her hands rested on my chest. She leaned in with her lashes fluttering at me like she wanted me to kiss her. When I didn't respond, she backed up and brushed herself off.
Yeah, I'm fine. Guess I need to pay better attention to where I'm going. Hey, I was actually coming to talk to you. I had 2 high school boys come up to me in town and ask if we were hiring. I told them we'd already filled all our summer positions. They seemed desperate for work. Do you know anyone else who might be hiring? Does Nash hire seasonal help with his construction business? They looked like they'd be able to handle physical labor.
I don't know, but I can ask.
Great. I wrote down their names and contact info, just in case.
She handed me a piece of paper. I tucked it into my pocket. I'll pass it on to him the next time I see him. She pulled her phone out of her pocket to look at the time.
I better get going. I don't want to be late to my first Rhodes family dinner.
She rose onto her tiptoes and kissed my cheek.
See you soon, Roro.
She flashed me a coy smile and sauntered away. Roro? What had gotten into her? This day just kept getting weirder and weirder. An hour later, I walked into my childhood home, my hair still damp from my shower. Sky rushed up to give me a hug.
I can't believe I'm the last one to congratulate you on your engagement. Sorry I couldn't make it to the lunch intervention. I was in the middle of a big project and had deadlines to meet.
Then you missed my announcement that I'm not actually engaged. Epic fail on the part of the Moonlit Lake gossip train. I place a kiss on the top of Sky's head. Good to see you, sis. Even though you came under false pretenses, I'm glad it brought you home. I've missed you.
I've missed you too. So you're not really engaged to Becky? Fill me in, what's the real scoop?
I started giving her the lowdown when the doorbell rang. And that must be Becky, my non-fiancé. I moved toward the door, but Junie beat me to it. Junie flung the door open and greeted her.
Becky, come on in. Welcome to the Madhouse.
Madhouse was an apt description of what it was like when we were all together. My brothers, Storm and Jasper, were arguing about something, and right as Becky stepped inside, the quarrel escalated to pushing and shoving. They toppled over the arm of the couch and wrestled on the floor, just like they'd done their entire lives. The girls were used to this scene and quickly pushed the end tables and lamps out of the way to keep them from breaking anything. My muscles twitched, wishing I could join in, at least until Mom walked in. Jasper had Storm pinned to the floor, but somehow Storm pushed himself to standing, with Jasper still on his back. Jazz gave him a wet willy in the ear. Storm screamed and dropped him on his butt with a loud thump and groan. Storm was wiping his ear with his shirt when Jasper swept his leg along the floor and knocked Storm's feet out from under him, knocking him on his butt with a thud and an even louder expletive. Mom brought her fingers to her mouth and let out a piercing whistle, like she did to get the attention of her kindergartners. There wasn't much difference between my brothers and her students, and the whistle always snapped both groups to attention real quick.
Hey, you Neanderthals, we have a guest. You're supposed to be on your best behavior. I didn't think I needed to remind you of that. You're not 12 years old anymore. Now get up off the floor and greet Becky.
Becky handed my mom a casserole dish.
This is homemade bow tie pasta with fresh garden veggies and pesto. My grandma's secret recipe.
Thank you. This will go perfectly with the lasagna I made.
Mom took the pan to the kitchen. Jasper got up and reached Becky first, and in his ultra-charming way, lifted Becky's hand to kiss her knuckles.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Becky. I'm Jasper, the charming brother.
Jasper was the biggest button pusher and jokester among us. A sparkly ring adorned her left hand. Where'd that come from? Did she get engaged to someone else in the last week? Becky giggled at his attention, but she didn't pull her hand away. I smacked him upside the head, forcing him to let go. Knock it off, Jazz. Stop slobbering all over our guest.
It was just her hand, geez.
Jasper rubbed his head.
Overreact much?
As you can tell, Jasper is the comedian, and also Mr. Charisma. Storm stepped forward and held out a hand to Becky. His face held his usual serious and scrutinizing expression. As a lawyer, he paid attention to details, and he didn't miss a thing. He was also the easiest to rile up, which made him Jasper's favorite target.
Nice to meet you, Becky. I'm Storm, the smarter and better-looking brother.
This earned him an elbow to the ribs from Jasper.
What? You know I'm right, Jazz.
No, Storm. You're the intense one. Admit it.
Boys, that's enough.
Dad interrupted.
Becky, can I get you something to drink? Lemonade, beer, wine, something stronger?
Becky chuckled.
A beer would be great. Thanks, Rob.
Dad opened a beer bottle and handed it to Becky. He turned to Sky and asked,
"So, Sky, we haven't seen you in a while. What have you been working on lately?"
Sky clapped her hands in front of her chest excitedly.
I had a fun consultation the other day. Nash contacted me about a renovation he's doing in town for Elle's boutique. It's going to be so gorgeous when it's done. It's the perfect space for an upscale clothing boutique.
Mom nodded enthusiastically.
I toured it earlier in the week. It really is a beautiful place, and I can't wait to see what she does with it. Will she be able to take out walls inside to open up the space more?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Sky said.
Those aren't load-bearing walls. It doesn't go against the building codes. And even though it's in a historic district, there aren't regulations for inner walls, so we should be good to go.
Raven said,
I've been working on designs for her logo and signage, going for elegant and classy, with a blend of antique and modern. It's been a fun challenge.
I'd heard rumors of Elle opening a shop in town, but hearing so many of my family members talk about their involvement with it made it real. Even though we weren't together, Elle was involving all the people I cared about to help her with her plans. My heart flipped in my chest. She'd only been back a week and had already woven herself back into the community like she'd never left. I looked over at Becky. She'd become quiet and had downed her beer like it was water. With every comment about Elle or her shop, Becky seemed to withdraw a little more. She seemed polite, but there also seemed to be another energy simmering just beneath the surface. Mom brought out the last of the serving bowls onto the table and called us all to dinner. Her vegetarian lasagna was one of my favorites, and just the smell made my mouth water. She and Dad always sat next to each other at one end of the table, not wanting to be too far apart. He gave her a tender kiss on the lips before pulling the chair out for her to sit. This was the scene I grew up with, seeing my parents side by side, constantly exchanging little touches, kisses, and flirtatious glances. When I said I wanted what my parents had, this was it. I turned my attention to Becky, seated next to me, and tried to envision us being that way. I couldn't, which was why I'd said from the beginning that we were better off as friends. We were comfortable with each other for conversations and working together, but beyond that, it just wasn't there. Could I have what Mom and Dad have with Emily, Carla, or Genevieve? I had no idea. I tried to imagine it, but hadn't spent enough time with either of them to know for sure. And if I couldn't get them to go out with me again, I'd never find out. Then I thought of Elle, and how it would be to have her at the table next to me. I could easily envision us being like my parents, flirting and laughing with each other. My appetite disappeared, despite the delicious spread in front of me. My chest tightened, and I struggled to take a breath. I had thought that if I got engaged to someone, anyone, all that would eventually happen for us as a couple. Someday, we'd be like my parents. The sick feeling in my stomach told me how wrong I was. That kind of connection isn't something you cultivate like a crop, Rowan. You can't make a leather belt out of a potato peel. Becky was listening to the casual conversation and banter around the table with a painted-on smile. She reached over and touched my arm in reassurance, but it didn't help the heaviness I felt inside. She was a sweetheart, kind and caring. I hoped she'd find the relationship she was looking for. She deserved it. And so did I. Chapter 17. Rowan. The morning sun was unforgiving as it poured in through my bedroom window. I wished I could cover my head and go back to sleep, but my animals wouldn't understand. The downside of farm life. I dragged my tired butt out of bed, threw on jeans and a flannel shirt, and trudged off to the barn. Becky was already hard at work when I walked in. Good morning, Becky. I didn't expect to see you here so early.
I woke up early. Thought I might as well get started. The horses and goats have already been fed. And there's coffee for you on the ledge. I hope it's still hot.
I picked the cup and took a sip. It was exactly how I liked it, and just the right temperature. Thank you. It's perfect. Boy, did I need this today. I took another sip of the coffee, enjoying the warmth spreading through me, waking me up. Okay. I feel a little more human now.
I was just about to start milking the goats. I'll let you finish up in here.
The sunlight caught her ring and sent a prism of light across the room. Becky, wait. I think we need to talk. Becky cut me off, holding her left hand to her chest. Light reflected off the diamond in her ring.
I'm sorry about wearing this without talking to you about it. I know we're not engaged, but everyone in town thinks we are. I got tired of correcting them, so I thought this ring my grandma gave me would be a good solution. Now people will leave you alone, because they think we're together, and we can both go on with our lives, just like before.
She was talking fast and buzzing with energy, making me wonder how many cups of coffee she'd already consumed. But Becky, She put a hand up to stop me.
Listen, I've heard all the rumors and the gossip about you and your ex. It's all everyone is talking about. I hate seeing all their pitying looks and hearing all their speculation. I knew if I had a ring on my finger, all that would stop. Don't you think I at least deserve that much?
Becky's face, so excited a moment ago, dimmed with disappointment and vexation. Tension radiated from her body as she hung her shovel and pail on the wall. I felt guilty for causing her so much trouble. I should have gone to the cafe right away and made an announcement that there was no engagement. That would have shut everyone up. Or maybe not. All she did was try to help me, and now she was caught in the middle of this whole mess. I'm sorry, Becky, but we can't keep lying to people. That doesn't solve anything.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have realized you'd want to put it on my finger.
She pulled the ring off her finger and handed it to me. Why was she still pushing this fake engagement? It made no sense. The ring felt like acid burning my palm. I tried to hand it back to her, but she just held her hand out, waiting for me to put it on her finger. Blood thumped in my ears, and my vision blurred. It looked like there were 15 fingers fluttering in front of me, and I blinked to determine which were her real fingers. A cold sweat emerged on my forehead and hands, and I couldn't catch my breath. I turned and grasped the workbench, leaning forward with my head hanging, trying to calm myself. When my breathing slowed down enough to speak, I rasped, "I'm sorry. Becky, I can't do this." She placed a hand on me like she did with the goats, and her comforting presence helped me to straighten and breathe almost normally. Her hands rested on my shoulders, and she looked me in the eye.
Rowan, I know this may not be what you had in mind, but let me share the vision I have of our future. I see us as partners working together on the farm, laughing and joking with each other as we take care of the animals and nurture the crops. I imagine our children running around us chasing the goats and teasing each other. We're sitting on the porch swing in our old age, watching our children taking over the family business that flourished under our care, and playing with our grandchildren so their parents can get something done. It's a life of joy and laughter, with a special connection to the land and, of course, family. The center of our life is family. Isn't that what you want?
All the things she described were things I had been envisioning. But in my vision, it wasn't Becky by my side. It was Elle. I'm sorry, Becky. That's a beautiful vision. But it isn't what I want. Not really. And I can't pretend that it is. I handed the ring back to her. I'm sorry, but I gave my heart to someone else a long time ago, and even though I thought I could move on, I don't think I can. We both deserve better than to be in a loveless marriage of convenience. Don't you think? I hope that we can still work together, though. We do make a good pair as co-workers. Becky's body stiffened, and her eyes welled.
I'll put the ring in my pocket and give you some time to think about this. I know I kinda sprung this one you. Let's not say anything right now that we'll regret later. I'll give you all the time you need. You know where to find me.
She turned to go tend to the goats. I don't need time. I just need you to understand the way it is. I told you after our first date, months ago, that I wasn't feeling it and we'd be better off as friends. I thought you understood that. We are not dating, and we certainly won't be getting engaged or married. I rubbed my temples to try to ease the tension pulling on my scalp. Let me or Dad know if it's too difficult for you to work here. under the circumstances. You're a good worker, and we'd really like you to continue taking care of the goats. But you've got to let this go. Something shifted in her demeanor when she looked back at me, like a protective wall had dropped into place, and there was no getting past it. All I could see was a cold glint in her eyes that I couldn't decipher.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. You won't get rid of me that easily, Rowan. Working this farm with you is my dream, and I'm not about to let it go.
I cleared my throat. Good. I'm sure we both have a lot of work to do, so we better get to it. Can you check your inventory of cheeses that are ready to sell? Bring me an updated list by this afternoon. She nodded, adjusted the hat on her head, and walked out the door. Back to work. I exhaled and ran my fingers through my hair. That was weird, but at least she didn't quit. Where did all that even come from? 1 minute we're feeding the goats, and the next she's pretending we're engaged and wearing a ring. Was I in the Twilight Zone? I pulled out my phone, anxious to call Elle, to hear her voice. I knew that would make me feel better. My thumb hovered over the button. What if she's not really staying? What if she leaves again? My chest tightened at the thought. Even though it was a risk, it was one I had to take. There was no doubt in my mind that a second chance with Elle was what I wanted. No more dating sites, no more farm folks matches. My profile was coming down. I knew what was important now. And this was it. Elle was it. But texting her about it wasn't right. This conversation deserved to be done in person. We had a lot to discuss, and I couldn't wait to see her.
Chapter 18. Elle. Bright and early Monday morning, I met Nash and his crew at the shop. The loan had gone through, and the money was in my account. My landlord approved the proposed changes to the inside of the store. We were a go to get started. Holy stiletto, this was really happening. The bagel I'd had for breakfast wavered like a dizzy squirrel coming off a carnival ride. I put my hand on my belly and took a deep breath to calm myself and keep the bagel where it belonged. Nash and I reviewed the schedule for the renovation. I made myself a list of all I needed to complete on the business end. So I had a detailed plan with a tight timeline and even tighter budget. But if all went according to plan, I'd be open for business in 1 month. Gina offered to help, but I needed to do this myself. She called me a control freak. While that might be true, it was more than that. I had a lot to prove. If I thought about it too much, doubts crept in. But with a plan and a deadline, I could put in the hours and make it happen. I'd been doing that for years in New York. In fact, I thrived on it. It was time to get to work. Nash introduced me to the crew that would be working on my shop.
This is my right-hand man, Gabe. He's been working with me for years, and I don't know what I'd do without him.
Gabe stepped forward and extended his hand to me.
Nice to meet you, and congrats on your store. She's gonna be a beauty when we're done with her.
He looked to be a little older than Nash, with a stocky but muscular build and a kind smile. I liked him instantly. Thank you. I'm excited to see what you guys can do, I said, with a smile before shifting my attention to the rest of the crew.
And these two,
Nash said,
are new hires to help us get your project done quickly. This is Corey and Jesse.
They looked to be around 17 or 18. One had shaggy hair, tattoos, and attitude. The other looked more like a nerd or computer geek with bedhead, dark-rimmed glasses, and a video game t-shirt. There was a flicker of mischief in their eyes, and I was glad I wasn't the one in charge of them. I trusted Nash, and Gabe would keep them in line and wouldn't hire anyone who didn't want to work hard. If these kids thought it would be easy money working for Nash, they were probably in for a rude awakening. Mom had an old desk she wasn't using, so we brought that over from my office. I set my laptop up in there and got to work scouring websites to find the merchandise I wanted to order. I kept a file of all the designers and wholesalers I liked over the years, never knowing when I might need it. Having that list made it easier to decide where to order from and what I wanted to carry. I'd been combing through these sites all week and making wish lists. Normally, these orders would have been placed months ago, so I had to place an order ASAP to get what I needed before the opening. By lunchtime, my first order had been placed, and it included about half of the inventory I needed for the opening. With this big item checked off my list, I was ready for a lunch break, so I went in search of Nash. Hey Nash, are you and your guys ready for a lunch break?
Yeah, we got the carpet torn out and are now removing the tacks and nails from the floor. Should be done in about 5 minutes.
Great. Can I talk you into joining me for lunch? He looked over at Gabe.
Can you keep an eye on these guys if I leave for a bit?
Gabe gave the thumbs up.
Go ahead, boss. We'll take our lunch now, too.
We'll start demo after lunch, so enjoy your break. I'll be back in about a half hour.
Since Nash was only giving himself a half hour, we headed to Bean Happy, where we could grab pre-made sandwiches from the cooler. The barista, Jojo, got to work heating our sandwiches and making our drinks.
Grab a spot and I'll bring these out to you when they're ready.
We found a table in the corner and sat facing each other. Nash, I said, I want to thank you for taking on my project and for making it possible for me to do this in such a short amount of time.
It's what I do, Elle.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure how open you'd be to working with me after what happened between me and Rowan. Nash slid the bowl of creamers in front of him and began stacking them. A memory of him when we were younger made me smile. He'd always been building something.
We were all close back then. You may have rejected Rowan and broke his heart, but he wasn't the only one you abandoned, you know.
His words slammed into me, causing me to suck in a breath. Nash was always what I considered the strong, silent type. He was a man of few words and rarely spoke of emotions, though from the time I spent with him and Rowan, I understood he felt things deeply. For him to tell me this now meant I had hurt him as well. Oh, Nash, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have told everyone my plans and at least said goodbye. You don't know how many times I wanted to just come home, but I believed if I didn't cut all ties, I'd be right back here, resentful that I didn't go for my dreams.
So why now?
I'd anticipated this question would come up eventually, but it didn't make it any easier to answer. I sighed heavily. In short, things didn't work as well as I'd hoped in New York. I worked my butt off for years and found myself exactly where I started. I just couldn't do it anymore. And even though I felt like a failure coming back home to live with my mom after all this time, it was the life raft that I needed. For some reason, it seemed like the right thing to do.
Are you really back for good?
I sucked in my lip and slowly nodded. I've put all my savings and a huge loan from the bank into this shop. I better be able to make a go of it. There were no other options. I didn't know what I'd do if this shop failed. I muttered to myself, I have to make this work. Jojo brought us our food and coffees. She leaned over to me.
I want you to know I don't believe a word of it.
What are you talking about? I remembered Jojo from high school. She was a friend of Sky's, but I didn't know her very well.
The post about you in the town Facebook group.
Jojo spoke softly from the side of her mouth, trying not to draw the attention of other customers. What Facebook group? I asked.
I can show you,
Nash offered. He pulled up the group on his phone. His jaw clenched as he read the post. What are you reading? What does it say? He passed me his phone. There was an anonymous post about me. Moonlit Lake is all abuzz with the return of hometown sweetheart, Elle Albright. But does anyone know why? She's not talking, but sources say she returned home from New York after trying to sleep her way to the top in the fashion world, but got caught seducing her boss and stealing his designs. The company fired her and blacklisted her so she couldn't get another job in New York and had to return home. So much for Moonlit Lake's sweetheart. I gasped and pressed my palms to my chest, dropping Nash's phone onto the table. My ears buzzed and my head throbbed, but I had no awareness of the rest of my body. I held onto the table to keep myself from falling over. My eyes closed as I tried to take deep breaths, but all I managed to do was pant. Who would do this to me? Nash reached across the table and held my shoulders.
Look at me, Elle. You're going to pass out if you're not careful. Now breathe with me. Inhale, slowly. Now exhale slowly. It's going to be okay.
I breathed a few more cycles and started feeling my body again. In a weak and shaky voice, I whispered, "It's not true."
I know. Anyone who knows you won't believe those lies.
Nash picked up his phone and looked at it again. I can't believe someone would do this to me. Who would do this, Nash? Nash shrugged and continued scrolling. What are people saying about it? I asked.
There's a mix. Some people are appalled and say your store should be shut down and boycotted for your weak morals, but others are speaking up in support. Look at this one.
He handed the phone back to me. It was a comment by Rowan, standing up for me. He insisted none of it was true and blasted the person who posted it. He told them they should be ashamed of themselves for disparaging one of their own. My heart swelled. Rowan had defended me. That meant he must care, at least a little. Could it be that our kiss reignited something for him as it did for me? Maybe there was hope for us, after all. All the more reason for me to make this boutique a success, for our future. What if people actually do boycott my store because they believe this lie? I'll be ruined before I even open the doors. My head fell into my hands. How can this be happening? What am I going to do?
Don't forget, you have a lot of friends here, Elle. A lot of people who love you. Look, after Rowan's comment, others have joined in voicing their support. This will turn around. I'm sure of it.
I hope so. I don't have a backup plan, Nash. If this doesn't work out, I don't know what I'll do.
I'm not much of a business person, but don't they say there's no such thing as bad publicity? Who knows? Maybe this will be a boon for your business. All these people will come in just to see what all the fuss is about, and they'll be blown away by your awesome shop.
Thanks, Nash. I hope you're right. This social media smackdown only strengthened my resolve to prove all the naysayers wrong. I was determined to make this boutique a success if it was the last thing I did. I picked at my sandwich, my appetite gone. Before we left, Nash looked at me with an intense stare.
Elle, I just have to say one thing. I'm glad you're back, and I hope you do well here. But please be careful with Rowan. Don't start anything with him if there's any chance you won't be sticking around. I don't want to see him hurt again.
His concerns gave me pause. Nash was a good friend. I wasn't going to argue, but he was wrong. I was here to stay and was determined to win back the love of my life. I wasn't going to let Rowan go without a fight. Not this time. I stared at my hands for a moment, folding and creasing the napkin in front of me. But origami was not in my skill set. I pushed the mangled napkin aside and looked up at him. I'll be completely honest, Nash. I didn't come back here in hopes of getting back together with Rowan. Never imagined there was the smallest chance for that. But I never got over him either. If there's even a remote possibility I could get him back, I'll grab it with both hands and never let go. Rowan owned all the real estate in my heart. Just speaking these words caused it to skip a beat. My poor heart wouldn't survive losing him again. But I'm not sure if I'll be able to stay in town and watch him marry someone else. I'd need to talk Tilly into whipping up a secret potion to wipe Rowan from my memory. That's the only way I could handle it. We stood to leave, gathering up our trash. As we walked out the door, Nash draped his arm across my shoulders, like he used to when we were friends, and led me out to his truck.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Chapter 19. Rowan. After hearing Mom, Raven, and Sky talking about Elle's boutique, I had to see it for myself. Opening a shop was a major commitment, and not something one did to kill time on vacation. Was she really here to stay? And why was she doing this? Answers to those questions would help me decide the pace of our new relationship. I needed to know if I could trust her again. Call me overly cautious or even gun-shy, but I was hesitant to let my heart be ripped apart by Elle and left in the ditch like roadkill again. I needed to know what she was thinking. If she really was putting down roots here, that changed everything. And I was all in. When I stopped by Tilly's for her weekly delivery, she showed me the anonymous post in the town group. I saw red. Smoke probably poured out of my ears, and I gripped the counter to keep from punching the wall. How could someone in our community spread such atrocious lies about one of our own? It was clearly done to tarnish her name and reputation. Maybe also to try to prevent her store from opening. Who would do this? The town needed more businesses, and a shop like that would appeal to tourists, which was something the town talked about wanting to expand. It would benefit the entire community. So why try to hurt a new business like this? It didn't make sense. Normally, I would just shake my head and not give a post like that a second thought, but when it maliciously targeted Elle, my protective instincts took over. I had to defend her and let the town know where I stood. It was good to watch so many others following suit. I hoped whoever had posted that would see how much support Elle has in this town and back off. After I finished my work for the day, I stopped by her store in hopes of finding her there. The door was open, so I walked in. The place was clearly under construction, but nobody was around. I was making my way through to the back when I noticed that the back door was open. I silently crept toward the door and stopped when I caught a glimpse of Elle crouched on the step outside. She had a bowl of water and a can of tuna open on the ground in front of her. I peeked my head out a little farther and watched a scared, scrawny kitten cautiously inching its way toward her. I stayed silent to keep from scaring it off. Elle sat with her forearms propped on her knees. Her hair was pulled up in a messy bun, with a few stragglers escaping and brushing the side of her face and neck. The sun behind her was slipping behind the trees, its golden rays highlighting her silhouette. Once the kitten was distracted by the food, Elle reached out to pet it. The kitten leaned in for more but didn't stop eating until the can was empty. She grabbed the little kitten with both hands and brought it to her chest. The kitten hissed and tried to get away. When that failed, it gave in and allowed itself to be cuddled. The scene tugged at my heart. I'd never been so jealous of a cat in my life. Warmth spread through my chest. A memory flashed of Elle cuddling the baby animals on the farm when we were dating. She'd held the kittens, puppies, and newborn goats any chance she got. She'd never had pets as a child, so she'd always loved them up when she was at the farm. Apparently, that hadn't changed. I stepped through the door. She looked up and smiled. The sun seemed to shine a little brighter. Looks like you have a new friend.
I'm trying. I've been putting food out for this little one all week, but this is the first time I've gotten to touch her. It could be a one-time deal, but I'm not giving up.
You always wanted a kitten.
Yeah, and I still do.
You never got one in New York? She shook her head.
No, I was so busy and worked so many hours. I didn't think it would be fair for an animal to be all alone, so I never got one.
Maybe now is your chance. What will you name him or her?
I don't know. I should probably take it to the vet to make sure it's okay. It's so skinny. I hope it's not sick.
It's probably just malnourished, being so little and on its own. I wonder what happened to its mother. I scanned the area for other stray cats.
I've been watching, and I haven't seen any others, just this one.
She's lucky you found her. Elle beamed.
I'm lucky too.
And I understand you're opening a shop here.
I am. I'm still a little in shock. It's coming together so fast. If all goes according to plan, it should open in about a month.
So you're really staying? Permanently? She nodded.
When I came back here, I felt like a complete and utter failure. I hadn't accomplished any of the goals I had set for myself. But now I realize maybe my experiences were necessary for me to come back and open my own boutique here. It was a dream of mine when I was a little girl, but one I never really thought would ever happen.
Sometimes life surprises us.
It sure does.
Elle settled a shoulder against the doorframe and stared at the top of the kitten's head.
Speaking of surprises, what are you doing here, Rowan?
I leaned against the doorframe opposite her. In the narrow hall, we seemed much too close together. Well, my mom and sisters have been raving about what you're doing here. My curiosity got the best of me, and I had to come see it for myself. Can I get a tour?
You didn't look as you walked through.
Not really. I was focused on finding you.
Does your fiancé know you're here?
Her voice was sharp and clipped. My throat tightened, and I tried to keep my expression neutral. I didn't want to lie to Elle, but I wasn't ready to tell her the truth. Not yet. I smiled and answered in a nonchalant tone, as if this was no big deal. I'm my own man. I don't need permission to check out the town's newest business.
Fine, I'll give you a tour.
She stood up with the kitten still pressed to her chest and walked me through the building.
There's an apartment upstairs that I'll move into, but not until after the opening. I need to focus my time and energy on getting this all done now. It's crazy how much needs to happen in the next 3 weeks.
She found a box in her office and placed the kitten inside. You always were uber organized. You'll get it done, no problem.
Thanks. I keep vacillating between, heck yeah, I'll show them, and, oh my God, what in the world was I thinking? Often every other second. It's exhausting.
I can imagine. As we walked through each room, she pointed out everything she would be doing to turn this old building into a classy new store. Her face lit up as she talked about it. She wasn't just doing this as a diversion or even a ploy to get me back. This really was where she belonged, and doing what she was meant to do. Seeing her so passionate about this new project, with her eyes sparkling and her face beaming, pulled at me. It reminded me of the girl I loved so fiercely all those years ago. Even though she wasn't as innocent as she'd been back then, she still had the same spark. One that lit something in me I'd assumed died a long time ago. I was mesmerized by the sound of her voice, the graceful way she floated around the room, the way the light reflected on her lips as she smiled. My body gravitated toward her like a magnet to metal. Everything in me wanted to pull her to me and show her how happy I was that she was here, how proud I was of what she was doing. More than that, how much I still wanted her, still loved her. But could I trust her with my heart? I needed a little more time to figure that out. In her eyes, I saw our future, one filled with children and grandchildren laughing and loving on the farm. A vision with Elle standing beside me, holding my hand. I'd done the right thing by taking down my farm folks' profile. The woman standing next to me was the only one for me. But my old wounds insisted on certainty this time, before I let my heart have its way. Was she really staying? My heart was dying to know.
Chapter 20. Elle? The air buzzed between us as Rowan moved closer to me. His presence seemed to fill the room, and all I saw was him. My feet were frozen in place, and even as my body longed to close the gap, my mind pleaded for retreat. His hazel eyes locked on mine, darkened with intense focus, like I was the hidden image in a picture, and if he blinked, he'd lose track of me again. My face flushed. I wanted to ask him what was happening, needing to understand what he was thinking and feeling, hoping with everything in me that I wasn't reading it wrong. But all I could manage to utter was his name. Rowan. His hand lifted to lightly brush aside a segment of hair out of my face with his fingertips. The touch sent a quiver down my spine. His gaze followed his fingertips to trace my jaw and then moved to my lips. I swallowed nervously and licked my lips. The urge to reach out and pull him to me was almost more than I could stand.
Elle.
The deep rumble of his voice vibrated all the way through me.
You don't know how badly I want to kiss you right now.
I wouldn't stop you. Even though I knew it wasn't right, being near him dissolved my self-control and my common sense.
I know. As much as I'd love that. I'm not ready to go there. Not yet.
He stepped back and ran his hand through his auburn curls. I walked to the window, placed my forehead and palms against the cool glass, and took a deep breath to gather my wits. He's engaged to someone else, Elle. It doesn't matter if the old feelings are still there, he's not yours. You don't want to be the other woman. Right? If he really wanted me, he'd end things with her. And that hadn't happened. He also seemed to be holding something back, like he was hiding something. Maybe he wasn't the trustworthy man I remembered, but he still carried the engraved garden trowel I had given him for graduation in his pocket. When I noticed it, the day we kissed, it gave me a glimmer of hope. And even tonight, it was still there. Who carries a shovel in their pocket everywhere they go? That had to mean something, didn't it? Regardless, I couldn't keep doing this. I turned to face him, my hands on my hips. What's going on here, Rowan? Why did you really come here tonight?
I came to see if you needed any help.
My lips pressed together and I cocked my head to the side. I shifted my weight to my right foot and crossed my arms over my chest. You came to help with my shop?
Yeah, pretty much everyone else I know has been here to help you. I wanted to lend a hand, too. What are you working on tonight?
I pointed to the walls behind us. I was planning on removing the ugly wallpaper from those walls to prep it for painting. Looks like the 70s threw up in here, don't you think? It's going to be an awful and tedious job, and I'm sure you have better things to do. I appreciate the offer, but I can manage.
No, I can help with that. Friends help each other out, right?
Is that what we are?
We both live in this town now. I hope we can be friends.
The word friend had never held any emotional charge for me before, but now it felt like a swear word, one that dropped like a bomb and blew up the conversation. But he was right. We needed to put the past behind us and find a way to coexist in this small town. I needed to find a way to be around him without my heart bleeding all over. I picked up a box of tools I brought for this project. Friends, really? I don't know if that's such a good idea.
What? You don't need more friends? Or is it that a bumbling farmer like me couldn't possibly help with a classy place like this?
Rowan, that's not what I meant, and you know it.
Look, it's been a long time, and I'm sure we've both changed. I'd like for us to get to know each other again. I want to understand the person you've become, and for you to learn who I am, too.
He took a step closer to me, his eyes pleading like a puppy dog.
Let me help? Please?
How could I resist that? I took another deep breath and exhaled, hoping my common sense could put a leash on the longing of my heart. All right, you can help. As a friend. Heart, 1. Common sense, 0. Surveying the wallpaper, I found a raised edge. I picked at it until I had enough to pull. I ripped the entire sheet off. The paper backing still adhered to the wall. After we pull off the sheets, we'll need to spray the wall with water and scrape it off with this scraper. I'll start pulling off the sheets if you want to start spraying and scraping.
I can handle that.
I turned on some music from my phone and we got to work. We fell into a rhythm of working together, talking and laughing. The kitten loved jumping at the strips of wallpaper that hung and fell from the wall. She pounced on them like a mighty predator. At one point, a clump of wet paper fell and landed on the top of her head. She shook and rolled and tried to get it off, but it was glued on. She looked like she was wearing a turban. It was hysterical. Rowan shared stories about his siblings and their shenanigans that showed me that even though time had passed, some things hadn't changed. I told him about my life and experiences in New York. Neither one of us brought up the wounds of the past, or even the current issue of Becky. Instead, we found a way to put all that aside and not only got things done, but enjoyed our time together.
Hey, Elle.
Yeah?
Are you really here for good?
Well, yeah, I've sunk every penny I have into this place, and I took out a huge loan on top of it. I'll do everything I can to make this store a success. He was quiet for a beat.
I'm not sure how to ask this, but it's been needling me all night. All week, actually.
What? I wondered if I'd be able to hear him over the thundering of my heart in my ears.
Do you think you could be happy in this town long term? With me?
His voice dropped off at that last part, and I almost didn't catch it. But those tiny words expanded to fill the room. They seemed to reverberate off every wall. My heart flipped and my hand slipped, putting a huge gouge in the wall with my scraper. My mouth gaped open, unsure how to respond. He continued to scrape his section, but when I didn't answer, he turned to look at me. Even though I kept my eyes trained on the wall in front of me, I felt the warmth of his gaze melting my carefully constructed armor.
Elle?
I sighed and leaned my head against the wall in front of me. Rowan, I hate to say this out loud, because I realize you're with someone else. When I came home, it was only supposed to be for a short time, until I found a job or figured out my next step. Then I was going to move on. But after I saw you at the farm and we kissed, everything changed. I knew without a doubt that this was what I wanted. This town, this shop. But mostly, I wanted you.
You don't think you'll get bored with small town life and move back to the city?
Honestly, no. The things I miss about the city, I can get from visiting once every year or so. I didn't fully realize how much I missed this town until I got back. It's so quiet and peaceful. I can breathe and look at the stars at night. I can walk home at night without worrying about getting mugged. I know everyone, and they know me. Well, that's good and bad. Mostly, I missed being near all the people I loved. They're all right here. This is where I belong. I'm home.
You asked me before what I would want if things were different, and you weren't leaving.
I nodded once, wanting the answer, but fearing it at the same time.
The answer is you, Elle.
My breath caught, and my heart fluttered in my chest and up into my throat, as if trying to escape. He turned toward me and took my hand, gently stroking the back of it with his thumb. Electric shocks traveled up my arm from his touch, but it was the way he looked at me that turned me into a quivering pile of mush. He continued, his voice low and hesitant.
I'm not engaged. I never was. That was just a big misunderstanding.
But I saw you proposing in the bar.
Becky dropped something, and I was picking it up for her. That's all, I swear. Though I admit, after waiting for so long for you to come back, I'd finally decided it was time for me to move on, to settle down. I was even interviewing possible candidates.
A laugh burst from my lips. Interviewing candidates? Seriously? Are you looking for a girlfriend or an unpaid intern?
Hey, stop teasing me. I'm trying to be real here.
He brushed a lock of hair from my face.
After seeing you again, it hit me that I'd never be happy with anyone else.
He paused, still holding my hand, and took a deep breath.
I realize it'll take some time to get reacquainted and rebuild trust between us, but I'd like to give it another try. How about you?
Tears glistened from my eyelashes as I tried to blink them away. Yes, I'd love another chance. It's what I've wanted every day since I left town the first time, but I never dreamed it could happen.
Elle, we both made mistakes. Hopefully we learned from them. We're not the naive kids we were back then. Do you think we can put the past behind us and start over?
I'd love that. He turned my hand over and kissed my palm before looking at me.
It's important to me that we go slowly with this. I really don't want to make another mistake. I hope you can understand that.
I nodded slowly and curled my fingers into my palm, keeping his kiss safe, and pulled my hand back into my lap. So that's why you wanted to be friends, to take this slow. I don't think we could ever just be friends, Rowan. I agree with taking our time, as long as I know there's a possibility for more, and won't be stuck in the friend zone forever. I picked up the scraper to keep from reaching out and touching him, and applied it to the wall once more, sending bits of paper flying. What about Becky? She seems pretty territorial where you're concerned, and gives the impression that you're taken. Rowan shrugged and waved his hand as if it was no big deal.
I met her on this dating site and went on one date. I knew right away that we didn't jive and told her we'd be better off as friends. She seemed okay with it. And even after Dad hired her and she started working for us, it was fine. But lately, she seems to have changed her mind and thinks we could be more. I set her straight, though, and made it clear that I'd never see her that way.
So she declared her feelings, and you shut her down. Oof. Paper shrapnel flew around me as I scraped. I'm sure there was no way around it. You had to tell her how you felt or didn't feel. But it'll stink for her to have to work with you after that. I'd want to crawl in a hole and never come out if I were her. He flinched.
Yeah, I feel bad, but I couldn't let her think there was even the smallest hope when there really isn't any. I wouldn't play with her like that.
I know you wouldn't. Part of me wanted to throw my arms around Rowan's neck and bury my face in his shoulder, celebrate the second chance we'd just given one another. But another part of me remained wary. So instead, I finished scraping the last of the paper from my section of wall and surveyed what we'd accomplished. One wall was completely clear of paper. It just needed to be wiped clean and sanded in some spots. I think this is a good place to stop for tonight. I'll tackle the other wall tomorrow. Thanks so much for your help.
Do you want me to come back tomorrow to help again?
You said you needed time, and I respect that. Why don't you call me tomorrow night, and we'll see where we're at. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. As if sensing my doubt, he said,
I believe this is our chance, Elle. It'll all work out. Trust me.
I shrugged and let my gaze drop to the floor. I trust you, but I also need people in this town to trust me. I don't want people thinking I was a homewrecker who broke you two up, even if you weren't really together. That malicious Facebook post was bad enough. I don't want to give the gossips more ammunition to use against me. Rowan pawed me in for a hug and kissed the top of my head.
You're right. I should have thought of that. I don't want to make things harder for you. I promise I'll call you tomorrow night after I'm done working, though.
We exchanged phone numbers, and I swept up the mess of paper on the floor and tidied up. Rowan walked with me to the back door. As I turned out the light, I heard a screech. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot the kitten. I ran back in and picked up the box.
Do you have some cat food and a litter box for it?
No, it shouldn't need more food before tomorrow. I'll put some newspapers in the box for now and bring her to the vet in the morning. I can pick up supplies after that. He took the box from me and carried it to my car. I pushed it across to the passenger seat and sat down. I was about to shut the door when Rowan grabbed it. Our eyes met. The heat in his gaze made me want to pull him into the car and drive away with him. Forget fake fiancés. Forget meddling townspeople. All I wanted, all I needed was this man. Please just kiss me.
Good night, Elle.
Was all he said. Then he closed the door and watched me back away.
Chapter 21, Rowan. Storm clouds rolled in while I transplanted tomato seedlings and staked them out. One of the plants was dry and wilted. I'd felt like that since Elle left me. Being around her again, spending time with her last night at her shop, I felt like I was finally coming back to life. I wanted more of this, even if it had the potential to destroy me. Wind howled through the trees, almost knocking me over. This storm was moving quickly. I needed to focus to get everything done. Thoughts of Elle would have to wait until after this blew over. Hang in there, little plant. Maybe this rain will bring you back to life, too. Rain would be welcome, but these clouds looked ominous. The weather report that morning indicated a strong chance of thunderstorms, but the greenish tinge to the sky and the fast-moving clouds had my nerves on high alert. This wasn't good. Tornadoes could be disastrous to a farm like ours. As much as we tried to be prepared, we couldn't ward against every potential disaster. I rushed to cover the plants with tarps with Junie's help, weighing them down with cinder blocks. Becky and Mom herded the animals into the barns and locked the chickens in the coop. My dad rushed to secure items around the barn and yard. I was about to head for shelter in the basement of the house when Becky came running out of the barn.
We're missing one goat. Trixie is still out there. What are we going to do?
Not surprising. That wayward goat was always getting into trouble. I'll take the motorized farm cart and go look for her. You get to shelter. I'll call you when I find her.
I'll go with you,
Becky offered without hesitation. No, stay here in case more needs to be done with the animals. Your help will be needed here once this blows over. I pulled the hood of my raincoat over my head and took off in the motorized cart. Powerful winds pulled the rain sideways. It was hard to see, much less drive. There were 3 places I imagined Trixie might have gotten into trouble. The first place to check was a bridge over the stream where she liked to drink. There were rocks on the bank that she could have stumbled over or gotten caught in. If she was smart, she'd be hiding under the bridge. I drove along the bank of the stream leading up to the bridge and didn't see her. I hopped out to peer under the bridge, but she wasn't there either. She might have broken through the fence or jumped it somewhere. If that was the case, I wouldn't be able to search for her until after the storm passed. Next, I searched near the woods where she liked to climb on some downed trees. You wouldn't think she'd be climbing in this windstorm, but you never could tell with goats. I drove the cart across the pasture to the woods and held my arm up to shield my face from the wind and rain. But I still had a hard time seeing where I was going. I stopped the cart on the edge of the woods. Branches broke off and flew at me. I rushed into the shelter of the woods to give myself a break from the wind and rain. That's when I saw Trixie laying on the ground. She was lying on her side, soaking wet under a tree I had watched her climb many times before. The wind probably blew her out. She lifted her head and bleated at me but didn't get up. One of her front legs appeared to be hurt, and she had cuts on her head and chest. I scooped her up and carried her to the cart, placing her in the cargo area. It would have been nice to have a blanket to cover her with, but I was just grateful to have found her. As we drove toward the barn, a tree blew over right next to us. My heart raced as I floored the accelerator and prayed we'd make it back safely. Thoughts of Elle and our future together flashed through my mind as I swerved the cart around flying debris. I prayed she was safe, and that we'd get our second chance. When I got to the barn, Dad and Becky rushed out to help me with Trixie. We carried her into the barn and set her in a private stall. It took both Dad and I pushing on the door with the weight of our bodies to slam it shut against the driving wind. Becky got out the first aid kit and began cleaning Trixie's wounds. I splinted and wrapped her injured leg to protect it until the vet checked her out. We also gave her something to keep her calm for the time being. Once Trixie was settled, I looked around the barn. It was just the 3 of us and the animals. Did everyone else go into the basement? Dad nodded.
Yeah, they didn't want to, but I insisted. There wasn't much else they could do here.
I'm glad you 2 were here. It looks like you did pretty well getting all the animals tucked in safely. I hope the crops fare as well. Dad flicked his hand away.
We can replant anything that doesn't make it. Part of farming.
He settled onto a bale of straw against the wall in the middle of the room.
I'm just relieved everyone is safe. I pray the rest of the community is faring as well.
I found a spot next to Dad and let my body slide down the wall until it hit the floor. Exhausted, terror still shaking through me. Becky sat next to me on the floor and nudged me with her shoulder.
We were so worried about you, Rowan. Why didn't you call, like you said you would?
Her voice was a mixture of tender concern and irritation. The wind and rain were coming down so hard, I just had to get Trixie back here. I didn't want us to get stuck out there. Trees were falling around us. We're going to have quite a mess to clean up tomorrow. I rolled my shoulders to try to loosen up the tension they held.
I imagine so.
She reached over and began massaging my shoulders. Not comfortable with the intimate touch, I scooted out of her reach, then directed my attention to Dad. Was this storm in the forecast? I didn't hear anything about it.
There was a chance of severe weather, but nothing about a tornado. That came out of nowhere.
Dad took his phone out of his pocket.
I'll send a message to your mother so she knows you're safe.
Good idea. She'll be worrying enough as it is. I stood up and stretched my back and legs to keep the lactic acid from settling into my muscles. Rain and heavy winds continued to howl and pound on the outside of the building. Boards creaked and windows rattled. I prayed it would hold together. The animals were restless and braying loudly. I couldn't blame them. I wonder how long this will last.
As fast as it rolled in, it'll probably all be over soon.
Dad rose from his hay bale to pace around the barn, apparently feeling as antsy as I was. After about a half hour, the winds and rain seemed to die down, at least from the sounds of it. I peeked out the door and saw the storm had passed. I exhaled in relief. We should probably go out and check our fences before we let them out to the pasture again. There may be sections damaged by falling trees or ripped apart by the winds.
Right. Why don't we do that while Becky tends to the animals?
He turned to Becky, sensing she was about to protest. His wide-legged stance appeared resolute, and his tight-lipped expression unyielding, making it clear this was not up for discussion.
They all need to be fed and watered, and the goats need to be milked.
Dad peered around me to see outside, then he flung the door all the way open.
Once we know the fencing is intact, we can let them out again.
What about Trixie?
Becky asked, looking over at the resting goat, her forehead wrinkled with worry. If we leave her in here, away from the others, I don't think she'll do anything, I said, hoping it was true. The last thing we needed was for her to get up and jump around on a potentially broken leg. It would be nice if she'd just go to sleep, but I suppose that's too much to hope for. I hope the vet comes soon, so we know if anything's broken and what we need to do for her.
I'm sure he's super busy today, but he knows what happened and will get here as soon as he can.
Dad began gathering what we'd need to make the most urgent repairs outside.
Meanwhile, I'll load fencing materials and tools into the back of the cart and start surveying the damages.
I'll be right there. When Dad disappeared out the door, I turned to ask Becky if she needed any help before I left. Before I could utter a word, she pushed me up against the wall and pressed her lips against mine. Her kiss caught me off guard and felt completely wrong. I pushed her shoulders to break the kiss and create some distance, but her hands held my head and continued their assault on my mouth. I yanked her hands away and stumbled backwards. The dejected look on her face and the pain in her eyes made me feel like a jerk. But all I wanted to do was stop the kiss and get away. It had felt so wrong, all wrong. And comparing it to the kiss Elle and I shared recently, the difference was glaring. I wiped my lips with my sleeve, wishing I could scrub it from my memory. I leaned forward with my hands bracing against my thighs to calm my breathing. Straightening back up, I held my hand out like I did when trying to calm an agitated animal. Becky, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. But I already told you, I can't do this.
You can't kiss me?
Did you even hear me the other day? We are not a couple. I can't be with you. Won't be with you. Ever. I took a breath to choose my words carefully, not wanting to hurt her or escalate the situation. As I explained earlier, there is nothing between us, and there never will be. I'm sorry if I ever did or said anything that gave you the wrong impression, but I can't say it any plainer. We do not belong together. At all. This is it. I thought we could be friends, but now I'm not so sure.
But I was so worried about you while you were out in the storm. It proved to me how deep my feelings for you ran. I couldn't imagine what I would do if something happened to you. We don't have to get married right away. We can just slow it down. I just know I can't live without you. Rowan?
I extended my palms, a feeble effort to diffuse the situation. I didn't want to fight, but I needed her to understand. Becky, I'm sorry.
Look what a great team we make. The two of us can turn this into the most amazing organic farm in the state.
She stepped forward and gently stroked my upper arm, her voice now sweet as honey.
Just imagine the things we could do here. We do belong together, Rowan. Don't you see? We're a matched set, two of the same. Give me a little more time to show you how incredible we can be together.
I brushed her hand away and took a step back. My hands were on my hips, and I spoke slowly and deliberately to make sure she got it this time. Apparently, I wasn't clear. Becky, there is no we. You and I will never be together. Ever. I'm sorry if this hurts you, but this is the way it has to be. I moved toward the door, but before I got there, Becky leapt at me, clinging to my leg like a spider monkey. I tried to shake her off, but she hung on. It took a few minutes to pry her off of my leg.
Don't do this, Rowan. I won't accept this.
Don't make this harder than it is. I looked over at the animal stalls. If Trixie is behaving herself, you can go home. We don't really need you here anymore today. She flinched as if I hit her.
That's it? That's all I get?
Her voice ratcheted up with each word, her body stiffened, ready to strike, and her gaze transformed into an icy glare. I'm sorry, Becky. I thought you understood when I told you I only wanted to be friends. I hoped we could work together without any hard feelings. But apparently I was wrong. She hung her head and looked at the floor as I spoke. But when she lifted her gaze to mine, her eyes were wet with unshed tears.
Yeah, you were wrong to assume I wouldn't get hurt. You were also wrong to assume that we would have a loveless relationship if we were together. And you were wrong to assume that I wouldn't care that you dumped me to date the entire bachelorette contestant pool.
Her show of emotion caught me completely off guard. What do you mean?
You just don't get it, do you? I've had a thing for you since high school, but you never noticed.
She sniffled, but blinked back her tears. You didn't even go to our school.
No, but I spent my summers with my uncle on the other side of town. He worked for the city and had me working picking up trash at all the events, the parks, and along the pier. You always smiled at me any time you walked by, made me feel like I mattered. Unless your little girlfriend was with you, then I was just the trash girl. Might as well have been invisible.
She ran the back of her hand across her cheek.
And when I matched with you on the Farm Folks Only site, I knew it was my chance. Fate had finally brought you back to me.
Her confession hit me like a ton of bricks. It seemed to suck the air right out of the room. I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
I know you didn't, but I figured I might as well put it all out there and let you decide what to do about it.
She slumped, as if her body had sprung a leak, and her strength was slowly draining away, but a determined light in her eyes held a thread of hope.
Tell me something, Rowan. If Elle hadn't come back to town, would you have ever given me a chance?
I exhaled audibly and sagged back against the workbench. No. Even though I told myself I didn't need love, I don't ever see myself being able to commit to a loveless relationship, not long term. To be honest, I had it in my head that my parents' relationship was so good because they raised the family on the farm here. But I talked to them. Their relationship had nothing to do with the farm. It was all about how deeply they loved each other. That's what I want. But we'd never have that.
You don't know that,
she muttered, her voice quivering ever so slightly, revealing a glimpse of vulnerability. Then her spine stiffened as her guard slipped back into place. Her chin lifted, and she crossed her arms across her chest.
I think you would have come to love me in time. I truly believe that.
That's not... Becky jabbed her finger at me.
You might think you're doing the right thing now, but I guarantee a month or so down the road, after your darling Elle abandons you again, you'll wish you'd held on to me. Don't expect me to welcome you back when you do.
I won't.
And what am I supposed to tell people now?
She extended her arms in exasperation. Tell them the truth, that it was all a misunderstanding. We were never engaged. I threw my hands up. I don't really care what you tell people as long as they know we're not a couple. The story doesn't matter, but the ending is the same. We aren't meant to be together. Period. My jaw ached from the pressure of biting back all I wanted to say. I didn't want to say things I'd regret, especially when it would impact the farm. We still can be professional and do the work we need to do, right? She turned away from me, but not before I saw her wipe a tear from her face.
Yeah, I have a lot to do, and you better get going. Your dad's waiting.
I left the barn and found my dad waiting for me by the motorized cart. He gave me a knowing glance.
You okay?
Yeah. Did you catch any of that? He nodded.
I peeked in to see if you were coming and heard enough to know what was happening.
I feel bad for hurting her, but I had to be really blunt because she wasn't getting it. I hope it won't be too weird working with her now.
Don't worry about it. If you can't work together, we'll find another farmhand.
He clapped me on the shoulder, his eyes softened, and chin bobbed once in approval.
For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing.
Then why do I feel so crappy about it?
Just because it was right doesn't mean it was easy. In fact, the best decisions are often the hardest to make, and the ones that scare you the most.
Though my chest ached for Becky and the pain I caused her, going through that storm showed me how fleeting and fragile life can be. I didn't want to waste another moment without the love of my life. It was fear that made me hold back from Elle and keep the brakes on our relationship. But I didn't want fear running my life or keeping me from love and happiness. I was more than ready for a second chance with Elle, and I wanted to start right away. With that revelation, it seemed as if the buffalo that had been sitting on my chest finally got up and lumbered away. I could breathe again. The sun broke through the clouds and streamed around us. The storm was behind me now, and I looked forward to brighter days ahead, with Elle.
Chapter 22. Elle. The storm yesterday threw off my entire day. Besides having to spend time in the basement waiting for it to pass, the power went out for a few hours. I managed to make progress on stripping wallpaper off the remaining wall, since that didn't require electricity. But the long list of tasks I planned to do using my computer got pushed aside. The kitten I'd named Fleur provided endless entertainment, however. Jumping and playing in boxes and bags, getting them to dance around the room. Then she'd leap out to pounce on unsuspecting prey, such as a sunspot on the floor or the tips of shoelaces. But all the while, my thoughts kept returning to Rowan, wondering how his farm was faring through the storm, hoping his crops, animals, and buildings were spared. It had been a long time since I'd been through a tornado. Those really weren't an issue in New York City. Growing up here, though, I remembered gathering flashlights and a radio and huddling into the basement until we heard the all-clear signal. I wanted to call Rowan to see how he was doing. My finger hovered over the call button on my phone more times than I care to admit. With all this commotion, Rowan was probably busy, and he did say he needed some space and wanted to take it slow. So, as much as I wanted to talk to him, I refrained. He said he'd call you, so just be patient and wait until he does. After compulsively checking my phone for the 100th time, I not so patiently told my inner critic off. My restraint deserves a medal, so give me a break. A bazillion thoughts pinballed through my head all night as I tried to sleep. The next morning, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and squealed when I saw a text waiting on my phone. My heart sped up just seeing his name. It's a simple text, Elle. Relax. Rowan, sorry I didn't call you earlier. Crazy day. You okay? Me? Yes, I'm fine. How's the farm? Is everyone there okay? Rowan, one injured goat, but everyone else is fine. Some downed trees, fencing, and a shed to fix. But otherwise, we're good. Me? That's a relief. Rowan, when can I see you? Hope flared within me and excitement buzzed through my veins. Me? Do you need help cleaning up? I can come help. Rowan, I'd love that. Me? Okay, I'll see you soon. Rowan, can't wait. I flopped back onto my bed with my arms out wide and a wide grin on my face. Then I rolled over, covered my face in a pillow, and giggled, kicking my legs on the mattress. Rowan can't wait to see me. I felt like a giddy teenager again. But what if he just wanted extra helpers for the cleanup? I groaned and rolled over, covering my forearm across my eyes. What was I doing? He asked when he could see me, and he hadn't done that since I'd been back. That had to mean something. As much as I tried not to get my hopes up, it was futile. Rowan was my first and only love, a man I'd been missing for years. Even though it made me seem pathetic, I'd take whatever I could get from him right now. I rushed to get dressed, throwing on a pair of old jeans, t-shirt, and sweatshirt. Mom left a note that she was at the salon, helping nearby businesses clean up on Main Street. The line at the bakery told me I wasn't the only one with the idea of bringing a box of pastries for the workers and volunteers. I got myself a coffee, too, and had debated getting coffees for others, but I didn't know how many to get or what kinds. I knew what coffee Rowan liked, but it might seem rude to bring coffee just for him and nobody else. A box of donuts would just have to do. Downed trees, branches, and debris littered the streets, making some roads difficult to pass through. I was glad I decided to walk instead of taking my car. Besides, I appreciated the exercise and fresh air of walking to help me clear my mind. My phone buzzed in my pocket with an incoming text. "Rowan, what's taking you so long? Are you almost here?" I laughed. "Me? Hold your horses. I'm almost to your driveway." "Rowan, I'll pick you up." I heard the hum of an ATV coming down the driveway, and there was Rowan. He skidded to a stop next to me and hopped off. "You couldn't wait 2 more minutes for me to walk the rest of the way?"
Nope.
He pulled me in for a soul-searing kiss. One hand cupped the back of my head, and the other wrapped around the small of my back, pressing my chest against his. As our bodies molded to one another, I sensed his body as if it were my own. My hand slid from his chest to his neck. My heart pounded in sync with the rhythm I felt beneath my hand. A surge of passion moved through us like a tidal wave, and we both held on tight to keep from getting washed away. This wasn't just a kiss, it was a claiming, a declaration that I was his. What's this all about? Not that I'm complaining, but I thought you wanted to take this slow.
Being out in that storm yesterday brought into perspective how short life can be and how important it is to make the most of the time we have with those we love. It was all I could do to keep from coming over to kiss you last night.
Well, I hope you won't make that mistake again. His brow crinkled and his head tilted. The mistake of not finding a way to come and kiss me whenever the urge strikes?
You're right. Lesson learned.
He softly pressed his lips to mine.
You ready to show the town that we're finally back together again?
Yeah, about that. Maybe we should keep this reunion to ourselves for a bit. These clandestine meetings are kind of hot.
True, but nothing stays secret in this town.
He pulled me to him again and ran his hand down my hair.
They're gonna wonder why I'm so happy all of a sudden, walking down the street whistling "Isn't She Lovely?" They're gonna know something's up.
He twirled a lock of my hair around his finger.
Besides, I want everyone to know you're mine, and to be able to share our good news. Why not let them know that we're back together?
I shrugged and focused on the buttons of his shirt as my hands rested on his chest. It's just a lot. People are already talking about me in my shop, and not in a good way. Many people still think you're engaged to Becky. I think you need to squash that rumor first. If we can give even the tiniest bit of space between that misunderstanding and our reunion, maybe they'll lighten up on me.
Okay, I'll do whatever makes you most comfortable. As much as I want to tell everyone the good news, shout it from the rooftops and post it on social media, we'll try to keep it on the down low for now. Just know, it'll take a miracle to keep it quiet in this town, especially when I won't be able to keep it from my family. They're going to be so excited about this.
He placed another tender kiss on my lips.
So, Tilly's place has become cleanup central. Everyone in town is convening there to plan what needs to be fixed and organize the volunteers. I'll drive us over there.
He strapped my pastry box onto the back of the ATV next to his chainsaw and a toolbox. I climbed onto the seat and slid back to give him room to get on. His lips found mine once again before hopping on in front of me. He was, apparently, unable to refrain from kissing me. Not that I minded. Being with him again was like awakening from a coma that I hadn't realized I was in. It was going to take a concerted effort to keep our hands to ourselves in public. My arms wasted no time in wrapping around him as he started the ATV, and I held on tighter than I probably needed to. How could I pass up the opportunity to run my hands over those washboard abs? We pulled up to Tilly's shop. Rowan killed the engine and turned to look at me over his shoulder.
I wish we could keep driving. I could get used to that kind of seatbelt.
A wave of heat flushed my face, and I realized my hands were still glued to his abs. I yanked them away like I'd been burned and brushed them on my thighs. He chuckled and flashed me a smile that had my insides quivering.
I'll walk in first, and you can follow a couple of minutes later. Then nobody will suspect we arrived together.
We slid off the ATV on opposite sides and walked around behind the shop where we heard voices. As the command center for the cleanup efforts, Tilly's yard was a hive of activity. About 50 people stood around with their attention focused on the front, where Tilly and Gina stood next to two big whiteboards standing on frames. They took turns leading the meeting. Tilly made suggestions about who would be good at what tasks. Gina took notes and wrote on the boards. The boards listed damaged areas in order of priority, the number of people requested for each job, and supplies needed. Gina came over and filled us in on what we missed before moving on to talk to someone else.
There are sign-up sheets on the table for which projects you want to help with and any supplies you can donate.
Wow, they're really organized.
Rowan said as he perused the boards. Gina's really good at that, I said. Her event planning experience comes in handy. Rowan looked around at all those gathered and at the projects mapped out.
I guess so. Who knew cleaning up after a storm would become an event?
Raven, why don't you help Nash today? He could use a good right-hand gal.
Tilly suggested, with no subtlety whatsoever. Raven bristled and waved her off with a smirk.
Sorry, Tilly. I already volunteered to help at the cafe.
Apparently, I wasn't the only one who noticed the sparks between Raven and Nash anytime they were in the same room. I remember Raven had a crush on Nash when we were in high school, but Nash never gave her the time of day. Now she was downright hostile toward him. Mom, I vowed to ask Raven about it the next chance I got. Had something happened between them while I was gone? I set the pastry box onto a picnic table and opened it for anyone to take one. I always love seeing how towns band together in the aftermath of a disaster. It reassured the good in humanity. Since he had a chainsaw, Rowan and I signed up to help remove the tree that had fallen onto Tilly's greenhouse. As I waited for Rowan to retrieve his saw and work gloves, Becky glared at me with a look so lethal I should have shriveled up and turned to ash on the spot. She disappeared before Rowan returned. I felt bad for Becky, having to continue working for Rowan after he rejected her. If she could handle that, she's tougher than she looked. I certainly wouldn't be able to. I had to go 1,200 miles away after I broke it off with Rowan, and still never got over him.
Chapter 23, Rowan. I surveyed the damage to the greenhouse and determined the best way to proceed. One panel of glass was broken but still holding together, and the aluminum frame was bent by the fallen tree there too. It was amazing the tree didn't crash right through it. Elle stood with her hands on her hips and her head tilted, looking up at the greenhouse.
How are you going to do this without breaking that glass and falling through yourself?
That's going to be tricky. I moved around to study it from every angle. First, I'll go up with a ladder and trim away the smaller branches. But then I think it'll be best to move the tree away so the logs I cut don't fall into the glass.
Maybe Tilly needs to hire a tree removal company to do it.
Nah. If we loop a strap around the trunk right here, I pointed to a spot on the trunk above my head, and use a tractor to pull it away from the greenhouse, cutting it up will be much easier.
Sounds like a good plan.
I'll call to find out if anyone is available to bring our tractor over. If not, we can go over to get it. I called my dad first, and he promised to bring the tractor, strap, and winch as soon as he could. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and pulled Elle behind the tree. We have about 15 minutes until my dad gets here with the tractor, and I know how I'd like to spend that time. I pulled her close and gently rubbed my lips against hers. As soon as she softened against me and laced her fingers through my hair, all slow gentleness went out the window. My arms protected her back as I pressed her up against the tree. I was consumed with my need for her, as if she was all that was keeping me alive. She moaned into my mouth and set my veins on fire. We were moments away from combusting and setting the entire forest on fire. Ella broke the kiss, and her hands moved to my pecs. She cleared her throat, her gaze on my chest.
Don't you think we should do a little work before your dad gets here and catches us making out like teenagers?
A cocky, crooked grin that I hadn't worn in years spread across my face. Or we could keep making out like teenagers until we hear the tractor coming. It's not exactly stealthy. She laughed and pushed me away, but it was clear by the look in her eyes and the heaving of her chest that she wanted this as much as I did. Come on, Ella. I've waited 14 years for this. You really expect me to stop kissing you just because my dad might catch us?
But we agreed to keep this a secret. That was less than an hour ago, and already you want to ditch our agreement.
I didn't realize how hard it would be to keep my hands off of you.
You're incorrigible.
I shrugged and lifted my palms to the sky. I'm a man. It's in the DNA. She shook her head and chuckled.
That pesky Y chromosome causing trouble again.
A low rumble of an engine sounded through the trees, making its way toward us. You win. I hear the tractor coming. I leaned in to steal another kiss before putting on work gloves and positioning the ladder against the structure next to the fallen tree. With the chainsaw in one hand and holding the ladder with the other, I cautiously climbed up. I trimmed off the smaller branches that might get in the way or might hit the glass when we moved the trunk. Dad arrived minutes later.
Elle, it's so good to see you. You'll have to come by for supper soon. We'd love to hear all about your adventures in the Big Apple.
He jumped off the tractor and studied the scene.
So, Rowan, what have we got here?
I explained my plan and indicated the direction we should pull. His brows pinched as he deliberated.
I think you're right. It'd be impossible to keep the pieces you cut from falling into the glass otherwise. You attach the strap where we need it, and I'll move the tractor to be at the right angle to pull it away without turning the tree and making things worse.
Elle busied herself with picking up fallen branches and tossing them in a pile away from the building. Dad leaned in and whispered,
Does this mean what I think it means?
He tipped his head toward Elle, who was still picking up sticks. A proud grin spread across my face even though I tried to contain it. Yeah, we're back together, but trying to keep it to ourselves for now out of respect for Becky. Dad put his arm around my shoulders and squeezed.
I'm happy for you both, and it's kind of you to take Becky's feelings into account. I hope she'll be as forgiving when you're working together.
I sighed and shook my head. I'm not looking forward to it. I'll tell you that much. So many things I wish I'd have done differently.
Live and learn.
Dad tightened up the strap and checked the winch on the tractor to make sure everything looked right. He climbed back onto the tractor and started it up. I stood where I had a good view, but out of the way of the tree. Okay, Dad. Whenever you're ready. Dad slowly moved the tractor forward. The tree jerked and more branches fell. Dad kept moving, and the trunk fell to the ground, clearing the greenhouse, as we'd hoped it would. That's good, Dad, I yelled, signaling for him to stop. I walked over to the tractor and began unhooking the strap. I think we can handle it from here. I'll chop this up, and Elle can stack the logs over there. When we're done with this, we'll check in with Gina's board to see where we're needed. How are things at the farm?
We're getting a lot done. I moved everything out of the damaged shed, so it's ready whenever we get around to fixing it. We can work on repairing the rest of the fencing tomorrow. The animals are fine in the pasture they're in for now. Becky is taking care of the usual chores.
I'll check back with you later to see if you need anything. Thanks for the help.
No problem. Catch you later, son.
Dad winked at me, then turned to Elle.
So good to have you back with us again, Elle.
He waved to us both and drove the tractor back to the farm. As soon as he was out of sight, I snuck another kiss from Elle. This time, it was more playful as I reveled in the feel of her lips and the easy comfort we'd always shared in each other. She playfully smacked my shoulder.
That's enough. We have a lot of work to do here.
Oh, all right. I picked the chainsaw, fired it up, and began slicing the trunk into smaller pieces. I was careful to keep the logs small to make it easier for Elle to carry and stack them. 2 hours later, the entire tree was cut and neatly stacked, all except for the stump that was half uprooted when the wind blew the tree over. Elle and I walked back to Tilly's shop and checked the job we'd completed off on the board. Tilly rushed over and hugged us both.
Thank you so much for taking care of that tree for me.
You're welcome, Tilly. It's a miracle it didn't crash through the glass when it fell. I pulled my work gloves off and set them on the table.
Oh, I know. It truly is a miracle. I did a meditation before the storm hit, calling in protection for everything on this property. I believe the spirits of this land did a pretty good job of keeping it safe. As powerful as that storm was, it could have been so much worse.
Whatever you did must have worked. There was one panel of glass that needed to be replaced and the frame straightened, but otherwise it appears to be in pretty good shape. She looked between me and Elle and clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes twinkling with delight.
And it appears another of my prayers has been answered. It's so wonderful to see you two together after all this time. I always say everything happens in its own time, and here you are.
Elle put her finger against her lips.
Shh. We're trying to keep this under wraps for now, Tilly. I don't want to give my critics any more ammunition.
Oh, okay, I understand, but if that's the case, you might not want to be in the same room together. The energy between you two with even a glance could power an entire city. You won't be fooling anyone. I could tell the moment you walked in this morning and you didn't even come in together. A blind man could see the attraction between you two.
I opened my mouth to say something, but then closed it again. Was it really that obvious? Ella was the voice of wisdom.
Maybe we should split up and go to different projects this afternoon. We don't need to give the gossips any more ammunition.
I don't know if we need to go that far.
Probably wise,
Tilly interjected. She picked up 2 cups of steaming hot liquid.
Here. I brewed a special blend of tea to help you both get through this challenging time together.
Elle and I exchanged a skeptical glance, but accepted what Tilly offered. It was just tea, right? The beverage had a sweet yet pungent flavor with a kick of something I couldn't place. I downed it quickly, knowing Tilly's concoctions weren't always palatable. Elle did the same and set her empty cup onto the picnic table and studied the board again. It was hard to tell which jobs were still available.
I'll head into town to see what I can help with there. Tilly, do you have a trash bag I can bring with me so I can pick up trash on my way?
Grand idea. Do you want regular trash bags or a giant one?
Tilly asked, pointing to the assortment of bags donated by community members.
How about a few regular ones? The giant one would be harder to manage while walking.
I'll take my chainsaw and find more trees to cut up around town.
Why don't you sit and eat lunch before you leave? I'll bring plates out to you here on the picnic table.
Before we could object, Tilly dashed off into the house. I sat at the picnic table, leaned forward onto my elbows, and steepled my hands together. Elle took a seat across from me, worry pinching her brow.
I know Tilly is more perceptive than most people, so I'm not surprised she picked up on it. But do you really think others will suspect we're together just by looking at us?
My shoulders twitched upward, and my head tilted to the side. I don't really know because when you're in the room, I don't notice anyone else, I admitted with a flirty side-eye look. Elle dropped her chin to her hands and blew air upward, causing stray hairs to move away from her face.
Then we're doomed, because I can't keep from looking at you, or even thinking about you, and not smiling.
Yep, doomed, and I don't even mind. I leaned over the picnic table and stole another kiss, because why not?
But Rowan, what about Becky?
What about her? Becky and I were never engaged. It was all just a misunderstanding, a simple case of gossip gone wrong. I don't think we need to hide it at all.
Come on, the man I fell for wouldn't be so callous with someone else's feelings.
Ella reached out and held my hands in hers across the table, her eyes soft and tender.
Let's just try to keep it to ourselves the best we can for at least a few days. We can monitor the town gossip to see what is said, and that can be our guide. Until then, keep your hands to yourself.
Humph. I pulled my hands away, wanting to argue, but knowing she was right.
Please, Rowan, I don't need any more negative publicity, especially not after that brutal post last week. You, of all people, should understand that. You are the first person to stand up for me. I still don't know how the town feels about my shop. I keep praying they forget all about that by the time it opens, but it's a gamble.
I sighed deeply and brushed my fingertips along the side of her cheek. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't think about how this might affect your business. You know you have a lot of supporters here. Don't let a few trolls get you down. Your boutique is going to be a smashing success.
That's what I told her.
Tilly called from the doorway as she carried a lunch tray out to us.
Opening this shop is the right thing to do, Elle. Look at all you've learned and grown from this experience. You're a much different person today than you were when you came back to town a few weeks ago. And look at all the people who have supported you. If nothing else, you've rediscovered your place in this community, right? No matter what happens, just remember that.
Tilly was right. Elle belonged here, in Moonlit Lake, and with me. There's nothing I wouldn't do to protect her and keep her here. If her shop didn't take off, would she leave me again? I couldn't let that happen.
Chapter 24. Elle. Examining the state of my half-finished shop, a surge of hopelessness rolled in. It felt more like I'd overindulged at an all-you-can-eat buffet of overwhelm. The aftermath? A less than flattering food baby of stress that left my fashion dreams feeling more than a bit queasy. This is ridiculous. The clock is ticking. I'm never going to get this all done and ready in time for the grand opening. Nash and his crew were needed elsewhere because of the storm damage, and I understood this. Safe housing was more important than my store, but it didn't help my stress level. I leaned my elbows onto my desk with my palms on my forehead. My desk was littered with list upon list of all the things I needed to complete. The enormity of the tasks sent me into a paralyzing spiral of anxiety. I didn't even know where to start. If my to-do list had a soundtrack, it would probably be playing the theme from Mission Impossible. Tilly had called earlier, offering to send me some samples of her newest concoctions. She called them calming chaos and clear confidence, and I'd probably have to swim in them for them to work. But she'd also offered advice of the practical sort. Tackle my lists, one task at a time. And of the heart, if my store failed, that didn't mean I was a failure. Tilly was right about both things, but the practical bit was easier to deal with. I broke my list down to easy steps and started with something easy. It worked. I flew through my lists. I was in such a zone, I didn't realize it was dark already until I heard a knock on the door, which caused me to look out the window. Rowan stood outside the door with a basket in one hand and a bouquet of flowers in the other. I opened the door and nearly knocked him over as I wrapped my arms around his neck. Tears ran down my cheeks at his thoughtfulness. He dropped the basket and the flowers and cupped my face, brushing away my tears with his thumbs.
Are you okay? Why are you crying?
Don't mind me, I'm a hot mess. I sniffed and then let my forehead drop to his chest. Doubts crept in this morning and nearly got the best of me, at least until Tilly gave me a pep talk. I actually got a lot done this afternoon, but to have you show up to support me and cheer me up, you have no idea what that means to me. Emotions clogged my throat, making it hard to swallow, much less speak. He lifted my chin and kissed my lips with a tenderness that nearly brought me to my knees. A mosquito buzzed by, reminding me we were still outside. I pulled him into the shop and closed the door.
I was at Tilly's this afternoon, and she asked if I was planning to see you tonight. I had already planned this surprise.
He held up the picnic basket.
Tilly asked if I could bring you this.
He handed me a paper bag with Tilly's samples.
She said you'd know what they were.
Well, it's what she said I needed, but I have no idea what's in them. I stuck my nose in the top of the bag and inhaled. It smelled heavenly. So, what else do you have there? He handed me the bouquet.
These aren't nearly as beautiful as you, but I hope you like them.
It was a delightful mix of spring blooms, yellow and red tulips, white daisies, and purple hyacinths. Thank you. They're gorgeous. I hope I have something to put them in.
Shoot. I never thought about the vase.
That's okay. I can put them in a bucket until I go home. Mom has tons of vases. I'm sure she'll let me borrow one. But I plan to bring them back to my office to cheer me up when I get discouraged. He lifted the picnic basket and tilted his head toward it.
I brought us dinner, but I also came to help with whatever you need to get done. I'm sure the storm threw a wrench in your timeline.
It did. I can't complain because others have it lots worse than I do. And at least this building didn't get any damage, but it's frustrating.
Do you want to eat or work first?
Eat. I kind of lost track of time, so I didn't actually stop for lunch. I'm starved.
Then give me a couple minutes to get everything set up here. Do you need to finish up what you were working on when I arrived?
Oh yeah, I'll be right back. Won't take long. I finished up the order I was in the middle of submitting. I closed out my tabs and shut down my computer. When I came back out into the front room of the store, my eyes widened and my hand flew up to cover my heart. Rowan had spread out a purple Vikings blanket on the floor. I smiled at the memories that blanket sparked. Candles were lit around the room, creating a soft glow of flickering light. The ice cream bucket of flowers and a picnic basket sat on the edge of the blanket.
Oh, one more thing.
He pulled out his phone and started some soft music.
There.
He held out his hand to me.
Elle, would you do me the honor of this dance?
You want to dance? Here? Now? But you don't dance ever.
I know, but you love to dance. And even though I suck at it, I'll do whatever I can to bring that sparkle to your eyes, even if it means humiliating myself. Besides, it gives me an excuse to hold you in my arms. I'd be a fool not to.
As I placed my hand in his, a tingle moved all the way up my spine and through my body. I stepped forward into his embrace, feeling like a lost puzzle piece, finally snapping into place. This was where I belonged. I draped my arms over his shoulders as he pulled me close. The heat generated between us made me want to fan my face. As we swayed slowly to the music, my body seemed to melt into his. Soon, my head was resting on his shoulder, and I felt his heart beating against me. The steady rhythm soothed my worries. It was as if we were in a bubble outside of time. Nothing else in the world existed but us. There was a pause in the music as the song changed. My stomach seized that moment to make its needs known and growled like a ferocious beast. Rowan laughed.
I guess I better feed you. I'm sorry. You did say you were starving.
Don't apologize. This is one of the most romantic dates I've ever been on. And yeah, I could have insisted we eat first, but I didn't want to turn down a chance to be close to you. If I die of starvation, just know that it will be with a smile on my face.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
He smiled, and the look in his eye made me want to giggle like a schoolgirl. He laced his fingers through mine and led me to the picnic blanket.
So, was I not romantic when we were younger?
You were, but it was different. We were both so enamored of each other that everything was romantic, and we didn't need to do anything special. Now it's been so long since I've even been on a date, much less one I didn't have to make up an excuse to leave, that something like this seems extraordinary.
Well, thanks for setting the bar low for me, but it'll be my goal to make every date extraordinary. Sit. I'll get everything out.
What did you bring? Just then, my new kitten crept in and stuck her nose into the picnic basket. She dug her claws into the side, crawled up, and tumbled over the edge. We both laughed at her mischievous shenanigans. Looks like someone else is interested in what you brought too.
Well, hello, little one.
Rowan pulled the kitten out of the basket and snuggled her to his chest. My heart squeezed at the image. Who would have thought snuggling a cat would be sexy? He lifted her up in front of his face so they were almost nose to nose.
Do you have a name yet?
He placed her in his lap, and she curled up and nestled herself against him as he petted her. I heard her purring from where I sat. This is Fleur. She keeps me company here during the day when I'm working. At first, I thought she could be the store mascot, but then I realized I can't have cat hair on everything. So once the shop opens, she'll have to stay home. She won't be able to have the run of the place like she does now. I leaned over the basket to peer inside. What did you say you brought for supper? Careful not to disturb his new best friend, he reached into the basket and pulled out one item at a time and set them on the blanket between us.
It's nothing fancy. I picked up sandwiches and pasta salad from the deli, and pie from Auntie Emma's bakery.
That's perfect. I haven't been to the bakery since I've been back. Is Emma still baking everything, or does she have a successor now?
She still does some, but she also has a daughter and granddaughter. She's taught them all her secrets. They'll take over when, or if, she ever retires.
How old is she? It seems like she's been there forever. The one thing in town that hasn't changed since I was a little girl.
I think she's in her upper 70s, but that's just a guess. I think she'll keep baking until she can't anymore. It's just who she is.
I can't imagine being so passionate about one thing that I would do it until my dying day. Can you? He shrugged.
Maybe. Hal, who had the farm before us, couldn't imagine leaving it and stayed to help my dad for many years after Dad bought it and took over. Hal lived on the farm until the end.
He paused for a moment, pondering the thought.
I've always believed that was true for me too. This place is in my blood, and it's where I'll live and die. I can't imagine doing or living anywhere else. But to be honest, with all that's happened recently, I'm starting to rethink everything I thought I knew. Maybe I had it all wrong. Being here with you now feels more right than the farm ever did in the years you were gone.
His admission caught me off guard. This was essentially our first date. I didn't know what to say. I unwrapped my sandwich, but just looked at it.
Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's just, all this time, there have been so many things going through my head. Things I wish I'd have said. Regrets for what I did or didn't do. I told myself that if I ever got another chance, I'd do things differently. But now I'm probably saying too much and scaring you off.
No, you're not scaring me off. I just wasn't expecting it. I took a drink of the water bottle he'd set out for me. I think it's a good strategy. There were tons of things I wish I'd have said or done differently back then too. Let's try to be more open and honest with each other, even if it's difficult.
Agreed.
Rowan smiled and took a bite of his sandwich. I did the same. The roasted veggie wrap with balsamic vinegar and goat cheese was to die for. My thoughts swirled as I ate. I couldn't get past what he'd said. Did he mean he would give up the farm to be with me? That couldn't be right. The farm to Rowan was like the sea to a sailor. I could never take him away from that. Would he even be the same man without the farm? If my boutique failed, would he go with me to find another job? I couldn't see it. All the more reason to make sure the boutique did well. I shook my head slowly, pursing my lips. I hear what you're saying, but I don't see you ever leaving the farm. It's not just a job to you. It's a big part of what makes you who you are. I can't imagine you anywhere else.
It's important to me. I won't deny that. But I was talking to my dad recently, and he helped me to see that it's not the land or the location that made the farm so special. It was being with the people we truly love that made it so. That's what makes a life meaningful. At the time, I wasn't sure I believed him. He devoted his entire life to this farm.
He reached out and grasped my hand in his. His eyes held mine with an intensity that made me suck in a breath.
But now I'm starting to understand what he meant.
Rowan.
You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know that I'm all in here. You're it for me. You always have been.
He pulled my hand to his mouth and placed a soft, lingering kiss on my knuckles, his eyes still trained on me. His intensity made me lightheaded. I braced my hand on the floor to steady myself.
I'm not proposing or anything, not for a while. Certainly not on our first date. But I'm not going to let you get away a second time. I don't think I'd survive it.
The urge to kiss him overcame my need for food. I dropped my sandwich and leaned over, supporting myself with one arm and pulling his face to mine with the other. How did I ever go so long without this man in my life? He seemed to be the air I breathed. As I leaned back, I ran my hand down his arm, pausing to appreciate the solidity of his muscles beneath my fingers and giving his biceps a reassuring squeeze. I'm not letting you go either. I'm all in here, opening this shop and being with you. This is me putting down roots. I'm not going anywhere.
Chapter 25. Rowan. The feel of hot water washing over my skin helped my muscles relax. Nothing felt better after a hard day of work than a hot shower. My body would have liked to stay in the shower until the water ran cold, but I was anxious to talk to Elle. She answered on the first ring.
Hey, handsome. How was your day?
And just like that, the last bit of tension in my shoulders dissolved. Warmth swelled in my chest. It's so much better now just by hearing your voice.
I feel better now, too. I'm glad you called. I was just sitting here thinking about you and wondering if I should call or not.
You can always call me anytime, day or night. Don't ever wonder about that. How's everything going with your shop? I laid back on the couch and swung my legs over the armrest. Ella sighed.
It's going okay, I guess, as well as can be expected with the tornado causing a setback on the construction end of things. Nash and his crew hope to be back next week to finish the floor and wall, but he couldn't make any promises. I told him I should be able to handle the rest if he can't come back. If others need construction work for repairs after the tornado, he should do that instead. But I'm sure that's going to throw off my timeline, so I'm not sure when to schedule the grand opening.
It will all come together quicker than you can imagine. You don't have to do it all yourself, you know.
I realize that, but...
She paused, and I could feel there was something she wanted to say but was afraid to. What is it?
I've heard the group post that told lies about me has gotten more traction, and there is a group of people opposing the opening of my boutique.
Are you serious? This town is full of people who know and love you. You're not some stranger who moved in that knows nothing about our community. You're one of us. You grew up here and your family has been here for a long time. A couple of naysayers won't be able to affect the huge community support backing you. I promise you that.
I'm still not sure I can do it. Besides the negative comments, there's so much to get done for the shop to become a reality.
You've been away a long time, but I'm sure you remember how it is to be a part of a community. You helped with cleanup the day after the tornado, and now other people would be glad to help you with yours. That's just how it works around here.
I hear what you're saying. If I can't get it done, I'll let you know.
She paused and changed the subject.
Enough about me. How was your day on the farm?
I groaned and rubbed my hand over my face. Today was immunization day for the goats, and I had to work with Becky to get that done. It was not fun. It's felt awkward working with her ever since the rumors started about us being engaged. Even though we talked it all out last week and I made it clear that we would never be a couple, she's still pretty hostile toward me. I hadn't expected she'd be so upset about setting people straight or by me getting back together with you.
Let me guess. She had feelings for you long before all of this started. Am I right?
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Do you think you'll be able to keep working with her?
I don't know. My dad said if it's too difficult, we can let her go and find another farmhand. But she's really amazing with the goats and the cheese production. I think it might be difficult to find an adequate replacement for her.
Probably easier than working with someone under these tense emotional circumstances.
A valid point, and I knew she was probably right. I just hoped I could put that decision off a while longer. I'll see how it goes over the next week. Maybe things will improve now that we've had that discussion.
Don't underestimate the power of a scorned woman. We can hold grudges for a really long time.
I cringed as a shiver moved down my spine. I'll take that as a warning. Elle chuckled.
Wise call. You don't want to get on my bad side.
I'll take whatever side you give me. The good, the bad, the angry, the outrageous. I want it all. Talking with Elle always made everything better. My mood was already lightening, and the warmth of love was already overtaking the previous chill within me.
Be careful what you wish for. You may change your mind once you're on the receiving end of my wrath.
I think I can handle it. I have weapons of my own, and I'm not afraid to use them.
Oh, really? And what would those be?
The tone of our conversation became more flirty and heated, and I couldn't wait to be near her again. Come on over and find out.
As much as I would love to do that, I have a list of things I still need to get done before I go to bed tonight. How about a rain check?
Dinner tomorrow night?
That's a date. I look forward to it.
She paused a moment before speaking again.
And Rowan?
Yeah?
Sweet dreams.
They definitely would be sweet, and they would star the same brunette that had haunted them for a decade and a half. But now they didn't torture me. Now they gave me hope and inspired everything I wanted in my life. My dreams were finally coming true. If only I could make hers come true as well.
Chapter 26. Elle, even though my office door was closed, I couldn't concentrate. Nash's team had arrived that morning, and the steady banging of their work was exciting but distracting. The distraction wasn't unwelcome, though, because it meant the shop was finally moving forward. My dream was coming together. Fleur hopped up and curled into my lap as I sat at my desk. For a wild stray, she'd quickly claimed her territory, and her favorite spot seemed to be on my lap or by my computer when I was working. There was a big order of merchandise that should have arrived already. Checking the tracking of the order, it indicated the order had been delivered, but it wasn't here. I called the company to check on it. Hello? I placed an order, and it says it was delivered, but it's not here. Could you check on it for me? The customer service representative took my order information and put me on hold while she checked on it. A couple of minutes later, she returned.
I can see the order was delivered and received.
She gave the address of the delivery. But that's not my address. It's not even in the same city. How could this have happened?
I don't know, ma'am. My computer shows that the order was submitted, and shortly after that, it was edited with a change of address. The change was made within your own account. Since it wasn't an error on our part, there's nothing I can do. I'm so sorry.
Can you give me the address of the delivery again? Maybe I can track it down.
Certainly.
She gave me the address.
I'm so sorry this happened. Call back if you need to reorder. We can expedite the shipping for you if that would help.
I appreciate it. I hope that won't be necessary, but if I can't get the merchandise back, I'll definitely need to take you up on your offer. A quick search on the internet for the address showed my order had been delivered to a women's shelter in Minneapolis. I felt lightheaded. How could this have happened? I called the shelter and asked for the director. When I explained who I was and why I was calling, the woman knew exactly what I was calling about.
Yes, we received a shipment of clothing 2 days ago. It was amazing.
the most generous donation we've ever received. We hosted a job fair last night and gave most of the items away for women to wear to job interviews. You should have seen how happy they were and the confidence they got just from wearing these beautiful outfits. I've never seen anything like it.
I was stunned. A rush of emotions flooded my system: confusion, anger, frustration. But I also felt touched that my merchandise was making a positive difference in the lives of women who needed a fresh start. I swallowed at the lump in my throat. So, are the clothes all gone?
There are a few pieces left that were either odd sizes or not appropriate for interviews. Would you like me to mail those back to you?
Torn between needing the money and items for my store and wanting to help more women, I wasn't sure what the right answer was. I feel bad taking something back from a women's shelter, but if you say they're not appropriate, then it would be nice to have them back. Are they still in new condition, with tags still on?
I can check, but I'm pretty sure they do. Give me your address and I'll send them back to you. I'll also give you a receipt for the rest of it. You can use that as a charitable donation on your taxes. I'll also send you pictures of the women wearing your clothes, along with signed releases to use the photos for promotional materials. So you can use them on your website and tell how your shop supports women.
That's a great idea. Thank you so much. Even though this was a mistake, I'm glad it is going to something good and making a difference for those women. If my boutique does well, maybe we can make this an annual event and order clothing specifically for job interviews. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, that is a marvelous idea. I'm so glad we talked, and good luck with your boutique. Send me a notice of your grand opening. I'd love to come.
I'll do that. Thank you. After ending the call, I sat at my computer, completely numb. My biggest order, thousands of dollars of merchandise, lost. Granted, it was helping women, but my shop didn't have thousands of dollars lying around to donate. Now I had to reorder all of that again. My budget was already tight. How was I going to manage? I called the wholesaler back and reordered the same items again, but with this address. They would rush the shipping, so I should have it in a few days. I closed out of those tabs and shut my laptop, folding my arms over it and resting my head on my forearms. Tears leaked out of the corner of my closed eyes. Slowly sitting up, I wiped my face with my hands. I was this close to having a complete meltdown. Enough of the pity party, Elle. What's done is done. Now you need to figure out how to go forward from here. You can do this. Right, I can do this. I stood up and grabbed my purse. I needed to get out of here. Fleur looked at me with curious eyes. After giving her a quick pat on the head, I slammed the rest of my coffee and set the empty cup on the desk. I'm going for a walk, Fleur. I'm leaving you in charge. Protect my office, okay? The kitten rubbed herself against my legs. I slipped out the door and closed it behind me to keep her in the office. I didn't want her to get in the way of Nash and his crew while they were working. Nash, I'm going out for a little walk. I need to stretch my legs and clear my head. Is there anything you need before I go?
Nah, we're good. Enjoy your walk.
I won't be long. The sun shone brightly, and I slipped my sunglasses on. It was a gorgeous spring day. The glorious scent of lilacs wafted by on the breeze. I kept walking and found a large lilac bush in full bloom. Breathing in deeply, the heavenly scent was a balm to my frazzled mind. The stress tightened my shoulders up to my ears, and my head pounded behind my eyes and across my scalp. No amount of walking or stretching would release them. A 2-hour massage probably wouldn't begin to touch all the tension I'd built up. As I walked, I talked through all the problems I was currently facing with the boutique. Tears streaked down my face and were dried by the breeze. It was frustrating to be so close to accomplishing this major task, but also so close to failing. I was at a loss for what to do about it. The longer I walked, possible solutions came to mind, and my reactive emotions began to settle. I returned to the shop feeling lighter and resolved to figure this out. This minor setback wouldn't get me down.
Hey, Elle, what do you think of the floor?
Nash asked, pointing to the sections he replaced with the new planks where the walls had been removed. He blended the wood in nicely.
Once the entire floor is sanded and refinished, you won't be able to tell this from the rest of the floor.
It looks great, Nash. You do amazing work. I tried to keep my voice upbeat. They had done a wonderful job on the floor. It showed me that not everything was going wrong. I had to keep my perspective. This would be a gorgeous boutique. I had to stay hopeful that it would all work out.
Gabe and Corey are patching and sanding the walls, so they'll be ready for you to paint. Jesse and I will have this section done this afternoon, and then we'll be out of your hair for now. We'll find a time to come back to refinish the floors and paint in the next week or so, I promise.
Don't let me hold you up. I have some computer work to do in my office. Let me know when you're leaving.
Will do.
I opened the door to my office, and Fleur rushed over to greet me. Hey, did you miss me? I wasn't gone that long. I put my purse away and turned to my desk, and every bit of hope I'd discovered during my walk died a quick death. I flew to my desk, my hands covering my mouth. No, 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 no. My coffee cup had tipped over and spilled coffee all over my laptop. I rushed to the kitchen for a roll of paper towels. I dabbed the keyboard dry and tried to turn it on. Nothing. How could this have happened? Then I noticed little coffee footprints on the surface of the desk and on the floor. Fleur, did you do this? You naughty kitty. I'm going to have to lock you upstairs from now on. I slumped into my chair. My head pulsed with a stabbing pain through my temples. My chest was so tight, I gasped for breath. I bent forward over my knees to keep from hyperventilating, but that made the throbbing in my head worse. First, the lost shipment, and now my computer. My bank account was hemorrhaging money, and the boutique wasn't even close to opening yet. Maybe this entire idea was a colossal mistake. What was I thinking taking something like this on? What did I know about starting a business and opening a store? This was sure to be an even more abysmal failure than New York had been, and then everyone in the entire town would know about it. Ugh, I can't do this. I can't. I groaned to the empty room. But if you stop now, you still have to pay back the loan. Keep going and let the boutique earn back the money. You can do this. I so wanted to tell my inner voice to bite me. I was tired of the pep talks and tired of teetering on the fence between determination and giving up. Instead, I sent out an SOS text to my best friend. Me, you up for wine and whining? Gina, always. Me, I'll bring the wine if you've got the wine. Gina, I've got your back. Come on over. Me, be there in 5. It only took me 4 minutes to reach Gina's, and she opened her door before I even knocked.
Hey, girl. What's up?
My best friend took one look at me and opened her arms. I collapsed into her, sobbing on her shoulder. It was several minutes before I calmed down enough to speak. She guided me to the couch and handed me a glass of wine. I took a sip, and then another. The coolness of the wine slid down my throat, and I could finally slow down my breathing and stop the tears long enough to get a few words out. Okay, so I just had the worst day in history. I lost my inventory and my computer, and I have no idea how either of them happened. I explained everything that had happened that day.
Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
And I might be going crazy, but I swear I closed my computer and finished my coffee before I left my office to go for that walk.
What do you think happened? These don't seem like random mistakes.
I know, the wholesaler said my shipping address was changed from within my account, so I must have been hacked at some point. I can't imagine how or when that could have happened.
And to change the address to a women's shelter. That seems like someone is messing with you.
I agree, but who would do that? Yep.
Maybe someone who doesn't want your store to open.
Gina's brow lifted, and she tapped her finger to her mouth as she thought. My shoulders raised, and I pinched my lips in a downward curve. then exhaled and shook my head slowly. I've heard some opposition from people who believe the rumors and think I'm immoral, but I find it hard to believe that people who think I'm a bad influence on the community would stoop to sabotage and vandalism as a way of driving me out of town. It just doesn't seem to fit.
What are you going to do?
I groaned and let my head fall back against the couch. I don't know. Well, maybe it's a blessing that Nash is too busy to finish the renovation. If I do all the painting and even refinish the floors myself, that will save me money on the construction bill. But I'll probably still have to work for Tilly to earn more money before I can open the store. All of my loan money is going toward replacing the merchandise and the computer. And I still have to buy furniture, decorations, and other fixtures to make it a boutique. I brought my hand to my head and closed my eyes, my heart throbbing in my temples. I guess I'll have to delay the opening. There's no way I can have it ready in 2 weeks.
It'll all work out, Elle. You'll see. Don't give up. If someone is trying to keep you from opening this store, you don't want to give them what they want.
You're right. No bully is going to beat me. I'll work even harder to make this work.
That's my girl. And you're not alone in this, you know. Most of this town supports you and wants to see you succeed. Don't forget that.
She refilled my glass. How was it empty already?
And when we figure out who did this to you, I'll be first in line to kick their arses. Nobody messes with my best friend and gets away with it.
Thanks, Gina. They don't realize what hornet's nest they've stirred up now that you're involved.
Darn right.
Gina winked and lifted her glass in salute.
Now, let's get some food, or we'll be passed out hugging empty wine bottles within the hour.
And the problem with that is?
Chapter 27, Rowan. I swept into Tilly's store with one thing on my mind. No one gets away with hurting my girl. Tilly looked up, a smile on her lips.
Hello there, Rowan.
Hey, Tilly. I have something I need your help with. Can you come up with a way to get Elle away from her shop for the weekend? I'm gathering a group of volunteers to do all the finishing work for her, but I want it to be a surprise.
Well, she called me the other day to ask for more hours so she can make up for the money she lost. I can find plenty of projects for her to do here this weekend. She can help me film some new TikTok videos for one thing. My followers are insatiable.
She looked up and winked, then continued pouring wax into jars for candles. Setting her metal pitcher down, she tipped her head to the side and studied me, her forehead creased with concern.
But are you sure this is a good idea, Rowan?
You know how stubborn she is about accepting help. I'm sure she wouldn't accept it if we offered. Please, Tilly, I want to do this for Elle.
All right, and I'll insist that she stay away from the shop when we're done, telling her she needs a break from it to let her emotions settle before she gets back into it.
That's great, Tilly. I was about to leave, but stopped and turned back around. You don't think she'll be mad at us for doing this for her, do you?
Like you said, she'll have a hard time accepting it. She's been on her own for quite a while and has always been independent and preferred to do things herself. But I believe she'll be grateful and deeply touched by the gesture. She needs to understand how many people love her here. I don't think she realizes what she means to this community. She's been gone too long. This show of support should go a long way in convincing her that this is where she belongs, and maybe it'll help some old wounds to heal too.
I sure hope so. Thanks, Tilly. I told Nash about Elle's run of bad luck. He had no idea all that had happened and felt horrible about it. He asked how he could help. When I told him what I was planning, he thought it was a great idea. He agreed to be our leader since he knew everything she planned to do. He even had a key to the building. Elle had given it to him so he could come as early or stay as late as he wanted to get the work done. It was a relief not to have to figure out how to get access. He also helped me get the supplies we'd need to finish everything up. Gina was also a big help. Elle had shared her plans to decorate the store with Gina, and Gina had looked at Elle's Pinterest boards to gather ideas for Elle's upstairs apartment. Elle hadn't planned on doing anything with the apartment for a couple of months after the store opened. So getting that done would be the biggest surprise of all, Bright and early Saturday morning, the troops gathered at Elle's shop. We had about 20 people: me, Nash, Gina, my 3 sisters, Lainey and Caleb, Elle's mom and brother, my parents, and a few other friends from the community. Ella's kitten was safe at her mom's house for the day. It would have been difficult keeping track of it through all the commotion. I stepped forward to welcome my helpers. I'd like to thank you all for coming to help our friend Elle get this beautiful boutique ready to open. She's had a run of bad luck lately, and we don't want her to give up before the shop even opens. Let's show her how much our community loves her and wants her to succeed with this business. My heart swelled as I looked around the room at all who volunteered, all those who loved Elle. And let me remind you that this is a secret surprise for Elle. She has no idea we're doing this. Tilly told her to take the weekend off and to try not to think about her shop until Monday. So hopefully we can finish this up and give her a wonderful surprise. What do you think? Can we get this all done? Everyone cheered and hollered, "Yeah, let's do it!" The shop dissolved into a chaos of hammering and laughing and cleaning and bickering. Gina soon had us all organized, and task by task, the show quickly came together, all of Elle's friends bringing her vision to life. We worked until dinner time, but we got everything done. Elle called to see if I wanted to join her for dinner, and I said I'd pick her up. "Hey everyone, I'm going to pick Elle up for dinner. You're welcome to stay and surprise her. I'm so grateful for your help today, and I'm sure Elle will appreciate all you've done for her." I ordered pizzas for us all to eat together and left to pick up Ella. She ran out to the car as soon as I pulled in front of her mom's house. I kissed her softly. "I have a surprise for you. Do you mind wearing this blindfold over your eyes until we get there?"
I'm not sure I like this. I'm not big on surprises.
"I think you'll like this one. Please?"
Oh, all right.
She tied the bandana over her eyes. I drove over to her boutique. All of our friends and family were standing on the porch waiting for us. I helped Elle out of the car and guided her toward the front of the house. "Are you ready?"
I guess so.
I removed the blindfold. She gasped. It looked like a brand new building with the fresh coat of paint on the outside and her gorgeous sign hanging from the porch. She covered her mouth with her hand as she took it all in.
Oh my gosh, what have you done?
We know things haven't been working out too well lately, so we wanted to help and show you how much the community supports you and your shop. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the building. I asked for volunteers and got close to 20 people helping out today. Come on inside and see what we got done. Tears welled in her eyes, but she also seemed to stiffen with each step she took and each beautiful room we revealed. The corner of Nash's mouth pulled upward with pride.
The only thing left is to sand and refinish the floors, and my crew can get that done in a day or so.
She walked around with her mouth open, her hand on her heart.
I can't believe you guys got all this done in one day. It's amazing.
We have one more surprise for you. I guided her up the stairs to the apartment and opened the door. Welcome to your new home. Her face reddened as she looked around the newly finished apartment, and her hands fisted at her sides. She bit her lip before speaking.
I don't know what to say. I'm in shock that you did all this for me. How can I ever repay you?
Her gracious words defied her tense body language. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders and placed a kiss on the top of her head. We did this because we love you, Elle. We're all happy to help make your dream come true. We believe in you. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She wiped it with the back of her hand.
Thank you all so much. I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me.
A knock on the door signaled the pizza had arrived. Hey, our supper is here, I said. I ordered pizza for everyone. Maybe we can eat here in your new apartment. How does that sound? I gave her shoulders a quick squeeze and rushed down the stairs. Ella followed me down.
Bring the pizza upstairs for everyone. Then, Rowan, come back down here. I need to talk to you.
Her voice was strained and sharp, and her body tense as a coiled wire about to spring loose. I laid the pizzas out on the kitchen counter of the apartment. Our hungry workers didn't waste time digging in. When I returned downstairs, Elle was pacing the floor. She got right in my face, her words spoken through clenched teeth as she tried to keep her voice down.
I can't believe you did this, Rowan. What were you thinking?
I opened my mouth to answer, to defend myself, but she held her hand up to stop me.
Don't even answer. I know what you were thinking. You wanted to fix everything so I wouldn't leave you, just like you did back then.
Her anger and frustration poured off her in waves. I tried to keep my voice level and moved one step closer to her to try to calm her down. That's not true. I just wanted to show you how much we all love and support you and your business. Her lips flattened together and her fiery gaze bore into me, stopping my heart and freezing my body. She pointed a finger at my chest and stabbed me with it to make her point.
No. You saw I couldn't handle it on my own, and you swooped in to take care of it for me. Do you understand how that makes me feel?
My anger and frustration were ratcheting up along with hers. I ground my molars and clenched my jaw, not wanting to make things worse. I was hoping it would make you happy.
You're wrong. It made me feel like a failure. I returned home with my tail between my legs because I couldn't make it in New York. Starting this boutique was a way for me to prove to myself and everyone else that I wasn't a failure, that I could do something great here.
Her rage shifted to defeat. As her shoulders dropped, her eyes filled. She bit her quivering bottom lip. Her hands clutched her upper arms as if to hold herself together.
But when things got tough, you jumped in and bailed me out. So I still don't know if I have what it takes.
None of us. She put a hand up to stop me from talking.
And you know the worst part? I was looking forward to transforming this old rickety building into a gorgeous high-end boutique to rival any in New York. But you took that away from me. Yes, it looks great, but you cut me out of it. I've put all this time, money, and effort into this, and I missed out on the fun part.
A tear leaked from the corner of her eye and streaked down her face. I'm sorry, Elle. I just wanted to help. She put her hand up again, then turned her back to me.
Stop, Rowan. I can't talk to you right now. I don't want to say something I'll regret.
I stormed out the door without saying goodbye to anyone. Once I got to my car, I banged my hands against the steering wheel. Ah! I was only trying to help, I yelled to the empty car. The hurt and disappointment on her face tore at my heart. I rubbed my fist against my sternum to soothe the sting. I hated seeing her cry, and to know I caused it. It slayed me. As I drove home, Ella's words echoed through my mind. She was right. I had taken away her choices and tried to make her stay, and I had also denied her a part in creating the shop. How did I not think of that? I'm such an idiot.
Chapter 28. Ella. Watching Rowan leave knocked the wind right out of me. I paced the floor, gripping my hair in frustration. I needed to put a lid on my emotions before going upstairs. It was important for me to show my family and friends how grateful I was for their hard work, even though I was angry about how Rowan had handled the situation. Ugh, what part of partnership doesn't he understand? Venting didn't help because I still had no answers. I still felt like crud, confused and sad and happy all at once. I turned to return to the apartment when my brother emerged from the stairs in front of me. Hey, Evan, I said. It's good to see you. I didn't realize you were here. He opened his arms and wrapped me in one of his solid hugs. My big brother had always been there to comfort me when I needed it. Always looked out for me.
I'm sorry our schedules haven't jived since you returned home. We need to plan a family dinner. We've been short-staffed at the station since Charlie blew out his knee, breaking up a food fight at the senior center last month. He slipped on some Jell-O and now he's out for at least 6 months. Can you believe that? Needless to say, I've been putting in a lot of overtime. It's a miracle it worked out for me to help today.
He glanced toward the door Rowan had just left through.
Sorry, didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we all heard upstairs. Sound carries in these old places. I think you might have been a little hard on the guy.
What? I can't believe you're on his side.
Come on, sis. You know I'm always on your side. And I admit, you made some good points. He should have talked to you about his idea first. And you should have been a part of all of this. But I also know how you are. If he suggested this to you, you would have adamantly turned it down and insisted that you had to do it alone. You've never been good at accepting help.
I opened my mouth to argue, but closed it again. My shoulders sagged as I digested the truth of his words. Are you saying I'm difficult?
I'm saying that our childhoods made us both tough and fiercely independent, and you've a bit more stubbornness in you than most.
Evan placed his hands on my shoulders to hold my attention.
You realize partnership goes both ways, don't you? It's not just about working together. It's a balance of giving and receiving. When you insist on doing everything yourself, you deny him the opportunity to give or take part in your plans. And when he jumps in and does it for you, he does the same to you.
This revelation stopped me in my tracks. Was I really doing the same to Rowan as he was to me? Apparently, neither one of us understood how to do this partnership thing.
For what it's worth, I'm happy to see you and Rowan back together again. Even though you're angry at him, your spark is back. I wondered if I'd ever see that again.
Evan put his arm around my shoulders and squeezed me to his side.
You and Rowan will figure it out. Relationships aren't always easy. At least, that's what I understand.
He released me and opened the door to the apartment, holding it open for me.
Be sure to thank Rowan and all these people who worked hard for you today. We did it because we love you. You're not alone in this. You know.
I sniffled and wiped another stupid tear from my cheek. I hated crying. Worse, I hated crying in front of people I wanted to see me as strong. Thanks, Evan. You always help me see sense.
Just doing my job.
He winked and followed me up the stairs and back to the party. Taking Evan's suggestion, I gave each person a grateful hug and thanked them for their hard work. You guys really did a fantastic job. It's exactly how I imagined it. Thank you again.
We're glad you like it, sweetie.
Mom hugged me.
I'm so proud of you.
Did you notice the sign out front?
Raven asked.
What do you think of it?
It's perfect. You did an awesome job, Raven. And I meant it. What she created was even better than what I had imagined. The entire place was. My throat choked up again. Everything looks amazing. Now, I can't wait to fill the shop with beautiful clothes. Sky stacked up the dirty paper plates from those who had finished their pizza.
I can't wait to see what this place looks like once you've added your magic touch. This is going to be a fabulous store, Elle.
She gave me a supportive smile.
I'll definitely be back for your grand opening, and I'll bring some friends too.
It's been fun helping out here today, but I'm beat.
Gina gave me a hug.
I hear a hot bath calling my name. Call me later, Elle.
She leaned in and whispered,
And don't be too hard on Rowan. The man would walk over hot coals for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to go over and talk with him now. One by one, they said their goodbyes and went home, leaving me alone in my newly finished shop. I looked around and tears filled my eyes once again. It felt good to have such unwavering support from so many people in my life. Now, to make things right, with the most important one. As I was starting my car, my phone rang. It was a New York number calling. Hello?
Elle, I'm glad I caught you. This is Alexandra Reese. I'm sorry to call you on a Saturday night. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh my gosh. The CEO of the company I'd worked for in New York was calling me? I don't remember her saying more than 10 words to me in all the years I worked there. Honestly, I wasn't sure she even knew who I was. Not at all, Ms. Reese. What can I do for you?
Call me Alexandra. Do you have a few minutes to talk?
Yes, of course.
Elle, it has come to my attention that you were treated unfairly and fired under false pretenses. I wanted to extend my sincerest apologies for everything that happened to you at the hands of your supervisor, Pierce Hackington. After you left, it became apparent that he was not the designer of the pieces he submitted for the line. When he didn't have you to do the work for him, his incompetence became readily apparent. On top of that, he was accused of sexually harassing another one of his subordinates, trying to get her to do his work and other, favors, or risk being fired like you were. She reported it to HR. Of course, Pierce tried to turn it on her, but after what happened with you, we did more investigating and discovered Pierce was at fault for not only harassment but also stealing your designs and taking credit for your work. He has been fired and he won't ever work in our industry again, not to mention possible criminal charges.
My mind was reeling. I hated that another woman had to suffer because of him, but I was glad he'd been caught.
Elle, I'm sorry for all you may have endured working with Pierce and for the way your employment ended. It is clear to me that you were the brains and the talent behind our fall line, and I would love it if you could come back and work for us again. I would like to offer you Pierce's job, which is a promotion and a huge raise, as well as a corner office. You could hire your own team members, choosing people you like to work with. What do you say, Elle? I could get you back into the office as soon as Monday morning, if that's what you want.
Holy stiletto, this couldn't be real. Could it? She was offering me my dream job, a huge raise, everything I'd always dreamed of. I needed someone to pinch me, but only if the pinch came with a matching handbag and a fabulous backstory. A month ago, I'd have snatched this up in a heartbeat. But now, I'm at a loss for words. Can I have some time to think about this, Alexandra? You've really caught me off guard here.
I'll give you a week to decide, but I hope you'll say yes. We need you back. You can call me at this number when you decide. I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Alexandra. You don't know what this means to me, to not only receive this amazing offer, but to know that you believe in me. I finally feel vindicated.
As you should. You deserve this, Elle. I wouldn't offer it to you if I didn't believe you were ready for it. You're the best person for this job, and you've definitely put in your time earning it.
Wow. To hear the CEO acknowledge how hard I had worked for so many years, it had to be a dream. I pinched myself. Nope, not a dream. I'll give it serious consideration, I assured her, and get back to you within the week.
I hope you do. Have a good night.
With that, Alexandra ended the call. Oh my gosh. I could go back to New York with a job I'd been hoping for, a big fat raise and my reputation intact. I couldn't believe this was happening. My body buzzed with excitement. I couldn't wait to tell Rowan. Rowan? My heart sank in my chest like the Titanic. Taking the job would mean leaving Rowan. I regretted letting him go all those years ago. I couldn't do it again. Rowan frustrated me. He even made me angry sometimes. But I still love him more than anything. Yes, even more than my dream job in New York. What would Rowan do if I told him about this offer? I'm sure he'd push me to take the job. He wouldn't want me to give up a dream for him, but he also wouldn't want me to leave. I wasn't sure how he would react. Even if I decided to turn down the promotion, which was most likely what I'd do, it felt good to hear Alexandra Reese acknowledge my work and my talent, to hear her admit I was innocent in all that had happened. A tremendous weight lifted from me. I could be back in New York on Monday. I closed my eyes to imagine it. The corner office, the hand-selected team, my old apartment, the old loneliness. I'd get to design the trends, but never meet the women wearing them. It used to be my dream, but now dreams change. And now mine looked less like New York and looked an awful lot like, here, my shop, my friends and family, the community who valued my shop and put it together to show me how much. The boyfriend who'd brought them all together to show me how much I was loved. It was time to make up with my hometown hero.
Chapter 29, Rowan. I paced toward the door of my cabin for the 100th time since I had returned home, but I kept stopping myself from leaving like I itched to do. Elle didn't want to see me. I needed to respect that. I went to the fridge and got myself a beer. The beer might not help me understand what happened, but maybe it would make it so I didn't care as much. I popped the cap off and took a long pull. How could I screw this up so badly when all I wanted to do was help? The thought of losing her made me physically ill. The beer churned uncomfortably in my stomach, and acid burned in the back of my throat. I held the cold bottle to my forehead to soothe the ache in my head. I had to make this right. But how? I propped my feet on the coffee table and took another swig. The cold liquid quenched my thirst, but did nothing for the ache in my chest or the twist in my gut. The crunch of tires on the driveway had me peering through the blinds. Who could be here at this time of night? It was almost midnight. The car shut off, and a shadow emerged from the vehicle. My heart leaped in my chest. It was Elle. I rushed to the door and flung it open before she could knock. Elle, I'm so sorry. You're right. I was a complete idiot. She walked past me and entered the cabin.
You were, but I want to hear what you think you did wrong.
She crossed her arms over her chest, waiting for my response. I imagined I was doing this great thing by getting all this done for you. In my mind, I believed I was taking a big weight off your shoulders. But I see now how I stepped on your toes. It wasn't up to me to do all this for you. It's your store. You are the only one who has a right to make decisions about it, and you deserve to be involved in every aspect. I jumped in and took that away from you, and I'm sorry. Elle continued glaring. At first, her eyes were cold and piercing, but then her features softened and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She dropped her head with an exasperated sigh before looking back up at me.
I was really excited to paint and decorate that store and make it my own.
She sniffled and pulled a tissue out of her pocket and blew her nose.
And I feel like such a witch, being so upset and disappointed that it's all done. Even though I appreciate all the hard work everyone put in, I'm sad that I was left out of it.
I should have talked to you, and I shouldn't have left you out of it. That was a big mistake. I see that now. The main reason I didn't, besides wanting to surprise you, was that I assumed you'd say no. I should have respected that, even if I disagreed. We should have talked about the options together. I stepped closer and caressed her upper arms. Elle's mouth remained tight, and she kept her arms across her chest, but she didn't pull away, so I took that as progress. And Elle, you were right. A big part of why I wanted to do this for you was because I was afraid you'd give up and leave. I'm not proud of that fact, but it's true. She stepped out of my grasp and stood with her hands on her hips.
I told you how committed I was to you and the boutique. Why didn't you believe me?
My shoulders elevated slowly and then dropped with an exhale. I guess those old wounds are still there, rearing up when I least expect them. There's this niggling doubt that keeps popping up, warning me not to get too close to you because you'll just leave again. She huffed, rolled her eyes, and I could see her putting distance between us. I reached out, refusing to let her go. I know you've done nothing to give me that impression, and logically, I see how much you've invested in your store. You've signed on to be here for the long haul. My throat constricted, and I knew it was time to lay it all out there, no matter how much it pained me. She'd shared her fears. Now it was time to bear mine. All right. If I'm being perfectly honest, a part of me wonders if you'll regret moving back here. That you'll get bored with this small town, and the excitement of New York will pull you right back. How can I compete with that? My head and shoulders sagged, weighed down by a heavy mixture of worry, hopelessness, and inevitable pain. She stepped closer and ran her palm along my cheek, her gaze meeting mine.
Rowan, New York has a lot to offer, but there's one thing that was always missing. You. The entire time I lived there, I was always searching for something. Always felt like something was missing in my life. I didn't realize until I got back here that the one thing was you. Always you, Rowan.
I pulled her to me and met her lips with mine. All our anger, frustration, and pain merged and ignited a fuse that zinged through my entire body. This kiss was desperate and pleading. Everything I wanted and needed and feared I'd never have again. My hands held the sides of her face as my mouth cherished and then devoured hers. Her hands glided up the front of my chest and over my neck before combing her fingernails along my beard and finally into my hair. A growl emerged from my throat at the exquisite torture of holding myself back when I wanted so much more. She leaned back and rested her forehead against my chest, giving us both a chance to catch our breath. Grabbing my hand, she led me to the couch. I sat down and pulled her onto my lap. Her hand stroked the side of my face as she gazed at me. Her blue eyes darkened like the midnight sky, but exuded the warmth of a summer day.
Listen to me, Rowan. I love you more than anything. But we need to figure out how to make this relationship more of a partnership, or it's not going to work.
This was new territory, one we hadn't been ready for when we were younger, and it had been our downfall. You're right. How do we do that? Elle laced the fingers of one hand through mine, her soft, creamy skin rubbing against my rough calluses. Her other hand toyed with the hair on the back of my neck.
For starters, we need to talk about everything. If we had talked through my problems with the shop and your ideas to help, we could have figured out a solution together.
I agree. Talking is important. If I don't know what you're thinking or how you're feeling, and I have to guess, I'm going to get it wrong. I wrapped a piece of her hair around my finger, enjoying the silkiness of it between my fingers.
Same goes with you. You may believe you're an open book, but I have no idea what you're thinking or feeling most of the time.
I agreed, but we needed to take it a step further. And complete honesty. No secrets. We need to be more open and honest with each other, even if it might be difficult and hurt sometimes. She seemed to stiffen. I ran my hand up and down her back, relishing the ability to touch her and feel her close to me. Like I said before, if you had told me how you felt before you left, it would have hurt, but I would have gotten over it much quicker than not knowing what happened or what I did wrong. She rested her head on my shoulder. I sensed there was something she wanted to say, but she didn't. You already apologized for that, so you don't need to do it again. That's not why I brought it up. But I want you to know there's nothing you could say or do that would make me stop loving you. I may get angry or hurt or a million other emotions, but I will always love you, and you'll always be safe with me, Elle. I hope you know that.
I do. You've always been my safe harbor.
She nestled her head against my shoulder and let out a sigh of contentment. So, we'll keep working at this partnership thing? I'll do anything to keep us together. Elle sat up again.
That's the thing, Rowan. You can't just keep us together. If we're going to make it, we need to equally work at it.
That's what I want, Elle, more than anything. She rewarded me with another kiss that surely sizzled steam off our skin.
I love you, Rowan.
Stay with me, Elle. Stay with me forever.
Okay,
she whispered against my lips, kissing me again. We tipped over, wrapped in each other's arms, stretched out on the couch. We laughed and continued kissing, our connection never severing. I prayed that would always be the case.
Chapter 30. Elle? When I was working with Tilly the day Rowan's volunteers did all the work on my shop, I talked to Tilly about my options. I wanted to give the store a chance, but I was out of money and didn't have a clue what to do to make it work. She suggested I get an investor to put up the funds for a percentage of the profit. She knew a woman who invested in small businesses, especially those started by women. I was reluctant to go that route because I didn't want someone else owning part of my business, and I didn't want to give up control. Tilly said this woman was trustworthy and would be a reliable but silent support. I decided it wouldn't hurt to talk to Priscilla Lyons, so I called and scheduled a time to meet with her in my shop. I wanted to discuss the possibility of a partnership and see if she was someone I wanted to work with. Rushing around to make sure the entire place sparkled and looked picture perfect, I paused to survey my boutique. Clothing hung on racks throughout the space. Mirrors hung on the walls. Both antique ovals and full-length glimmered in the sunlight. Antique velvet upholstered chairs and settees, on loan from Granny Annie's Antiques in town, were strategically positioned against the sidewalls, giving it an elegant and classy feel. The dressing room now had 3 partitioned rooms with curtains and mirrors on the walls. The platforms for the window displays wouldn't be done in time for the opening, but I had an arrangement of mannequins set up there anyway. Even though this was as good as it could get right now, I continued to move about the store, fussing with the way the clothes hung or picking a speck of lint off a sleeve. I checked myself in the mirror to make sure I didn't have lipstick on my teeth or hair out of place. Finally, a Mercedes pulled up in front of the store. Butterflies filled my stomach, and I feared I might lose my breakfast. I watched through the window as a woman got out of the car and moved closer to the door. She was slender with dark hair that was pulled back into a severe bun at her nape. If I had to guess her age, I say she was probably older than my mom. She wore a pink suit jacket and skirt, accessorized with pearls. I recognized the designer immediately. She would be an ideal customer for my boutique. She walked in with a warm smile, and my anxiety eased a bit. "Hello," I said brightly. "You must be Mrs. Lyons. Welcome to Elegance Couture. I'm Elle Albright. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me." I held my hand out. She shook it gently using her fingertips.
"Nice to meet you, Elle. Call me Priscilla. Tilly had nothing but wonderful things to say about you."
Her gaze moved around the room.
"What a lovely shop you have here."
"It's not completely ready to open yet. I made an agreement with a local artist to hang original pieces that will be for sale. I'd love, maybe at some point in the future, to host an art show here in the boutique." I pointed to the bay window and turret. There will also be raised stages in front of the bay window and turret where I plan to set up displays. My contractor is still working on that. I clasped my hands together to keep from fidgeting. She nodded her approval and then gravitated toward the racks of clothing. Her face lit up as she pulled out a silk dress.
"Oh, I love this, and this one as well. You've made splendid choices in your merchandise. I can tell this is high-end, but also appealing to many different tastes."
I plan on ordering more soon, a mix of summer and fall items. This town gets a lot of tourist traffic in the summer, and I plan to be up and running in time to take advantage of that. I also have a website where I'll sell my merchandise online, hoping to keep those summer patrons buying even after they go home. I intend to attract customers from all over the country. As she perused the racks, she asked me questions about my experience and what my vision for the store was. She seemed to be genuinely interested in what I had to say, and smiled to show her approval. A creak from the back hallway made us both jump. Priscilla looked at me inquisitively. It sounded like the back door opening, but if I left to inspect, I'd have to abandon our conversation, not something I wanted to do. Probably just the wind blowing the screen door, or who knows what. These old houses have lots of sounds, part of the boutique's charm. I smiled proudly. "Would you like to sit so we can discuss more specifics about the business?"
"Certainly."
She ran her hand along the top of the chair before she sat.
"Beautiful furniture as well. Exquisite tastes all around. You do possess an eye for beauty. I appreciate that."
"Thank you, Priscilla. I can see that you do too. That is a lovely D&G suit you're wearing." She smoothed the front of her jacket down, clearly pleased that I'd recognized it. We were just beginning to talk about what I needed for the boutique and what she was prepared to offer, when about a dozen mice came scurrying through the store with Fleur right behind them. Everything happened at once. I screamed and shot to my feet, arms flying. I knocked a rack of clothes over as I raced backward, hitting against the wall with a shrill squawk. A mouse scuttled across my foot. Several more made a nest in the knocked-over clothes. "Not the Dior dresses," I cried, reaching my arms out, but not daring to move close enough to save them, no matter how valuable. The mice could have it. I hoped they enjoyed their high-fashion home. "Holy stiletto," I groaned. only realizing then that Priscilla had been shrieking since the mice's arrival. She'd jumped onto her chair and was producing a squeal so high-pitched every dog in Moonlit Lake was covering their ears. Priscilla, I don't know where they... Another mouse ran past her. She screamed and danced on the chair, her hands flailing about while trying to climb as high as she could on the back of it. The chair wobbled, tilted, and she lost her balance, falling backwards onto the potted tree that stood in the corner. As she struggled to untangle herself from the tree, Fleur chased a mouse that ran right over her legs. She froze, her face drained of all color. I'm sure her heart stopped cold. Worried I'd need to give her CPR, I hurried over and pulled her out of the plant and onto her feet. Priscilla, I'm so sorry. She cut me off with a raised hand.
No, I don't want to hear it.
A gagging sound accompanied her final word, and that was punctuated by a slam of the door as she raced out of the shop. I stood at the window in shock and watched as my last hope fled down the sidewalk to her car. She frequently glanced over her shoulder like a fugitive on the run, making sure the rodents weren't following her. The window felt cool against my forehead. I closed my eyes and willed this nightmare to end, but when I opened them and looked around my ruined shop, my heart sank. It really happened. Fleur tried to cheer me up by laying a carcass at my feet. You! I rushed out the door and slammed it behind me, my heart racing as I sank onto the step. What was I supposed to do next? Where had all those mice come from? In all the time I'd spent here and all the renovations that had been done, there had not been a single sign of any rodents in the building. Not even initially when the place was filthy. It didn't make sense. I called an exterminator. Normally, I'd put out some traps myself, especially when I lacked funds to pay for one more expense. But that many mice could do a lot of damage, and I didn't want to mess around and allow them to cause more trouble. Leaning forward, my face in my hands, I tried to hold back the tears. I was so tired of crying about this shop. I was out of money, now out an investor, and seriously running out of options. My temples throbbed. My boutique was supposed to open this week. I couldn't see any way to pull this off. It was impossible. A lost cause. My phone rang. Gina's best friend, Spidey senses must have been going off. Hey, Gina.
I'm dying to hear how your meeting with the investor went. Did she hand you a big fat check? Tell me she did.
Hardly. It was a disaster. I filled her in on all the horrific details.
You, sister, have the worst luck of anyone I've ever known.
Bad luck or just doomed to fail? Take your pick. I don't think I can keep this up, Gina. The boutique is supposed to open in 2 days, and I'm already so far in debt, I don't know how I'll ever get out.
I realize this has been frustrating, but if you give up now, all this money and effort would have been wasted. Give it a chance, Elle.
You know, Gina, thinking about all that's happened to this shop so far, it would be laughable if it wasn't so gut-wrenching. And if I didn't have everything riding on the boutique's success.
I know, right? If this were a movie, I'd probably be rolling on the floor laughing. You can't make this stuff up.
I appreciated Gina's attempt to make me feel better and make me laugh. Normally, it was exactly what I needed. But today was not a normal day. She was right, though. The mishaps of the past month were inconceivable. There was no way to predict them or prevent them from happening. A major run of bad luck, right? But what if it's more than that? Something about this whole thing kept niggling at me, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
Okay,
Gina said.
Let's break this down. You've had some unexpected things happen that cost you more money than you planned. That happens to a lot of businesses.
She had a point there.
The question is, are you going to let these little speed bumps knock you out of the race? Or are you going to tighten your seatbelt, stomp on that accelerator, and give it all you've got?
Are we Thelma and Louise? I could actually picture Gina and I holding hands and launching over the Grand Canyon. this felt a lot like that.
Tawanda!
She shouted, punching a fist to the sky. I shook my head and laughed out loud. Sorry, Jeans, but those are totally different movies.
Maybe, but the sentiment is the same. You can give up and lose everything you've worked so hard for, or you can keep going. You'll figure out a way for this to work. I know you will. You're Elle freaking Albright. You're not afraid of a few stinking mice.
Her voice was gaining intensity and energy the more she talked.
And who are you to rob the women of this community, and wherever else they come from, of your amazing clothes? Shutting down and denying them, that would be a travesty.
Gina always had a way of making me smile, even on my worst days. You're the best cheerleader ever, Gina. No wonder you're my best friend. I looked around my boutique, appreciating how beautiful everything looked, and how much love and hard work had already gone into it. I didn't want to give it up. You're right, I'll figure it out.
Besides, with everything that's already happened, what are the odds of anything else happening between now and the grand opening?
To a normal person, slim to none. To me, let's not even go there. Even though I joked about it, I couldn't shake this sense of impending doom. You know that feeling? Like in the cartoons, when the coyote is standing on the sidewalk, looking around, unaware that a piano is about to drop on his head and crush him. Well, the coyote might be clueless, but I felt like something was about to drop on me and crush me to bits. I just didn't know what it was. I looked up at the ceiling, expecting to see a piano, but there was nothing there.
Take a breath, Elle,
Gina said.
The worst is behind you.
Chapter 31. Rowan. I'd been waiting for a week for my big date with Elle, and the day had finally come. I'd made special plans because I wanted to celebrate her getting the funding she needed. I stopped at the florist shop to pick up a bouquet. Serena, the florist, asked what the occasion was. When I explained my date with Elle, she suggested a mixed bouquet of roses for love, lily of the valley for renewal of happiness, and violets for faithful and undying love. Perfect. It shouldn't be a big deal, taking Elle on a date, but it was our first real date in 14 years. My palms were slippery against the steering wheel as I drove. I rubbed them against my thighs to dry the sweat off, then shook one arm at a time to release the tension. Get a grip, man. This is Elle, and you already know she loves you. But the date felt important. I didn't want to mess it up. Wearing black dress pants and a blue button-down shirt, I glanced at my hair in the mirror. It had air-dried in waves after my shower. I ran my fingers through it one more time and got out of the car. I strode up to her doorstep with a buzz of excitement thrumming through my veins. Elle answered, and the sight of her stole the breath right out of me. She was more beautiful than ever in a red dress that loosely flowed over her curves. Her long, dark hair hung loosely down her back and over her shoulder. She smiled when I handed her the flowers and kissed me on the cheek. I just stood there, gawking like a besotted schoolboy who couldn't get a word out when the girl of his dreams looked his way. Yeah, that was me. Elle took the flowers to the kitchen for some water, and when she returned and wrapped her arms around me, I melted. Feeling her in my arms took away my worries and made everything right.
Rowan, I thought about asking you for a rain check because I'm really overwhelmed right now. But having you hold me like this, well, I can't tell you how badly I needed this today.
I held her tightly to my chest and felt my heart beat in sync with hers. I kissed her head and breathed in the sweet scent of her hair. We held each other for another moment before either of us spoke. She broke the silence.
I could stay like this all night.
Oh, no, you don't. I have big plans for us. In fact, we should get going. I took her hand and led her out to the car, opening the door for her to get in. Then I leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. I wasn't sure I should kiss you and mess up your makeup, but I couldn't resist. And now I just want to keep kissing you. She pulled me in and kissed me again.
You'll hear no complaints from me about more kisses.
As good as that sounds, we don't want to miss what I have lined up.
What do you have planned?
You'll just have to wait and see. We pulled into the parking lot of Snooty's Burgers and Shakes. Elle laughed out loud.
You said to dress up or that you were taking me someplace special. And now we're at Snooty's?
I gasped and brought a hand to my chest, feigning offense. Snooty's is a very special place. Don't you remember? This was where I took you on our very first date.
Of course, I remember. But we'll be really overdressed for this crowd?
Yeah, I'll admit, that was for selfish reasons. I just really love seeing you in a dress. She smiled and looked down, smoothing the dress across her lap. Oh, sorry. I forgot to tell you how absolutely stunning you are tonight. When you opened the door, I turned into an awkward adolescent who couldn't get a word out. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate how amazing you look, though. She leaned over and kissed me again.
I could see by the expression on your face and the way your eyes took me in that I looked all right. And you look pretty handsome yourself.
Let's get some dinner before I change my mind and just bring you home with me. I ran around the truck to open the door for her before escorting her inside. We found an empty booth in the back corner. Elle slid into the booth and reached for the menu.
I don't remember the last time I had a really good greasy burger and old-fashioned malt. It's just not the same anywhere else. I'm glad this place is still here.
They have new owners, but they were smart enough to keep everything the same. Why mess with a good thing? Right? I picked up my menu, but didn't even glance at it. The view was much better across from me. Besides, I already knew what I'd order. The same mushroom Swiss burger I always got here. Like I said, why mess with a good thing? I set my menu down and focused on my date. So, how did your meeting with the investor go? Did she write you a check on the spot, or just hand you a pile of cash? Elle's shoulders sank, and she leaned her elbow on the table, head in hand.
You won't believe it when I tell you. It was an absolute nightmare.
She told me everything that had transpired. That's crazy. How could a dozen mice run through the room at one time? Mice don't work like that. 1 or 2 might come out at a time, but even in the barn, I've never seen a horde of them running by at once. I stroked my beard, trying to figure this out. Besides, we didn't see any sign of mice during the cleaning and painting. If there were that many in the building, we'd have seen some evidence of them.
Well, I had an exterminator come out this afternoon, and he set out traps all over. I just hope he gets them all so I don't have to keep dealing with this. I hate rodents.
Her body shuddered as a surge of disgust moved through her.
I lived in one apartment in New York that had rats. It was so awful. I didn't sleep for months. I swore I'd never live in a rodent-infested building ever again.
Where would these mice have come from? It makes no sense. Did the exterminator say anything about that?
He didn't see bump any holes where they could be coming in. He wondered if someone released them as a joke. But who would do that? If that's someone's idea of a prank, it's the worst ever.
So what happened with the investor? Have you heard from her?
She ran out of there like her hair was on fire. And no, I doubt I'll be hearing from her again. I just hope she doesn't badmouth my store or tell her friends it's infested.
If you're looking for another investor, my Aunt Brielle would be perfect. She's really into fashion, and she likes to invest in women-owned businesses. I'll give you her contact info. You can contact her if it feels right or not. I promise I won't say another word about it. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Her lips curled into a sweet smile.
Thank you for not rushing in and trying to fix it. I'd like to contact Brielle, but not because she's my boyfriend's aunt. I'll do it, because she sounds like exactly the kind of investor I was hoping for.
And I can vouch for her. You'll love Aunt Brie. I imagine you two would get along really well. 2 peas in a pod, I'm telling you. Elle laughed.
We'll see.
She looked down at her hands and tensed again.
I'm actually not sure how much good an investor will do at this point. The boutique is scheduled to open in 2 days. I'm not ready, and I'm so afraid it'll be a disaster, especially with everything else that has gone wrong.
I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, circling the back of it with my thumb. All the challenges you've already faced and gotten through prove you can do this. I believe in you, Elle. This shop is going to be amazing, and we'll all be there to celebrate it with you. Let's try to put your worries aside for the evening and have a little fun. Do you think you can do that? She let out a sigh of relief.
I think that's exactly what I need, Rowan. But you might have your work cut out for you. My thoughts are like caffeinated squirrels, running helter-skelter through my brain with my to-do lists, waving like flags in their furry little mouths.
I picked up her hand and brought it to my lips. I accept the challenge. It'll be my honor to distract you this evening, and I'll give my all to the task. The waitress brought our food, and we talked and laughed as we ate. It seemed as if we'd always been together, like no time had passed, and yet it seemed new at the same time. When our meal was finished and we were walking out to the parking lot, Elle clasped my hand.
Let's go out to the pier.
She led me around the building to the pier jutting out over the lake. It was still early, so the sun wasn't close to setting yet. Elle was incandescent with the sun reflecting on her skin and sparkling in her eyes. A loon called from across the water, one of my favorite sounds. We stood at the end of the pier, taking in the peaceful scene.
You remember what's special about the pier, don't you?
She asked, looking at me out of the corner of her eye as we walked. Of course. No one ever forgets their first kiss. I turned to gaze at the amazing woman in front of me. She was the girl I had always loved, and yet she was different in ways I found even more alluring. The inner strength and resilience she'd cultivated during her years away gave her an edge but also a softness, like the expression on her full red lips. No longer the naive girl she was back then. She'd become a powerful yet elegant and sophisticated woman, one that stole my breath with each glance my way. The breeze off the water blew a section of hair in front of her face. Her breath seemed to catch as I reached up to brush it back, my fingers grazing her silky cheek. They stopped at the base of her jaw before sliding behind her neck. Her eyes echoed the longing I felt, and she licked her lips. My other hand grasped her hips and pulled her to me, with my lips meeting hers. This was nothing like our first kiss. There was no nervous hesitation or awkwardness. But with the touch of our lips, a fuse was lit, igniting a fire that had been dormant and waiting all this time. Now this fire seemed ready to consume us both. I pulled back and wrapped her in an embrace, allowing us both to catch our breath. Can we put a pin in this and come back to it later when we're not creating fodder for the gossips and voyeurs of the town? She giggled.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I have one more thing planned for our date, so we actually have to leave now anyway. I guided her back to the parking lot with my hand on the small of her back.
So what's next? Another trip down memory lane?
No. Dinner might have reminded us of where we started, but this next part is about how we can be. I know I made mistakes in the past. We both did. I want to learn from our mistakes and get to know each other as we are now. That means trying something new.
I like that idea.
Then I think you're really going to like this next part. At least I hope you will. 20 minutes later, we pulled in front of a building, and I got out to escort her to the door. Doubts filled my mind. Maybe this was a bad idea. I really don't dance, other than slow dancing, standing in place and swaying side to side. There, I was about to humiliate myself in front of the woman I loved and was trying to impress. What was I thinking?
A dance studio? You brought me to a dance studio? You realize I spent more time in a dance studio growing up than I did at my own house, don't you?
I know that, which is why I signed us up for private dance lessons, so it can become something we do together.
You'd take dance lessons with me?
I nodded. If you don't mind me stepping on your toes a few times, this might not be pretty. Elle looked at me with love in her eyes as she reached up and gave me a quick kiss. Then she opened the door to the studio, and my doubts evaporated, seeing how she lit up. A tall, lithe woman with dark hair wrapped in a bun greeted us. Her flowing dress accentuated the gracefulness of her movements.
Welcome. You must be Rowan and Elle. I'm Simone. I'll be your instructor tonight. Have either of you taken ballroom dance lessons before?
A proud smile spread across Elle's face.
I took years of ballet and tap, but never ballroom dance, though I did learn some in music class years ago.
I had the same music class, but I never caught on. I'll warn you right now, I have 2 left feet. Elle, I hope you have steel toes on those high heels of yours. Elle laughed and bumped her shoulder against my side.
Don't worry, Rowan. Between Elle and I, we'll make a dancer out of you in no time.
Simone reassured me with a kind smile and led us to the center of the room. She gave us a quick run-through of the first steps we'd be doing and then positioned us facing each other. As I gazed at the woman in my arms, I realized there was nothing I wouldn't do to make Elle happy, to put that look of love and joy on her face. And nothing would make me happier than to spend the rest of my life doing just that. I swore I'd never let this woman leave my side again.
Chapter 32. Elle?
That's right, Rowan. You've got it.
Simone encouraged us as she stood in the front of the room watching us. We completed a full dance of the waltz without missing a step. When the music stopped, Rowan pumped a fist in triumph.
Yes, I knew I'd get it eventually.
It took several attempts, but Rowan was a good sport and laughed it off, determined to master one dance before moving on to the next one. I fully expected we'd be working on the waltz the entire time, but he surprised me yet again. Simone glided toward us, her hands clasped in front of her.
Are you ready for your next dance now?
Bring it on,
Rowan said, confidently. He held out his hand, palm up, and folded his fingers toward himself twice. She walked us through the steps for the East Coast swing and positioned us facing each other again. This dance was more complicated than the waltz, with side-to-side steps and a rock back step. I bit my lip to keep from laughing when Rowan went left instead of right, or stepped on my toes going forward instead of back. The determined expression on his face as he focused and tried so hard touched my heart in the deepest way. Once we got the basics down, Simone showed us how to add in a turn.
Rowan, it's your job to guide Elle into the turn by positioning your arm like this. Elle will follow your lead by completing the turn and coming back to this position.
She demonstrated it with her assistant, Chaz, who led her through the spin. I stood in front of Rowan, holding his hands. His pensive expression told me he wasn't looking forward to this one. Don't worry, Rowan. This is just for fun. We'll just laugh our way through it, okay? He nodded, but maintained his serious and determined look. I shook his arms to try to loosen him up, but they were like tree branches. We started off okay, but when we got to the turn, our arms weren't right, and we let go of each other. No worries, we'll get it next time. I'm sure of it, I reassured him. It took a few more tries before we finally got it down. Simone didn't want to add any more complicated steps, but she thought we were ready for a little faster pace. The first few cycles of the dance were right on, and we were both smiling and enjoying ourselves. But then Rowan missed a step. The more he tried to catch up and get it right, the worse it got. Another misstep, and he tripped me. We ended up with our arms and legs tangled in a heap on the floor. His eyes widened in shock. I turned my gaze to the floor, trying to keep from laughing out loud. My shoulders shook. Rowan checked me over to see where I was hurt.
I'm so sorry, Elle. Where are you hurt?
He touched my chin to look at my face. By this time, my suppressed laughter was bringing tears to my eyes.
What's wrong?
My laughter erupted and I fell backward onto the floor. I don't know why it seemed so funny. Maybe it was all the stress I had built up over the last month, but I laughed hysterically and could not stop. I brought my forearm up over my eyes, my shoulders continuing to heave, and I had a hard time catching my breath. Rowan tugged my arm to sit up.
Come on, Elle. It's not that funny.
I know I shouldn't be laughing like this, but I just can't seem to stop.
I guess I better stick to my day job, huh? So much for my dream of being on Dancing with the Stars. Maybe I should switch my goal to be on the Comedy Channel instead. I had no idea dancing could be this humorous.
Even though he was trying to make light of the situation, the tension in his face and the bite of his tone told me he was reaching his limit. Oh, come on, you're not giving up already, are you?
I suspect Simone's had about enough of us. We need to end the session before she bans us forever.
Rowan pulled me to standing and ran his hands over my shoulders and down my arms, scanning me for injury.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yes, I'm fine, better than fine. That was exactly the stress relief I needed. Thank you, Rowan. I didn't realize how much I needed that. Simone turned off the music and announced,
I think that's enough for tonight. Good job, both of you. I'd love to have you back again to continue our lessons. You can schedule them now or call back at another time.
I think we'll get back to you on that. This was really fun, but I think I need a little recovery time.
Rowan offered a polite smile and hurried me toward the door. Simone tilted her head to the side and smiled sweetly.
Don't wait too long or you'll forget what you learned.
I waved to Simone as Rowan dragged me out the door. Thanks, Simone. This was so much fun. I would love to take more lessons from you if I can talk this guy into coming back again. Simone called out from the doorway.
Anytime. In the meantime, keep practicing the steps you've learned. That way, you won't have to start from the beginning again.
We left the dance studio hand in hand until we got to Rowan's truck. He opened the door for me. Instead of getting in, I kissed him softly with all the love and appreciation in my heart. I wasn't sure how to express what it meant to me that he was willing to do something I enjoyed, especially when it was so difficult and even somewhat humiliating for him. He stepped back and allowed me to slide into the truck, then shut the door. When he got in behind the wheel, I reached out and touched his arm. Thank you, Rowan. This was the best date ever. I slid across the bench seat to snug myself against him, hugging his arm with both of mine. And can you believe it? I haven't thought about the shop in over an hour.
Mission accomplished.
He looked down at me out of the corner of his eye, the edge of his mouth curled into a smug smile. He backed the truck out of the parking spot and started home. At the first stop sign, he turned his intense gaze fully on me and my insides turned to mush.
It doesn't have to be over yet. Would you like to come over for a glass of wine?
I nodded. Okay, was all I could manage.
You could probably use a drink after that harrowing experience.
I playfully smacked his arm as he drove. Rowan, that was the most fun I've had in a long time. I don't want it to end, but I do have a lot to do tomorrow, so I don't want to be up too late. He squeezed my hand.
I understand. We'll just have one glass of wine, and then I'll bring you home.
Rowan parked in front of his cabin and came around to open my door. As he pulled me out of the truck, his lips found mine again. Sparks ignited within me.
Unless you decide you want to stay, I can bring you home before the sun is up.
I wasn't sure what to do. Everything in me wanted to stay with the man I loved and be held in his arms all night, or forever. But now wasn't the time for distraction. I needed a good night's sleep to get everything done the next day. We walked toward the cabin, his arm around my shoulders, holding me tight against his side until we reached the door. As he put his key in the lock, a chill went down my spine and the hair stood on the back of my neck. I looked out into the darkness behind us, but couldn't see anything. Once we got inside, I felt safe again and could relax. Rowan poured us each a glass of wine and we sat on the couch together, me leaning against him and his arm around my shoulders. Rowan laughed as we reflected on our evening.
I'm just glad it was a private lesson and there is no video evidence of it.
Can you imagine if the town's social media got hold of that? Instantly viral.
Ugh, don't even suggest such a thing. I'll have nightmares.
I kicked off my shoes, draped my legs over his lap, and wrapped my arms around him. My head rested on his shoulder. This is nice. I could stay here forever. And I meant it. Not only did I feel safe and treasured, but I felt like I was finally home. Not in this town or this cabin, but in this man's arms. This was where I belonged. With all the heartache of leaving New York and the frustrations regarding the shop, I was grateful for the second chance with Rowan. If those things hadn't happened, I never would have come back and reunited with him, and I wanted nothing more than a future with him. First thing in the morning, I'd call Alexandra and decline her offer. Rowan was more important to me than a fancy job in New York or even my own boutique. With the decision made, I snuggled in closer, and my body melted against his, more at ease than I'd been in years. Chapter 33. Elle. Anxious to get going, I arrived at the shop while the sun was just peeking over the horizon. Now that I had racks of clothes filling the boutique, Fleur needed to stay at my mom's house. I couldn't have her running through the racks, getting cat hair all over everything. I pulled up in front of the store and reached into the back seat to fetch the box of last-minute details. With the box in front of me and my purse and computer bag hanging from each arm, I trudged up the sidewalk. The closed windows looked suspiciously dark inside. I couldn't even make out my display through the window. I set the box down and unlocked the door. As I cracked the door open, dark smoke poured out. I slammed it shut again and scurried to find my phone to call 911. My hand shook as I dialed and told the dispatcher my building was on fire. She kept me on the line and said the emergency vehicles would be there shortly. The call clicked off and the phone slipped from my hands. They trembled as I knelt to pick it back up, and my legs were so numb I barely knew I rose back to standing. I stepped further away from the shop, backing down toward the street until my legs hit something hard. I looked behind me. My car. But my legs couldn't work anymore, and I sank to the sidewalk. No. My brain yelled at me to run inside the shop, but my body had stopped working. All I could do was watch and watch and watch, my heart turning into a stone inside my chest. I didn't even hear the sirens until a policeman stepped in front of me.
Ma'am?
His brow was furrowed.
Ma'am, are you okay? Is that your shop?
I nodded.
Do you know if anyone is inside, ma'am?
A firefighter asked. No, there shouldn't be anyone in there. I just arrived and unlocked the door, but didn't go inside.
Were you the last one in the building? And when was that?
Yes, I was the last one here, and I left yesterday afternoon about 4 o'clock. I couldn't take my eyes off the building. Oh, there's no people, but there's mannequins. This is a clothing boutique, and that didn't matter. I was babbling, and I let the explanation taper into nothing.
Thanks for the heads up.
He and his partner secured their face masks and rushed up to the door. One held a thermal imaging camera, and the other carried the fire hose. They peered through the window and felt the door handle. Then they opened the door and stood back as an immense cloud of black smoke billowed out the door. Then they disappeared inside the building. Another team ran around the house to enter from the back door. Oh my God, I couldn't believe this. How could a fire have started when nobody was there? The appliances hadn't been used. The heat wasn't on. There weren't any candles or space heaters or anything like that. All that smoke. Everything inside had to be ruined. All those racks of clothing destroyed. My boutique. If I had any hope of this dream becoming a reality, it was completely obliterated. I stood there in shock, watching but not really seeing, unable to tear my gaze away from the sight in front of me. My body felt numb. Somebody moved me out of the way of the firefighters. Everything around me seemed to be a blur of motion and noise. I don't even know how long I stood there. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around me and held me tight. My face pressed against a solid chest. It took a moment to realize it was Rowan who held me. My body gave out, and I collapsed against him. Tears streaked down my face, soaking his shirt. I tried to speak, but my words were unintelligible. He stroked my back in a slow, soothing pattern.
Shh, I've got you. It's going to be all right.
When my sobbing slowed down enough to speak, I looked up at him, my eyes blurry with tears. Rowan, how did this happen? It couldn't have been an accident. Could it? Who would do something like this to me?
I don't know, Elle. But between the fire inspector and the police, they'll figure it out.
He wiped the tears from my cheeks with the heels of his hands and placed a comforting kiss on my forehead.
I hate to ask this now, but do you have insurance?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the coverage would be for something like this, but I do have it.
Everything will work out, Elle. You'll see.
Even though I had my doubts, I let him comfort me. Crowds of people had begun to gather along the sidewalk and street, and the police set up barriers to keep people from getting in the way. The firefighters emerged from the building and gave the all clear. I released a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. They spoke with the fire chief, who came over to update us.
It looks like several smoke bombs were ignited on the lower level. One of them caused a piece of furniture to burn, which added to the smoke. The rack of clothes next to that couch also caught on fire, but we were able to extinguish both to contain it. There is some damage to this front room caused by fire, but the most extensive damage was from all the smoke.
It was hard for me to follow what he was saying. This couldn't be real.
The fire inspector and police will be investigating to find out who did this. I'm sure they'll want to talk to you when you're ready.
Thank you for everything. If you hadn't come so quickly, the whole place would have burned down.
True. Whoever did this must have been here shortly before you arrived.
Goosebumps popped up on my skin, and bile stung the back of my throat. What would have happened if I had walked in on them? I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Rowan must have been imagining the same thing.
I'm so glad you didn't catch them, Elle. Who knows what they might have done to you?
He squeezed me tighter as if he was afraid I might slip away. His cheek rested on the top of my head.
Thank God you're okay.
So much for my grand opening tomorrow. The sheriff, Marcus Webb, came over to take my statement. Apparently, my brother, who was one of his deputies, was dealing with a call on the other side of the county. Though I would have liked to have Evan with me, it was probably for the best. He'd want to kill whoever hurt me. I explained everything I recalled to Sheriff Webb, which wasn't much.
So your boutique was scheduled to open tomorrow? Is there anyone who was against you opening the store?
A few weeks ago, someone anonymously posted something about me on the town page. They spread lies about why I came back to town, saying that I lost my job in New York because I stole designs and tried to seduce my boss. There were some people who believed it and were posting about boycotting my boutique because I was immoral. It doesn't seem like those kind of people would go to this extreme just because they assume I'm a slut. He took notes on what I said.
Anything else?
Actually, since then, a lot of weird things have been happening here. A couple of weeks ago, a shipment I ordered was tampered with and shipped to a women's shelter. The wholesaler said the shipping address was changed after the order was submitted, and that it was done through my account. I don't have any employees, and I'm certain I didn't change the address.
So, you suspect someone hacked your computer and changed the address?
I nodded. I probably should have reported it, but I didn't think there was anything you could do. I located the shipment, but it was already distributed to women at the shelter. I had to reorder the entire thing. The officer jotted it all down in his notebook and then looked up at me. That same day, I finished my coffee, closed my laptop, and went for a walk to clear my head. When I came back, my computer was open, and coffee had been spilled all over it, ruining my laptop. There were paw prints. I thought my cat spilled it. But also, I'm positive I emptied the cup before I left and pushed the laptop closed.
Was anyone in the building while you were gone?
Nash Porter and his crew were working on repairing the floor and walls. It was Nash, Gabe, and 2 younger guys. I forget their names.
Okay, we'll talk to those 4 to find out if they heard or saw anything.
Oh, and 2 days ago, I was meeting with a potential investor here. We were sitting in the front room talking. I heard the back screen door close, but assumed it was the wind. A couple of minutes later, a horde of about a dozen mice came running into the room from the back, chased by my cat, scared my investor half to death, and she ran off. I believe someone came in through the back door and released the mice. The officer crossed his arms across his chest, looked at me with his lips pressed in a line, and then looked at the house with his brows pinched together. It was apparent he was processing all that I had told him, but he gave away nothing. Up until now, I just figured I had really bad luck. But now that I tell you all this, it seems pretty clear that someone was trying to keep me from opening my shop. My voice cracked with emotion. I brought my fist to my mouth to keep from breaking down again, and now they succeeded.
Is there anyone else who would want to block the opening of your store? Anyone have a grudge against you?
I'm sure this has nothing to do with this, but the reason I left New York was because my supervisor stole my designs, sexually harassed me, and then set me up to take the fall for ruining a big show so he could fire me. Last week, the CEO of the company called to apologize. Apparently, a similar incident happened with another woman, and they investigated and found out Pierce was the culprit. He was fired, blacklisted from the fashion industry, and might face criminal charges. Even though I wasn't the one to file charges against him, I did report everything to HR, so he might still have a grudge against me.
Have you seen or heard from him since you left your job?
No, not a word. So it's probably not him.
Okay. Anyone else?
There was someone who wanted to rent this building, but I beat them to it. They might be upset by that. I don't recall who it was, but if you talk to Lacey Noble, she would know.
I'll look into that. Anyone else?
I looked over at Rowan before turning back to the officer. There's a woman who has a thing for Rowan and has given me dirty looks and a chill down my spine whenever I see her. Her name is Becky. Sheriff Webb jotted down notes on a tiny notepad. Rowan said,
"That's Becky Hayter. I met her on a dating site, farm folks only. We went on one date, but I told her I'd rather just be friends. A few weeks later, my dad hired her to work on our farm."
I paused, reflecting on all that had happened.
We seemed to get along fine, but she started acting weird when Elle came back to town. Apparently, Becky had feelings for me, which I didn't realize or reciprocate.
Rowan pulled me tighter to him and placed a kiss on the top of my head.
Sure, Becky's not a big fan of Elle's, but I can't imagine her doing anything like this. She's a sweet girl. She's been working for my family on the farm for a few months now. She's been a hard-working and dedicated employee.
Hearing Rowan defend Becky sent a flash of fiery anger and jealousy through my veins. I tried to pull away from Rowan, but he tightened his hold. I still couldn't understand what he saw in her. She gave me the creeps. Sheriff Webb showed no reaction as he jotted everything down.
I'll still need to talk to her. One thing I learned from my divorce is to never underestimate the wrath of an angry woman.
His mouth tightened, and there was a hard edge to his tone. Then he shifted his attention back to me.
We'll also check with your neighbors, Elle, to see if anyone saw anything this morning or any suspicious activity since you moved in.
Rowan nodded.
As nosy as this town is, someone must have seen or heard something.
I asked Sheriff Webb, "When will I be able to go inside? I'd like to see the damage for myself." I was anxious to see it, but the thought sickened me at the same time.
Not until the fire investigator has cleared the scene. We'll let you know when that is.
The sheriff handed me his card.
Call me if you think of anything else.
Rowan led me to his car, pushing past all the bystanders, friends, and family who wanted to talk to us.
Would you like something to eat? Or do you just want to rest? I'm sure this has been overwhelming and traumatic for you.
I just stared out the window. I don't think I can eat.
Okay if I bring you to my place? You can rest, and I can make you something if you get hungry.
I shook my head. Can you just take me home? You probably need to get back to work anyway.
Dad's covering for me. I'm here for you, Elle, for as long as you need me.
During the ride home, it hit me. My shop was gone. All the money I'd spent and borrowed to remodel the building, to buy the merchandise and set everything up in smoke. The fire seemed to have hollowed me out as well, leaving me a black, burned-out shell. Rowan walked with me into Mom's house. I dropped my purse onto the coffee table and sank onto the couch. I think I need some time alone to figure things out.
Are you sure? I'm happy to stay here with you, even if it's just to hold you while you sleep.
I just want to be alone.
Okay. Get some rest, take a nap, and I'll come back later.
He wrapped his arms around me and held me in a comforting embrace. He seemed reluctant to let go. Even though I appreciated his support, I felt like my skin was too tight, and my muscles were jumping underneath it. I wanted to get away, to crawl into a hole and hide, to yell and scream at the top of my lungs. But at the same time, I was exhausted. Mere breathing seemed to take more energy than I possessed. I slipped out of his arms and moved away, one hand up to create a boundary. Rowan, I can't do this anymore.
Do what? The store?
I nodded, with tears hanging from my eyelashes. It's been one blow after another. Maybe this is a sign I need to do something else.
Like what?
My head dropped to my chest and slowly moved side to side, while my shoulders twitched in a mini shrug. I'm not sure. I just don't have it in me to keep trying to make this boutique happen.
Okay. We'll brainstorm other ideas.
I appreciated that he wanted to help. I really did. But he couldn't fix this. I'd already looked into every possibility before I even decided to take on opening a boutique. And now I was flat broke, deeply in debt, and worse off than when I'd returned home. I'd failed again, and even though I had decided against it, even though the mere thought tore me up inside, there was only one thing to do. I moved toward the window, unable to face him and still say what I needed to say. Rowan, the CEO from the company I used to work for, called and apologized for the misunderstanding that got me fired. She also offered me a promotion and raise to get me to come back. She gave me until the end of the week to decide. My heart was already ripping in tow. My voice held no emotion. I planned to call her today to tell her no because I was committed to you in the store. But now that the boutique went up in smoke, literally, I'm rethinking it. I glanced over at Rowan to gauge his reaction. He stared at me as the meaning of my words sunk in.
You're leaving me again, aren't you? Damn it, Elle. You promised.
No, I don't want to go. Leaving you the first time nearly killed me. I don't have it in me to do it again, especially not now. I just don't know what to do.
If she gave you until the end of the week, wait until then to decide. It's probably best not to make any big decisions on the heels of what happened today.
He pulled me into his arms and placed a kiss on the top of my head as he held me.
We'll figure it out, Elle. Together. We'll get through this. And I'm here for you. Whatever you need.
Are you sure you want to tie yourself to this sinking ship, Rowan? My life is a disaster. I left New York and came back here feeling like a failure. I spent 14 years working my butt off to make my dream come true, and I failed. Then I tried to open my own clothing boutique as a way to redeem myself and prove I'm not a failure. And now, that has failed too.
You're not a failure, Elle. None of this was your fault.
I know, but it feels the same. I would love to stay here with you, but what would I do? I invested everything I have into that shop. Now I'm wiped out. Destitute. The weight of all of this slumped my shoulders, threatening to crush me. Yeah, I can find a job to help me pay my bills, but it won't make me feel better about myself, and I'd never get a chance to prove to myself that I could accomplish my dreams. This promotion in New York would give me vindication. It would allow me to finish what I've worked so hard for. Rowan's jaw clenched, and a vein pulsed in his temple. His body may be pulsing with anger, but his eyes revealed a deep pain and heartache that stabbed me in the chest.
So that's it? You've already made up your mind, and you're leaving me.
No, I swear, I'm not leaving you again, but there is another possibility.
What's that?
You could come with me.
You really think I could fit into your cosmopolitan life? What would a farmer like me do in New York City?
There was a salty taste in my mouth from the tears silently rolling down my face. I don't know, Rowan, but don't you think it's worth looking into? I want to be with you.
Do you? Or was I just a blast from the past to kill time with while you were here?
You know, that's not true. I love you, Rowan, and I always will.
If that were true, you wouldn't be so quick to pack up and leave now, would you?
He pulled his keys out of his pocket and headed for the door.
I gotta go.
Let's talk later, after we've both had time to think and cool off. Okay? We can figure something out, Rowan. I'm sure we can.
We'll see.
Rowan stormed out and slammed the door behind him. His tires squealed as he sped off. My heart felt as if it had been ripped from my chest and run over by Rowan's truck. I sank my head onto a pillow, my chest heaving and shoulders shaking as I sobbed. I swore I'd never let this happen again, but apparently you can't change your fate. Rowan and I must not be meant for each other, after all.
Chapter 34. Rowan. Sunlight flooded the barn, but I felt like part of the shadows, dark and angry, and not in the mood for Becky whistling up a storm at the feeding trough. At least someone was happy.
Maybe we can get together for dinner or something now that your girlfriend's leaving town.
Becky poured a bag of feed into a trough for the goats. Her voice sounded casual and matter-of-fact. My jaw clenched, but I tried to keep my emotions in check. What makes you think she's leaving town?
Well, I assume now that her little boutique is no more, she'll be going back where she came from.
A chill ran down my spine. Could I have been so blind to what was right in front of me all this time? I was about to confront her when I heard a car engine and the crunch of tires on the gravel driveway. I stepped out of the barn to see Sheriff Marcus Webb and Evan, his deputy, emerging from the vehicle. I lifted a hand to greet them, walked toward them. Just give me a minute, Becky. I'll take care of this and be right back. I walked out and met the officers. Hey, Sheriff, Evan, what can I do for you?
We're looking for Becky Hayter. Is she here?
Yeah, she's in the barn. Follow me. I opened the barn to find it empty. Where could she have gone? She was just here a minute ago, I said, looking around the barn. I noticed the feed bucket Becky had been using was on the floor next to a covered feed bin. Evan picked up on my observation, crept over to the bin, and flung the lid off. Both cops had guns trained on the bin. Becky's head slowly rose to peer over the edge of the container. Sheriff Webb stepped forward.
Put your hands up where I can see them.
Evan rushed around and twisted her hands behind her back as he yanked her out of the bin.
Ow! You're hurting me,
she whined, trying to wiggle out of Evan's grip. Evan secured cuffs on her wrists.
After what you did to my sister, you have nothing to complain about.
Your sister? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sheriff Webb read her rights to her.
Becky Hayter, you're under arrest for vandalism and arson.
Evan gripped her upper arm tightly, causing Becky to wince. Then he snarled in her ear.
Elle Albright is my sister. You messed with the wrong person.
As they stuffed Becky into the back of the squad car, the weight of my guilt pressed down on me, making my knees buckle. I reached for the wall to keep myself from falling. All of this was my fault. If I'd been a better judge of her character, none of this would have happened. I sent a quick group text to call in reinforcements to gather at Mom and Dad's house in 20 minutes. After pulling myself to standing, I took a deep breath, then finished up feeding the goats. I was trudging over to the house as Nash drove in. Hey, I waved. Thanks for coming.
I was already on my way here. Did they arrest Becky?
Yeah. How did you know?
Because apparently those two guys she recommended I hire were her cousins. She must have planned this as soon as Elle moved back to town. The police found Jesse and Corey's fingerprints on the smoke bombs. When they came to arrest them on the job site, they immediately confessed to everything, including how Becky planned the whole thing and paid them to help her ruin Elle.
Nash's face looked as pained and heavy with guilt as I felt.
They said her plan was to run Elle out of business and out of town so she could marry you and get your farm.
I brought both hands to my head and pulled on the roots of my hair. I tipped my head to the sky and groaned. God, how could I have been so blind? I've been working with her side by side for months. I can't believe I thought she was a good person. How could she have fooled me so completely? Nash raised his shoulders and his palms lifted to the side.
I don't know. I didn't think she seemed like a good match for you, but I never imagined she was psycho.
Gina and Raven drove in, followed by Tilly on her motorized cart. We walked into the house and gathered in the living room. Thank you all for coming. I cleared my throat. I'm sure you've all heard that Elle's shop was destroyed. Becky has been arrested for vandalism and arson, along with her 2 cousins who worked with Nash. Mom's mouth dropped open on a gasp, her hand flying to her heart.
Becky was behind that? I can't believe it. She seemed like such a sweet girl.
I guess she fooled us all. I looked to my dad to address the farm matters first. Dad, we obviously need to hire more help for the farm. He nodded.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'll put the word out.
I took a breath to tell them the real reason I gathered them. After the fire, Elle told me she's thinking of going back to New York. Her old boss called and offered her a promotion. Mom reached out and covered my hand with hers.
Oh, Rowan. I'm so sorry. Do you suppose there's any way we can change her mind?
I don't know. I was hoping we could brainstorm some options for her, but I don't know if it will help. How can we compete with the dream life she could have in New York? Mom tipped her head to the side and sighed.
But she's already sunk so much money into this boutique. It'd be a shame for her to give up on it before the doors even opened.
Nash made a humming sound.
Insurance can take a long time to process fire claims. It could take up to a year for her building to be redone and ready to inhabit again. If she wanted to open the shop before then, she'd have to find a new location and start over.
Gina spoke a tone of caution.
Careful, Rowan. Elle won't want you to swoop in and fix everything for her. That's what got you into trouble with the renovation.
Yeah, I know. I rubbed my beard. Honestly, I'm at a loss. I have no idea what to do. I'll take whatever thoughts or ideas you have. I'm desperate here. All I know is I can't lose her again. Tilly sat next to me and patted me on the arm.
Have faith, Rowan. My intuition tells me that everything will work out for you two. It might not happen the way you expect, but love will prevail, and that's what's important.
Thanks, Tilly. I hope you're right. Raven had been sitting in the corner listening to our discussion. She stepped forward and sat on the arm of Gina's chair.
You've always been the careful, responsible one, Rowan. I think you need to step out of your comfort zone and take a risk. For Elle. How far are you willing to go to keep her?
I'd do anything. Raven crossed her arms over her chest, and her gaze bored into me.
Are you sure about that? 'Cause you might not like what I suggest.
Nash mumbled under his breath.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Raven beamed Nash in the head with a throw pillow and froze him with a lethal glare.
Ugh. You always have to contradict everything I say. Why are men such idiots?
Nash tucked the pillow behind him and glared right back at her. I ignored their drama and brought the focus back to the reason for our meeting. Elle is the love of my life and my #1 priority. I can't let her leave me again. I coughed to loosen the tightness in my throat. Besides, this is all my fault. I need to find a way to make it up to her. Gina jumped to attention and clapped her hands together once.
All right, team. Let's brainstorm. I brought my whiteboard.
Of course you did. I chuckled at Gina's epic organization skills. Thanks, Gina. For half an hour, everyone tossed out ideas and Gina put them on her board. But at the end, I was still feeling as unsettled as ever. Would Elle be happy here with me after giving up her dream? Or would she resent me for it? or leave me later on. That fear would probably always inhabit the back of my mind. Could we build a life like that? Raven impatiently drummed her fingers on the back of the chair. Her legs were crossed, and her combat boots swung freely at her bent knee.
You ready for my idea, Rowan?
A feeling of dread settled like a cannonball in my gut, along with a sense that a moment was coming that would change my life forever. It was going to hit me whether I was ready or not, so I might as well brace myself and accept it. All right, Rave, lay it on me.
Chapter 35. Elle? Woof, woof, welcome to Holiday Inn, where every day is a doggone good time. What can I fetch for you today? I'd said the words 100 times, and each time more monotone than the last. At this point, I was mumbling, smooshing all the words together and ending each sentence with a sigh. I'd never felt more downtrodden. Silly me might have thought things couldn't get worse. But the universe had a cruel sense of humor. I didn't regret my decision to turn down the promotion in New York to stay with Rowan. Not really, but the only full-time position I could find was at the doggy daycare. When I accepted the job, I assumed being the receptionist would mean manning the front desk and answering the phone. Right? That happened to be the tiniest part of my job. I actually wore a headset to answer the phone while I cleaned cages, picked up poo, and hosed down the floors. I'd only been here a few days, and I'd already been peed on, bit, scratched, and dragged across the floor on my belly. Losing so much with the fire, I didn't think my life could get much worse, but each day I felt my soul shriveling like a dry leaf, ready to crumble and blow away at any moment. At the end of the day, Rowan picked me up from work. I still didn't have a car or money to buy one, so I either walked or had someone give me a ride. He wrapped his arms around me and gave me a bone-melting kiss that almost made up for my rotten day. You might not want to be so close. I'm sure I stink to high heaven. He lifted a brow.
Excuse me, Farmer here. I should be apologizing to you every day.
I brought my nose to his neck and breathed him in. For some reason, you always smell good to me. Not necessarily your clothes or your boots. That's a given. But there's something about your smell that puts me at ease.
I feel the same.
He kissed my forehead and put his arm across my shoulders to lead me to his truck. As he started it up, he looked at me and grinned. What? I asked, and pulled the visor down to check my face in the mirror, making sure I didn't have something stuck to me.
I have a surprise for you.
What kind of a surprise? You know how I feel about surprises.
You survived your first week in the doggy dungeon, and after all the stress of the boutique and the fire, I thought it would be good for us to get away for the weekend.
Really? Where are we going?
It's a surprise, but we need to get a move on if you're going to get showered, packed, and to the airport in time.
He put the truck in gear and headed to my mom's house, where I was still staying. If you aren't going to tell me where we're going, how will I know what to pack?
The weather is similar to here. You'll need a bathing suit, casual clothes for sightseeing, but some nice clothes too. We will be going on a proper date, somewhere fancy. And I intend to pamper you like you've never been pampered.
My heart fluttered at his thoughtfulness. He was the only one I'd ever known who was so tuned into me and what I needed. And I definitely needed a getaway. I leaned over and kissed his cheek. Thank you. He stopped the truck in front of the house.
That's what I'm here for.
He got out and opened the door for me. Always the gentleman.
My bag is already packed and waiting in the back of the truck, so as soon as you're ready, we can head to the airport.
I better hurry then. I rushed into the house, dragging him along with me. Make yourself at home. I'll go as fast as I can. We got to the airport, just in time to make our way through security and get to our gate before it began boarding. Chicago? We're going to Chicago? I asked when I saw the destination posted at the gate.
Yeah, best I could pull together on short notice. But wait till you see what I have planned.
I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him. Thank you. I don't care where we go or what we do as long as you're with me. Thanks for doing this. A weekend away is exactly what I need. The next morning, Rowan brought back pastries and coffee from the cafe across the street and presented me with an itinerary for the weekend.
We have an appointment for a couple's massage in a half hour. Better hurry and eat this breakfast so we're not late. After that, I thought we'd go for a walk by the lake and grab some lunch while we're out. Maybe from a food truck or cafe, whatever we find. Then I have tickets to a special event this evening. You'll want to dress up for this. We have reservations for dinner after that. Does that all sound okay?
Sounds amazing, especially the massage. I'm glad you're getting one too. You're almost as stressed out as I am. He shrugged, but didn't deny it.
Initially, I just planned to book one for you, but the lady talked me into doing it as a couple. Said it would be romantic. How could I say no to that?
No sane person says no to a massage, especially not someone who works as hard as you do. I stuffed an almond croissant into my mouth and moaned with pleasure when the decadent flavor hit my tongue. He smiled and took a sip of his coffee.
Glad to hear my sanity has been proven. But the truth is, I didn't want to leave you for an hour. What would I do all by myself?
You poor baby. The massage was heavenly and just what the doctor ordered. I hadn't realized how much tension I'd been holding on to. Everywhere. Who knew one could hold tension in their toes? The rest of the afternoon was just as magical, taking in the fresh air and sunshine, walking hand in hand along Lake Michigan, watching sailboats breeze by without a care. We found a food truck selling slices of Chicago pizza and took our pizza to a bench facing the water. No matter how many times I asked or tried to get it out of him, Rowan wouldn't spill what tonight's tickets were for.
You'll love it, I promise. That's all you need to know.
He brought my hand to his lips and kissed my knuckles. A few hours later, a cab dropped us off at a skyscraper downtown. I tripped over my feet when I saw signs for the Chicago Fashion Week posted all over the lobby. This has to be a big coincidence. Right? Rowan walked up to the concierge, who asked him,
"Are you here for the fashion show?"
Rowan nodded.
We are.
Wonderful. I'll need you to pull up the ticket on your device so I can scan you in.
Rowan did as instructed.
Take the elevator to the 30th floor ballroom. Enjoy the show.
Rowan, what did you do? My chest tightened and I couldn't breathe. Beads of sweat appeared on my brow. I prayed I wouldn't have a panic attack right here in the lobby. Why would he bring me to a fashion show of all places? What if I see someone I know? What if they shun me, or worse, ridicule me?
I was hoping going to a fashion show would cheer you up.
He put his hands on my shoulders and studied me to gauge my response. His brows pinched and his eyes softened with concern.
Please tell me this was the right move. The show was actually Raven's idea, and I promised her an old-fashioned swirly if she was wrong.
I don't think I can do this. If I felt bad about myself when I left New York, I felt even worse now. Not only had my boutique failed, but now I was working as a glorified pooper scooper. I wanted to dive behind the nearest potted plant and hide.
Elle, take some deep breaths and listen to me.
His calming presence, touch, and reassurance helped me to calm enough to take a few breaths.
Look at me. You are the most amazing, brilliant, and talented woman here. You love fashion and talked years ago about wanting to come to Fashion Week. I don't know if you've been to this one in the last 14 years, but I wanted to do something to remind you of all that you are and all that I fell in love with. Fashion is a part of you. I wanted to share that with you, to understand this part of your life, of the time we were apart. Can you teach this country bumpkin about the world of high fashion?
I guess. I wiped a tear from my eye, careful not to smear my mascara. Thanks, Rowan. That's the most beautiful thing anyone has ever said to me. I took a couple more deep breaths and straightened my spine. All right, let's do it. You want to learn about high fashion? I'll show you what it's all about. You might regret Opening this can of worms? He gently kissed my lips.
Not a chance.
Then he placed his hand on my low back and led me to the elevators.
Just so you know, you're going to have to enlighten me on the do's and don'ts of these things. We rode the elevator up and emerged into the atrium. The area was filled with people waiting to enter the ballroom. We skirted around the crowd and waited in the adjacent hallway to have a little space and breathing room.
We watched people walk by in the most unusual outfits. A suit of peacock feathers with a tail that unfurled with each turn on the runway. An iridescent plastic-like gown with rainbow platform shoes and a sparkly unicorn hat. And a flashing neon bikini, blacklight makeup with a glowing cape that made it look like an exotic deep-sea fish. Rowan's mouth fell open as if he could catch flies.
I feel like I landed in another country where I don't speak the language. More like another planet.
Just stay glued to me and we'll get through it together. I wrapped my arm around his and held tight to him.
Deal.
A door at the end of the hall burst open and a woman rushed by, looking extremely frazzled. I remembered that feeling. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at me.
Elle, is that really you?
I was confused for a moment, but then a light bulb dinged in my head. Tabitha? I didn't expect to see you here. Tabitha was one of the assistants I'd worked with in New York.
Elle, you have to help me. There was a last-minute change to the theme, and now many of the outfits don't work. I don't know what to do. Can you help us?
But I don't work there anymore. They fired me, remember?
Yeah, I know. But you were always the best at this. And what better way to redeem yourself by saving the company at a high-profile show like this? Please?
She held her hands in prayer position and gave me her saddest puppy eyes. I looked over at Rowan. He gave me a simple nod. All right, what do you need? Rowan gave me a quick kiss.
Do you want me to come with you or watch the show?
You wanted to understand this part of my world. This is the perfect opportunity. Come on, just stay out of the way.
Yes, ma'am.
Tabitha whisked me backstage with Rowan following behind. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and my brain was back online and firing off ideas left and right. After all that had happened, I finally felt like myself again, and it felt good.
Chapter 36, Rowan. I stood in the corner, like a statue, watching the love of my life buzz around the room, pairing the perfect items together and reassuring the models that they looked fabulous. She was amazing, and I couldn't have been prouder. When there was a lull in the action, Elle rushed over and kissed me.
The show is almost ready to start. You should go to our seats, make sure nobody steals them, and I'll join you in a little bit.
Then she was off and running again. As soon as I was seated, the lights dimmed and the MC's voice, along with techno music, roared through the speakers. The lights changed colors and followed each model as they strutted the catwalk. The outfits looked completely different from what I'd seen backstage. It was almost magical. Elle sure knew what she was doing. It wasn't long, and she was at my side, her arm wrapped around mine, watching the show with me. She'd point out some of the things she'd changed or helped with. Even though I didn't understand most of what she said, joy radiated from her entire being as she watched and talked about the designs. The light of her face outshone that walking neon glowfish. I'd never seen anything more beautiful. Elle, not the fish. Seeing her in action, in her element, it hit me, like someone had smacked me upside the head with a shovel. Elle needed more of this in her life. It wasn't fair of me to keep her in Moonlit Lake just because I wanted to stay on the farm. Her light had been dimming more and more every day since the fire. Something had to change. I had hoped to brighten her spirits with this show. But never in a million years would I have predicted that her former company would not only be here, but would beg for her help. That was gold. I'd stood in the background and watched Elle work her magic backstage and now saw the results strutting the catwalk. Elle nudged me and whispered in my ear when a model wore something she had fixed. As someone with absolutely no knowledge or understanding of this world, I found it fascinating. I would also find it fascinating to drop in on another planet and watch the aliens interacting in their natural environment, which was exactly what this felt like. After the show, we got some refreshments and stood to the side, like we had earlier. This time, an older, classy woman dressed all in black approached Elle.
Elle, what a surprise to see you here tonight. I understand you saved us from embarrassment tonight.
Elle humbly looked down, but I could tell she was proud her contribution had been noticed.
Thank you, Alexandra. I was glad I could help.
You know, I haven't found anyone to fill that spot yet. Are you sure you don't want to come back? We really need you and your talents.
Elle turned to look at me and then faced her former boss again.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me? Could you give Elle and I just a minute before she answers that question?
Certainly.
The stern woman nodded, and her lips curved upward ever so slightly. I pulled Elle to the other side of the hall about 10 feet away. Elle, seeing you at work made me realize how much you had given up to be with me. You are radiant right now, and I love seeing you like this. I grasped her hands in mine and gazed into her eyes. My one regret all these years wasn't that I didn't make you stay. It was that I didn't go with you, that I didn't fight for us. I'm not making that mistake again. No matter what you decide to do, I'll be by your side. I'm not letting you get away from me again. If that means getting a job in New York, so be it.
But what about the farm? That's where you belong.
It'll still be there. Dad is looking for a farm manager, as well as a replacement for Becky. They'll be fine. I felt guilty leaving him with all that work, but he gave me his blessing and told me he'd do the same thing in my shoes. I brought her hands to my heart. Elle, I always thought my dream was to have a family on the farm, like my parents. But now I realize that wasn't really accurate. My dream is to have a life with the woman I love. We'll create that dream together wherever we are. My life is with you. I belong wherever you are. She tilted her head and looked at me skeptically.
But what would you do in New York? Follow the carriage rides in Central Park with a pooper scooper? I can tell you, a job like that gets old in a hurry.
I chuckled, still holding her hands. I'm hopeful I can do better than that, but if that's what it takes to be with you, I'd do it. Gladly. I lifted her hand to place a soft kiss on her knuckles. I might have done a little online research this week to see what my options were. There's a farm in Jersey who needs someone to help with their horseback riding program. If I got that, I could learn how to expand our stables and offer more of those services to tourists. The second interview is to be the liaison between organic farms and farm-to-table restaurants. This job might not be one that I love, but it would help me to understand more about the business and how to improve how we serve local restaurants. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. If you want to go back to New York, I'll go with you. I even have a few virtual interviews lined up for next week, just in case. I winked at her. It's completely up to you. I saw how excited you were today to be back doing what you love. If you want to accept her offer, if that will make you happy, go ahead and do it. Tears welled in her eyes.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. It doesn't have to be forever. We can move back whenever we want. As long as we're together, that's all that matters.
I love you, Rowan.
She pressed her lips to mine in a tender kiss, and I felt all her love and gratitude pouring into it.
I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
You'll never have to find out. I motioned to the woman in black. She was mingling and talking to others, but kept glancing over her shoulder at Elle. Better go tell her you accept before she offers it to someone else. Elle squeezed my hand before hurrying over to give her boss the good news. I leaned my back against a pillar with my arms across my chest. Suddenly, the pillar moved and started tipping over. How was I supposed to know it was just a decoration? I caught the pillar before it fell onto the dessert table, but not before it tipped the statue next to it, which landed with its face in the cake. I wrapped my arms around it and pulled it back onto its foundation, grabbing a napkin to wipe its face. I turned and smiled at the people watching me with horrified looks. I glanced over at Elle and her boss. Thankfully, they'd been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed my faux pas. I resumed my post, as if nothing had happened, keeping a safe distance from the pillar this time. A moment later, Elle rushed over to me and threw her arms around my neck.
Thank you.
So you got the promotion? I take it. Elle beamed and her eyes sparkled like fine gems.
Yes, and she made the offer even better this time.
That's wonderful. You deserve it.
I'm so happy, Rowan. I just hope you don't regret leaving everything behind for me. That farm is your life.
No, Elle. You're my life, my heart, my soul, my love. Everything else is just geography. I leaned down and kissed her lips, showing her how much I meant what I said. The farm will still be here if or when we ever want to go back. The only thing I would regret is losing you, and I promise you, Elle, I won't make that mistake again.
Well, then, Rowan?
She dropped to one knee in front of me and gazed up into my eyes. And as I looked into hers, I saw not only my treasured memories, but my deepest love, my joy, and my hope for the future. Her hand trembled as it reached for mine.
Will you make us both happy for the rest of our lives? And marry me?
Are you proposing to me? She nodded with a wide grin on her face.
Well, since the last time didn't go so well, I wasn't sure if you'd take the chance to ask me again. I decided to do it for you. What do you say?
I picked her up and swung her around. Yes, absolutely yes. I'd marry you right this minute if I could. The surrounding crowd clapped and cheered. I pulled her in for a steamy kiss that had parents covering their children's eyes and old ladies moving closer for a better look. When we broke apart, Elle looked around us and chuckled.
Good thing Tilly's not here, or she'd be posting this on her TikTok and YouTube channels.
A white-haired woman and her granddaughter approached us.
I hope you don't mind, but we recorded that for you. This is a story you'll want to tell your grandchildren, believe me.
She asked Elle for her contact information and sent her the video.
Thank you. I can't tell you what this means to us. You're right. It's a moment we'll cherish.
We walked hand in hand out to the sidewalk to hail a cab back to our hotel. I spun Elle around and kissed her again, unable to contain my joy or keep from touching her. Are you ready to embark on the next stage of our adventure together, love? Her lips met mine in a slow, searing kiss.
As long as you're with me, I'm ready for anything.
Epilogue, Tilly. My attention was focused on choosing the just right combination of oils for a new line of healing skincare products I was creating when the back door opened and Raven walked in.
Hey, Tilly. I brought you some mock-ups of the designs you asked for, and Mom sent over some goat milk she said you needed.
Wonderful. Come on in. Your timing is perfect. I just intuited the oils needed for this lotion, and I'm ready for the milk. I measured out the milk she brought and poured it into my bowl, and then added manuka honey and essential oil to it. I'm glad you came here today, Raven. I was just thinking about you.
A statement like that can only mean trouble, Tilly. Exactly what I don't need.
Raven rounded the counter.
Can I help you with anything?
I slowly slipped the last ingredients into the bowl, then stepped aside. Sure, you can stir this until it's smooth. I handed her the spoon and began tidying up the counter. I leaned back against the counter, observing Raven as she worked, and tapped my finger against my lips. Raven, did you see the video Elle posted yesterday of her proposing to Rowan?
I did. It's gone viral around town. Bigger news than the fire.
It warms my heart to see those two finally back together where they belong.
Yeah, it took long enough. I'd about given up hope that my idiot brother would ever get his act together. But thankfully, he was smart enough to take my advice. Do you think they'll be happy in New York?
I'm sure they'll be happy as long as they're together. Let me see. I closed my eyes and tuned into my intuition. A vision came to me of Rowan and Elle in the future, and it made me smile. I see them coming back here. They'll have a big wedding that Gina will coordinate. Rowan will return to the farm, and Elle will finally open her boutique with astounding success. I even see those grandbabies your mom's been longing for.
Good. Hopefully that'll all happen soon so the pressure will be off me. And I hope they don't stay in New York too long. I miss them already.
I place my hand on top of hers. We all do, sweetie. But I believe they'll be back before you know it. And my intuition is rarely wrong.
True. Your predictions are scarily accurate, so if you say it'll happen, I won't worry about it.
There was no doubt in my mind that Rowan and Elle had finally received the happily ever after they deserved. But now what? Before I went to bed last night, I asked for guidance on who my next match would be now that my task with Rowan and Elle was complete. I had a dream of a black bird circling a cabin, then perching in a nearby ash tree as if waiting for something to happen. I woke with a start and bolted upright in bed. Rawan and Nash. Of course. I smiled to myself as I watched Rawan work. As strong-willed and rebellious as she was, this next match would not be easy. But I felt with everything in me that I was being guided to assist her, and my intuition was never wrong.
Stop it right there, Tilly. I recognize that look in your eye.
She pointed the spoon at me.
Just because your woo-woo ways worked magic on Rowan and Elle doesn't mean you can set your sights on me. I have 4 other siblings who are still single. Go meddle in their lives and leave mine alone. I'm perfectly happy with my life the way it is.
I patted her on the shoulder. Of course you are, sweetie. Yep, it was definitely going to take more than subtle hints to guide this one to love. I turned away from her and rubbed my hands together. A silent chuckle escaped my lips. Rawan and Nash deserved their happily ever after, too. They just needed a little nudge in the right direction. This was going to be fun. The end.
Enjoy more of Tilly's antics as she brews a plan to get Rawan and Nash together in Book 2, Nudged. You have just listened to Hinted, Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 1, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices. Copyright 2024 by Kristeen Groth. Production copyright 2024 by Kristeen Groth. If you enjoyed listening to this story, please leave a review and look for the next book in the Moonlit Lake Matchmaker series, Nudged. All books and products can be found on the website, KristeenGroth.com.